Chapter 48-55. Earlier, the little purple dragon had led Lin Feng and Long Outian to a place where a group of dragon kings had gathered. Lin Feng and Long Outian had been attacked by the dragon kings because of that. Fortunately, the little dragon had used the Dragon Emperor's deterrence skill to buy some time for Lin Feng and Long Outian. Lin Feng and Long Outian had managed to escape. It was obvious that the little purple dragon was an extremely intelligent being. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that the little purple dragon could definitely understand what he was saying. Lin Feng said, "Little guy, we don't mean any harm. We just want to check on your injuries." The little purple dragon still looked at Lin Feng cautiously. It did not believe Lin Feng just because of Lin Feng's words. The little purple dragon was extremely cautious. Of course, there was nothing wrong with being careful. There was nothing wrong with the little purple dragon's actions. "Kid, I'll give you a chance now. Follow me from now on. I won't mistreat you. When the time comes, I'll nurture you into a peerless powerhouse," Long Outian said with an arrogant look on his face. After hearing Long Outian's words, the little purple dragon looked at him with disdain. F***ck, how dare you look down on me? Are you asking for a beating? Long Outian glared at the little dragon. He was despised by the little dragon. This made Long Outian extremely depressed. After all, Long Outian was an extremely prideful person. He could not accept being despised by the little dragon. Roar! The little dragon let out a low roar. Then, an extremely powerful battle intent emanated from the little dragon's body. After feeling the powerful battle intent emanating from the little dragon, Lin Feng could not help but look impressed. The little dragon was injured to such an extent and was almost exhausted. However, it was still full of battle intent. In this world, there was never a lack of cultivation geniuses. However, those cultivation geniuses would eventually disappear from the world. Why was that? The reason was that their willpower was not strong enough. They faced all kinds of temptations. Those geniuses gradually lost their way. Or when they encountered some difficulties, those geniuses chose to take a shortcut, instead of facing difficulties head-on. Therefore, due to various reasons, those geniuses lost themselves and did not truly grow up. In the final analysis. Or was it because those geniuses' willpower wasn't strong enough? If one's willpower was strong enough, such a thing would never happen again. The biggest advantage of this little purple dragon was not how strong its talent was, but its willpower was too strong. Lin Feng himself was also one of those people with strong willpower. As such, towards Xiaolong, Lin Feng actually quite admired him. People were often like this. They appreciated people with similar personalities. "Brat, do you really think that Master Long has a good temper? I'm going to beat you up right now," Long Outian said fiercely. Lin Feng said, "You have the nerve to bully a dragon whelp." Long Outian quibbled, "I'm not bullying you. I'm just sparring. Do you understand? Don't slander me." Although he said that, Long Outian did not make a move in the end. "Are you the son of the prehistoric Dragon Emperor?" Lin Feng looked at Xiaolong and asked. Xiaolong shook his head. "Do you know where the son of the prehistoric Dragon Emperor is?" Lin Feng continued to ask. Xiaolong continued to shake his head. "Then do you know where the prehistoric Dragon Emperor is buried?" Lin Feng asked for the third time. Xiaolong extended his claw and pointed in a direction. Then, he spoke a sentence in the dragon race's language. What is he saying? Lin Feng looked at Long Outian and asked. He said that we can search in the direction he pointed. Rumor has it that the prehistoric Dragon Emperor is buried in a certain location in that direction. Long Outian said. "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists at Xiaolong. Xiaolong then turned around and left. Lin Feng did not stop Xiaolong from leaving. Long Outian wanted to make a move, but Lin Feng stopped him with his gaze. After Xiaolong left, Long Outian asked, "Why did you stop me?" Lin Feng said, "Xiaolong's willpower is too strong. You can't force it to do something it doesn't want to do. If you do that, what do you think it will do?" Long Outian frowned slightly. "I think it will fight back with all its might. If it can't win, it might even choose death." It won't choose to submit, Lin Feng said. Long Outyen smiled bitterly. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed possible for Xiaolong to do something like that. Lin Feng said, that's why I stopped you. Let it leave. Its willpower is so strong. I think that if it can grow up smoothly, its future will be limitless. If we form a good relationship with it now, it might be beneficial for us in the future. Long Outyen nodded. Lin Feng then said, let's go. Let's go to the direction Xiaolong mentioned. Let's see if we can find the burial ground of the prehistoric dragon emperor. Long Outyen said. You really believe that little dragon's words? Lin Feng said, of course I do. Why wouldn't I? I don't think it has any reason to trick us. Lin Feng and Long Outyen headed deeper into the forest. 10 days later, they passed by a forest. Suddenly, a sinister wind swept across the land. Demonic energy surged and covered the sky. Lin Feng and Long Outyen were trapped in the violent demonic energy. When they saw this, Lin Feng and Long Outyen's expressions turned grave. They had no idea what had sealed this place. Kid, have you thought about how you want to die? At that moment, a sinister voice sounded. A sinister and terrifying existence appeared in the demonic energy. This existence was none other than the Eternal Heaven Monarch. When he saw the Eternal Heaven Monarch, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Lin Feng had not expected to meet the Eternal Heaven Monarch here. This was going to be troublesome. Back then, Goddess Ruoshire had been able to suppress the Eternal Heaven Monarch because she was too strong. Lin Feng had no way of suppressing the Eternal Heaven Monarch. Even if the Eternal Heaven Monarch had turned into a yin god, he was still a master god from the era of conferred gods. Therefore, the Eternal Heaven Monarch was still unfathomable. I really did not expect to meet you here. I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. At this moment, another eerie and terrifying voice rang out. In the next moment, 2 cultivators walked out of the demonic energy. The one who spoke was none other than the king of the foreign creatures who had been suppressed by the Confucian sect. The other person was the female cultivator who had saved the king of the foreign creatures. Chapter 4856. F***CK, the situation doesn't seem too good. Long Outyen gloomily looked at the 3 experts around him. Needless to say, the Eternal Heaven Monarch's cultivation was unimaginably strong. The same went for the king of foreign creatures. The weakest one was the female cultivator beside the king of foreign creatures. But that was only relative. To be honest, that female cultivator's combat strength was extremely terrifying. If anyone dared to underestimate that female cultivator, they would definitely not have a good ending. Of course, Lin Feng and Long Outyen would not underestimate that female cultivator either. Originally, Lin Feng's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. But after a short moment of worry, he thought of a countermeasure. Therefore, his originally serious expression could not help but relax. Lin Feng sneered and said, so it's you losers. This young master did not go looking for you, but you actually came looking for this young master. Are you tired of living? Long Outyen, who was at the side, wailed in his heart, F***CK. Brother, can you stop bragging? What kind of situation is this? You're still bragging. Of course, Long Outyen naturally did not say these words out loud. He only muttered in his heart. Right now, Long Outyen's mind was filled with thoughts of how to break out of this encirclement. But for the time being, he did not dare to act rashly. Because, if there were any strange movements, when the time came, he might even have to endure a thunderous attack from the other party. At that time, he would definitely die. When the 3 experts heard Lin Feng's words, they could not help but be slightly stunned. Next, the 3 experts' faces instantly turned gloomy. Lin Feng actually dared to look down on the 3 of them like this. How could the 3 of them not be angry? The Eternal Heaven Monarch said, Kid, don't you know what you're capable of? You actually dare to act cool in front of us. I think you're tired of living, right? Now that Goddess Ruoshire is not by your side, do you think there's anyone who can save your life today? The foreign king also sneered and said, Brat, back in the Confucian sect, you ruined my plans, and even in my dreams, I wanted to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Now, I've finally found the chance. With your meager strength, I can crush you with a single finger. I really don't know where you get the courage to brag in front of me. The two of them were extremely powerful. Naturally, he did not put Lin Feng in his eyes. The female cultivator didn't say anything, but she looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Clearly, the female cultivator also looked down on Lin Feng. They didn't just look down on Lin Feng. At the same time, he did not take Long Outyen seriously. To them, killing Lin Feng and Long Outyen was too easy. At this point, the Eternal Heaven Monarch said, "Fellow Daoist, I was the one who discovered this brat first. So, you should give him to me." The foreign king said, "I have great enmity with this child. If Dao Friend is willing to give this child to me, I will definitely remember Dao Friend's favor." Lin Feng was surprised. He had thought that these people knew each other, but now it seemed like they didn't know each other. If that was the case, was it a coincidence that the three of them met? When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. To think that he would meet the Eternal Heaven Monarch and the foreign king by chance. Moreover, he met the two of them at the same time. Wasn't this too unlucky? Lin Feng felt that he was really unlucky. However, no matter how unlucky he was, he still had to face this matter head-on. Besides, Lin Feng also had a trump card. He was full of confidence. Lin Feng said, "You two, stop arguing. You're going to meet the King of Hell later. What's the point of arguing about such useless things? Big brother, can we stop bragging?" At the side, Long Outyen looked like he was about to cry. In Long Outyen's opinion, Lin Feng was simply too good at bragging. Long Outyen really wanted to say that he didn't know this braggart. Could he just let him go? However, Long Outyen also knew that it was useless to say those words. Therefore, he didn't say those words out loud. Given the current situation, he could only take one step at a time. As for the Eternal Heaven Monarch and the foreign king, they were trembling in anger at Lin Feng's words. The Eternal Heaven Monarch said coldly, "Die, brat." As soon as he finished speaking, the Eternal Heaven Monarch opened his palm and slammed it toward Long Outyen. A huge energy palm condensed in the void. The huge energy palm contained a power that could destroy the world. After sensing the terrifying aura of the huge energy palm, Long Outyen's face turned pale. He shouted, "I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm really dead now." Of course. Long Outyen didn't just sit there and wait for death. He began to circulate his magic power, as though he was about to launch a counterattack. At this moment, the foreign king unleashed an attack as well. He waved his palm gently in the void. All of a sudden, a cold gleam condensed. That cold gleam slashed out at Lin Feng and Long Outyen. The aura of that cold gleam was extremely horrifying. Naturally, it wasn't something that any ordinary person could fight against. Long Outyen's face was even more terrible now. The attack of the Eternal Heaven Monarch was already this tyrannical. Right now, the foreign king had struck as well. With this, it seemed like it would be even more difficult to defend against the other party's attack. However, at this moment, Lin Feng took out a treasure. The treasure that Lin Feng took out was none other than the true dragon crouching heavens diagram. This treasure was far from simple. It was a forbidden weapon that the Confucian sect had created based on the ancient weapon, the true dragon crouching heavens diagram. Once the power of a forbidden weapon was released, it would be extremely horrifying. Some forbidden weapons could even release up to 90% of the original weapon's power. Lin Feng activated the true dragon crouching heavens diagram. Buzz. The true dragon crouching heavens diagram vibrated violently. Immediately after, the true dragon crouching heavens diagram expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the true dragon crouching heavens diagram had turned into a gigantic ancient diagram that covered an area of 1 mu. The true dragon crouching heavens diagram swept out 2 terrifying beams of light. The 2 beams of light blasted out towards the attacks of the Eternal Heaven Monarch and the foreign king respectively. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by 2 violent collisions, the sound of 2 violent collisions was heard. The 2 beams of light from the true dragon crouching heavens diagram instantly destroyed the attacks of the Eternal Heaven Monarch and the foreign king. Holy sh**t, that's awesome. Seeing the power of the true dragon crouching heavens diagram, Long Outyen couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng controlled the true dragon crouching heavens diagram to attack the eternal heaven monarch, the foreign king, and the female cultivator. One beam of light after another surged out from the true dragon crouching heavens diagram. Chapter 48-57. The three powerful beings had already witnessed the horrifying power of those light beams. Hence, when the true dragon crouching heavens diagram once again swept out those light beams, the faces of the three powerful beings changed drastically. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. Obviously, they had not expected Lin Feng to have such a powerful move up his sleeves. Of course, the three powerful beings were not to be trifled with either. The Eternal Heaven Lord took out the Black Prison Monument. The King of the Foreign Creatures took out a war spear. As for the female cultivator, she took out a curved blade. The three powerful beings controlled their powerful magic treasures and charged towards those light beams. Clang, 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 clang. After a series of collisions, the light beams swept out by the true dragon crouching heavens diagram were destroyed by the three powerful beings. The Eternal Heaven Lord said, "This is just a forbidden weapon. Even though it's powerful, it doesn't last for long. There's no need to worry that this fella can hurt us with this forbidden weapon. Let's work harder and we'll be able to kill this fella soon." The King of the Foreign Creatures and the female cultivator naturally thought so too. They did not think that Lin Feng could cause any waves. As such, the three powerful beings strengthened their attacks. Powerful magical powers surged endlessly into their magic treasures. They activated their magic treasures to neutralize the attacks of the true dragon crouching heavens diagram. At this very moment, Lin Feng was still familiarizing himself with the power of the true dragon crouching heavens diagram. After all, this was the first time he had activated such a powerful forbidden weapon. He did not have a deep understanding of the power of this top-grade forbidden weapon. This required a process of familiarization. Once he was completely familiar with this supreme treasure, when the time came, he would definitely be able to unleash the full power of this supreme treasure. Just like right now, Lin Feng felt that his control over the true dragon crouching heavens diagram was getting stronger and stronger. True dragon crouching heavens, destroying the world. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly rang out between the heavens and earth. Roar! All of a sudden, a loud dragon roar rang out between the heavens and earth. Following that, the true dragon crouching heavens diagram underwent a transformation. From a gigantic ancient diagram, the true dragon crouching heavens diagram turned into a gigantic dragon instantly. It was a true dragon. Its purple scales flickered with a cold luster, and its eyes shot out a terrifying light. The power of the true dragon crouching heavens diagram was needless to say. Now that he had transformed into the body of a true dragon, his battle prowess soared. That kind of power. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. That true dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it launched an attack on the three powerhouses. Huff huff huff, the true dragon opened its bloody maw and spat out a dragon breath that filled the sky. The dragon breath attack had always been one of the most powerful techniques of the dragon tribe. This was the innate ability of the dragon clan. Once it was unleashed, its power would naturally be boundless. Right now, this true dragon transformed from the true dragon Futian diagram displayed the dragon clan's natal super ability. Its power was unimaginable. The three powerhouses moved to block the dragon breath attack. But the dragon breath attack was very special. Dragon breath was a special kind of energy that fused the dragon origin energy and the dragon clan's aura to form an attack. Therefore, the races were different. The power of dragon breath was also very different. At the same time, the dragon breath attacked the cultivators from all directions. Ordinary Dharma treasures couldn't block the dragon breath attack. If one wanted to resist the dragon breath attack, one could only use a super ability or use a defensive Dharma treasure to block the dragon breath attack. The three powerhouses didn't hesitate at all. They chose to use their super abilities to resist the dragon breath attack. The three powerhouses had high cultivation realms and were very powerful. They couldn't be afraid at all. So what if the true dragon Fuqian diagram had transformed into a true dragon? The three powerhouses still felt that they could neutralize the attack of the true dragon Fuqian diagram. They couldn't be bothered to use a defensive Dharma treasure. When the Eternal Sky Lord used his mystique, eternal divine brilliance, boundless divine light poured out from behind him. The divine light seemed to transform into an eternal divine sun. When the eternal divine sun illuminated the heavens, something shocking happened. The eternal divine sun withstood the attack of the dragon breath. The eternal heaven lord was indeed powerful. Although he had turned into a yin spirit, he still had some of the top super abilities of the past. The king of the foreign creatures also displayed a powerful super ability. The foreign creatures began to recite an incantation. After his incantation, between heaven and earth, unexpectedly, a vast ocean had appeared. That vast ocean. It let out a loud rumbling sound. In the vast ocean, waves surged to the sky. When the dragon breath rushed over, the waves in the vast ocean collided with the dragon breath. The dragon breath was blocked by the vast ocean. The female cultivator's methods were also very extraordinary. Although her combat strength couldn't compare to the Eternal Heaven Lord and the King of the Foreign Creatures. But the inheritance that she had mastered wasn't much weaker than theirs. The female cultivator's jade-like hands kept changing hand seals. Suddenly, a huge moon rose into the sky. In the bright moon, there was a jade rabbit. The jade rabbit and the bright moon complemented each other. No one knew what kind of super ability it was. The dragon breath that rushed toward the female cultivator was blocked by the rising moon and the jade rabbit. The three powerhouses' attacks were indeed very powerful. But the true dragon's attack wasn't over yet. The true dragon was still spewing out powerful dragon breath. At this time, Lin Feng took out the Hu Yi bow and the Sunshot divine arrow. In addition to the Sunshot divine arrow, Lin Feng also took out many magic arrows. 7 stars piercing the moon, 9 stars aligned. Arrows were shot out by Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng's Sunshot divine arrow was also hidden among the many magic arrows. Those arrows were shot at the three powerhouses. The magic arrows were shattered by the attacks of the three powerhouses. Ordinary magic arrows couldn't hurt these powerhouses. But Lin Feng's true killing move was the Sunshot divine arrow. The Sunshot divine arrow was hidden among the ordinary magic arrows. The three powerhouses couldn't discover the Sunshot divine arrow. When they discovered it, it was already too late. The Sunshot divine arrow's target was the king of the foreign creatures. Previously, when he was in the Confucian sect, Lin Feng had used the Sunshot divine arrow to injure the king of the foreign creatures. This time, the Sunshot divine arrow once again quickly pierced through the boundless ocean that the king of the foreign creatures had created. Then, it shot murderously towards the king of the foreign creatures. When the king of the foreign creatures saw the Sunshot divine arrow, it was already too late. Damn it! The king of the foreign creatures couldn't help but curse. Pu. The king of the foreign creatures had just finished cursing. The Sunshot divine arrow already pierced through the king of the foreign creature's body. Ah! The king of the foreign creatures released a miserable scream. After the Confucian sect broke free, the king of the foreign creatures had never recovered. Now, his body was once again pierced through by the Sunshot divine arrow. Meanwhile, at this time, Long Outyen activated a heaven-overturning seal, fiercely smashing it towards the king of the foreign creatures. The two sides cooperated extremely well. The king of the foreign creature's expression was ugly, a palm smashing towards the heaven-overturning seal. However, the hasty attack, together with the injuries on his body, caused the king of the foreign creature's fighting strength to plummet. Chapter 48-58. At the sight of this, Lin Feng's morale was greatly boosted. Finally, one of them was heavily injured. Now, there was a good show to watch. The foreign king's injuries were already this serious, the amount of use he could play in this great battle was already extremely low. The remaining Eternal Heaven Monarch and that female cultivator were easy to deal with. Ha 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 ha. You little bastard. Now you know how powerful your daddy Long Outyen is. At this moment, Long Outyen could not help but laugh out loud. Long Outyen had been sullen before this. Now, the king of foreign creatures was injured to such an extent by him and Lin Feng. Naturally, Long Outyen wanted to show off. "I hate you." The king of foreign creatures roared in anger. His face could not help but contort. Ever since he was born, he had been injured repeatedly. Besides, he had been defeated twice by Lin Feng, which infuriated the king of the otherworldly spirits. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Originally, the king of foreign creatures, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He planned to take advantage of the king of foreign creatures' injuries to get rid of him as soon as possible. Lin Feng brought out the 5 stone swords again. The 5 stone swords were as fast as lightning as they slashed towards the eternal heaven monarch. At the same time, Lin Feng brought out the supreme treasure, the Bell of Hell. The runes on the Bell of Hell awakened. As the runes awakened, one after another, the power of the Bell of Hell continued to increase. The Bell of Hell vibrated with a power that could destroy the heavens and earth as it blasted towards the female cultivator. At the same time, the sun-slaying divine arrow flew back into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng drew his bow and shot another arrow at the king of foreign creatures. Now, Lin Feng was multitasking. He activated the true dragon crouching heavens diagram, the 5 stone swords, the Bell of Hell, Hu Yi's bow, and the sun-slaying divine arrow to attack the 3 powerhouses. As for Long Outyen, he was cooperating with Lin Feng to deal with the king of foreign creatures. Long Outyen activated the heaven-overturning precious imprint, once again smashing towards the foreign king. The true dragon formed by the true dragon crouching heaven diagram also continuously spewed out powerful dragon breath attacks, blasting towards the foreign king. Lin Feng drew his bow and shot another arrow. The sun-shooting divine arrow flew out quickly. Then, it shot towards the foreign king. The foreign king's expression was overcast to the extreme. He was held back by the dragon breath attack and Long Outyen's sky-flipping seal. He was a little tired of dealing with it. After all, he was still injured. Indeed, he was unable to fully unleash his combat strength. Therefore, when the sun-shooting divine arrow came again, even though the foreign king tried its best to dodge, it still couldn't avoid the sun-slaying divine arrow's attack. Pu. It was accompanied by a tearing sound. Sun-shooting divine arrow. Once again, it pierced through the foreign king's body. What a powerful force. Even the foreign king was sent flying. When the distant eternal heaven monarch saw this, his face sank. The eternal heaven monarch was an extremely cautious person. Now, he saw that the foreign king was injured. And the injury wasn't light. Lin Feng's true dragon crouching heaven diagram was so powerful. Wanting to kill Lin Feng now didn't seem too realistic. Therefore, the foreign king planned to leave quickly. When there was a chance next time, then, he would attack and kill Lin Feng. As for the foreign king's life and death, the eternal heaven monarch couldn't be bothered. They didn't have much of a relationship to begin with. Now that they were working together to deal with Lin Feng, it was only because their common enemy was Lin Feng. After thinking of this, the eternal heaven monarch attacked with all his might. First, he sent the 5 stone swords flying. Then, he broke free from the dragon breath attack. Then, he turned around and fled into the distance. Starred, after seeing the eternal heaven monarch leave, the foreign king couldn't help but curse angrily. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Your temporary ally has abandoned you. Now, are you ready to die?" Swoosh. The sun-slaying divine arrow flew out once more. It shot towards the foreign king at high speed. PFFF. The sun-slaying divine arrow caused huge damage to the foreign king's body for the 3rd time. 3 bloody holes appeared on the foreign king's body. Fresh blood continued to flow out from the 3 bloody holes. Lin Feng wanted to kill the king of the otherworldly creatures in one go. But at this moment, the foreign king roared out in anger, "Why is it like this? I am the dignified foreign king. To think that I would suffer in the hands of a human ant twice. What a humiliation, what a humiliation. But if you want to kill me, that's impossible. If I want to leave, you can't stop me at all." After the foreign king's voice fell, the foreign king's body directly exploded. His body turned into a ball of demonic light. Then, that ball of demonic light wrapped around the female cultivator, and then quickly fled into the distance. This is an escape technique used when escaping. This kind of method is extremely harmful to the body. Now that the foreign king has used such a desperate method, he probably won't be able to use his combat strength for a short period of time. Now is the best chance to kill him. Let's go, chase after him and kill him, Lin Feng said. Long Ao Tien nodded. Lin Feng and Long Ao Tien chased after the king of the exotic creatures. Lin Feng operated the 8 directions world and combined it with the Tao of space. He pushed his speed to the limit. Therefore, he kept the foreign creature king in the distance, not allowing it to smoothly leave all this time. Both sides, one fleeing and one chasing. They flew quickly in the forest. There were many cultivators in the forest. When they saw the two sides fighting, they weren't too surprised. Because they didn't see that the ball of demonic energy was formed by the foreign king's desperate method. They also didn't recognize that the cultivator chasing after him was the famous Lin Feng. And in the world of cultivators, battles between cultivators were too common. So, after seeing this kind of situation, they all had an expression as if it was a common occurrence. In the end, the demonic energy formed by the foreign king entered a mountain forest shrouded in fog. Lin Feng and Long Aotien chased after him without hesitation. When they chased into the mountain forest, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Because the visibility in that mountain forest was very low. The suppression of divine sense was even more serious. So, Lin Feng couldn't use his divine sense to search for the whereabouts of the foreign king. Other than that, Lin Feng was extremely wary of that female cultivator. That female cultivator's concealment technique was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng reminded, "Be careful, that female cultivator is good at concealment techniques." Chapter 48-59. Lin Feng tried to use his divine will to sense the surrounding situation. But, even with divine will, he couldn't find anything special. Lin Feng felt that the king of foreign creatures must have deliberately lured them here. This place. It was easy to get rid of Lin Feng and Long Aotien's pursuit. If he wanted to ambush Lin Feng and Long Aotien, it would also be much easier. Suddenly, the surrounding fog began to churn violently. Lin Feng and Long Aotien were separated by the fog. When Lin Feng went to search for Long Aotien's whereabouts again, Long Aotien was nowhere to be found. He and Long Aotien were separated by someone. Buzz. In the next moment, a cold sword appeared behind Lin Feng. That cold sword quickly pierced towards Lin Feng. The female cultivator beside the king of foreign creatures stepped out from the void. A sword pierced towards Lin Feng. She was proficient in concealment techniques, and was simply the most perfect assassin. Therefore, she circled behind Lin Feng and launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. Before she made her move, Lin Feng didn't even notice any traces of this female cultivator. Her methods were truly terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng guessed that the person who had just separated him and Long Aotien was this female cultivator. Seeing that the cold sword was about to pierce through Lin Feng's body, but at this time, Lin Feng's body had already quickly dissipated. Although he did not find any traces of that woman. But Lin Feng's sudden inspiration ability was extremely awesome. When the other party made his move, Lin Feng's sudden inspiration ability had already sensed it. So, he used his teleportation technique. Before the other party's sword could stab him, he had already disappeared without a trace. Because of this, he successfully dodged the other party's attack. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. He looked at the female cultivator coldly. Lin Feng said, "The foreign creatures are all extremely ugly, but I never thought that you would be so enchanting and charming." The female cultivator was slightly startled. She did not expect Lin Feng to say such words. The female cultivator then sneered, "How many foreign creatures have you seen? You simply do not understand the composition of the foreign creatures. How about the two of us have an in-depth exchange? When the time comes, I will understand the composition of the foreign creatures." Lin Feng emphasized the words in-depth exchange. The female cultivator naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. Her beautiful face was ice cold. "You reckless fool. You're already at death's door, yet you still dare to spout nonsense here. I'll chop your head off later," the female cultivator said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, her body disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This woman was indeed a powerful character. It seemed that she had once again used her concealment technique, wanting to launch a sneak attack on him. This time, Lin Feng's sudden inspiration ability actually lost its effect. Actually, when encountering danger, the sudden inspiration might not be able to sense everything. There were some dangers that could not be sensed by the sudden inspiration. Other than that, if one grasped some relatively powerful or strange methods, they could also deceive the heavens. At that time, the sudden inspiration ability would also lose its effect. Lin Feng felt. This female cultivator had probably already guessed that he had grasped the ability of the sudden inspiration. That was why she used other methods this time. Lin Feng was not surprised at all that this female cultivator had mastered a method that could deceive the heavens. Of course, Lin Feng did not only rely on the sudden inspiration ability to deal with all sorts of dangers. The sudden inspiration was just one of Lin Feng's auxiliary methods. Lin Feng began to circulate his haki. Now Lin Feng had cultivated 5 haki. These 5 haki were the Supreme Haki, Supreme World-Destroying Haki, Azure Dragon Haki, White Tiger Haki, and Epoch Haki. Lin Feng superimposed the 5 haki together, forming a haki magnetic field. When the haki magnetic field was formed, it was as if the surrounding void had been sealed. At this time, the female cultivator appeared. The female cultivator appeared 3 meters to the left of Lin Feng. She was already very close to Lin Feng. She was about to launch a surekill attack on Lin Feng at any time. But Lin Feng displayed the haki magnetic field in time, immediately destroying the female cultivator's plan and causing the female cultivator to reveal her true body. Haki magnetic field. You actually cultivated several different haki. The female cultivator's pretty face became extremely ugly. Cultivators who cultivated haki were extremely rare, and cultivators who cultivated 2 types of haki were even rarer. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and chileen horns. And Lin Feng. The haki that he cultivated wasn't just 2, but 5. Such a character was probably rare even in the history of the era. Therefore, the female cultivator was extremely shocked. "Do you know how powerful I am? Then submit to me." Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator's enchanting figure and beautiful face and said. The female cultivator sneered and quickly retreated, wanting to get rid of Lin Feng's haki magnetic field. Because under the cover of Lin Feng's haki magnetic field, her battle strength was suppressed to the extreme. Right now, the female cultivator felt that she only had about 60% of her peak battle strength. Almost half of her battle strength was lost. Losing so much battle power would have a huge impact on one's body. So, the female cultivator didn't want to continue entangling with Lin Feng. However, how could the female cultivator be able to get rid of Lin Feng just because she wanted to? Lin Feng quickly chased after the female cultivator. Holding the black dragon sword in his hand, he slashed at the female cultivator. This female cultivator's most powerful skill was the Tao of Assassination. Her Tao of Assassination. Unparalleled in the world. However, her ability to fight head-on was not good. In fact, this female cultivator was somewhat similar to many assassins. Those assassins were also extremely powerful in their assassination techniques, and could even kill cultivators who were far above their own realm. However, Lin Feng's haki magnetic field was too much of a suppression on the female cultivator. Firstly, under the haki magnetic field, the female cultivator was unable to use her assassination techniques. Secondly, under the haki magnetic field, the female cultivator's battle strength was reduced by as much as 40%. Now that her battle strength had dropped so much, she couldn't use her best techniques. Therefore, when Lin Feng arrived, he was extremely angry. The female cultivator was instantly suppressed by Lin Feng. However, this female cultivator was indeed very powerful. Even though her battle strength had been greatly reduced and she couldn't use her best techniques, she still didn't show any signs of defeat. It was impossible for Lin Feng to defeat her in a short period of time. However, Lin Feng's methods were far more than that. He summoned the two evil godstone statues. The two evil godstone statues joined the battlefield. The battle strength of these two evil godstone statues was extremely terrifying, not inferior to Lin Feng's battle strength. After the two evil godstone statues joined the battlefield. Chapter 4860. Ha 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 ha, looks like you're destined to be caught by me today. Where's the king of foreign creatures? Hurry up and let him come out as well, Lin Feng said with a laugh. In Lin Feng's opinion, this female cultivator definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Unless the king of foreign creatures came out to help him. It was perfect to lure the king of foreign creatures out. If the king of foreign creatures really dared to come out. When the time came, Lin Feng also had a way to deal with the king of foreign creatures. After all, the king of foreign creatures' battle strength had long plummeted because of his injuries. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't fear the king of foreign creatures. Don't be complacent too early, the female cultivator said coldly. He began to try to break out of the encirclement. Once, twice, thrice. But, every time he tried, it would end in failure. Right now, Lin Feng's battle strength was too strong. After all, Lin Feng and the others were working together. Lin Feng found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He slapped the other party's shoulder with his palm. Instantly, that female cultivator was sent flying by Lin Feng. The two evil godstone statues brandished their battle swords and slashed towards the female cultivator. They wouldn't show mercy to the fairer sex. The female cultivator's pretty face suddenly changed. Facing the attacks of the two evil godstone statues, she didn't fight them head-on. Instead, she chose to dodge quickly. However, the female cultivator had just dodged the attacks of the two evil godstone statues. Lin Feng had already arrived beside her. Lin Feng used the powerful divine ability, the 8 divine seals. Numerous runes condensed and formed. Those runes. All of them flew towards the female cultivator. Runes after runes. They directly sealed the female cultivator's body. The female cultivator's pretty face instantly became extremely ugly. Lin Feng pinched the female cultivator's chin and said with a smile, "The king of foreign creatures actually didn't appear. That guy doesn't seem to care about your life and death. Now that you've fallen into my hands, what do you think?" The female cultivator coldly said, "If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you wish. I won't even frown." Lin Feng said, "You should really be glad that you're so beautiful and charming. I've always been protective of women, so I won't kill you. However, I have a lot of questions for you. When I ask you later, you'd better answer me honestly. Otherwise, I have many ways to make you talk." The female cultivator said coldly, "Give up, I won't say anything." "Are you really not going to tell me?" Lin Feng caressed the female cultivator's beautiful face and said, "If you don't tell me, do you believe that I will sell you to a brothel? You're shameless." The female cultivator looked at Lin Feng angrily. "I don't think I'm shameless." Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Of course, if you cooperate with me, I won't treat you like this. What do you want to ask?" The female cultivator asked with an ugly expression. "What's there to ask? We'll talk later. Right now, I need to find my companion," Lin Feng said indifferently. He suppressed the female cultivator in the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Then, he went to find Long Outyen. The surroundings were shrouded by restrictions, forming an illusion array. Lin Feng walked out of the illusion array. "Long Outyen, where are you?" Lin Feng shouted. "I'm here. Come and save me," Long Outyen screamed. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard Long Outyen's cry for help. He did not dare to hesitate and quickly rushed towards the direction of the voice. Soon, Lin Feng saw Long Outyen. This guy was actually trapped in a swamp. A golden pagoda floated above Long Outyen. The golden pagoda released a golden bell barrier. It protected Long Outyen who was inside. "Are you okay?" Lin Feng asked. "Damn, luckily you appeared in time. The king of foreign creatures tricked me and trapped me here. Just as he was about to kill me, your voice came. The king of foreign creatures did not dare to stay and quickly escaped. Otherwise, I would have died. Long Outyen said with a frightened expression. Look at how timid you are. Don't you have a defensive magic treasure? With this treasure, you can definitely hold on for a while, Lin Feng said. He used his magic power to form a large hand of energy. The large hand of energy grabbed Long Outyen. Lin Feng tried to pull Long Outyen out of the swamp. However, Lin Feng realized that Long Outyen's body did not move at all. Damn, this is so strange. Lin Feng was surprised. There seems to be something entangled with my body, Long Outyen said. At this moment, Long Outyen's body began to sink rapidly. In an instant, it submerged Long Outyen's neck. Long Outyen shouted, "Hurry up and save me. That thing is pulling me down." Lin Feng quickly slashed out sword chi. The sword chi quickly flew into the swamp below. Then, in the swamp, there was a poochie. There was a tearing sound. When the tearing sound was heard, a large amount of blood gushed out from the swamp. He did not know what was entangled with Long Outyen under the swamp. It could actually cause blood to flow out. It was extremely strange. Long Outyen took the opportunity to rush out. He was covered in mud and looked to be in a sorry state. That damn king of foreign creatures actually dared to trick me like this and put me in such a sorry state. The next time I see him, I will definitely tear that grandson into pieces, Long Outyen said fiercely. Lin Feng said, "It's a pity to let this guy escape. Where's that woman? Could it be that you've caught him?" Long Outyen asked curiously. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I caught her and suppressed her. Let's find a place. I want to interrogate this woman about the foreign world." Foreign world? Damn, what a world that people yearn for. I also want to know what kind of world the foreign world is. Long Outyen's eyes immediately lit up. Obviously, this guy. Towards the foreign world. He was also very curious. To the cultivators of this starry sky world, the foreign world was indeed filled with mystery. The two of them did not stay and quickly left. After Lin Feng and Long Outyen left, a cultivator walked out from a big tree. That cultivator was none other than the king of foreign creatures. The king of foreign creatures did not go far. He used a special method to hide himself in the big tree. Damn it, I am the dignified king of foreign creatures. To think that I would end up like this. Lin Feng, you little bastard. All of this is thanks to you. I won't let you off. Chapter 4861. Lin Feng and Long Outyen found a secluded and dry cave. Then, Lin Feng used a restriction to seal the cave. Then, he summoned the female cultivator out. The female cultivator was still sealed, so she couldn't move. TSK, this little girl's figure is quite hot, and her face is also beautiful. She is also a foreign life form, and is filled with exotic charm. Long Outyen grinned and said, "Shut up, you four-legged reptile." The female cultivator glared at Long Outyen fiercely. Four-legged reptile was the greatest insult to the dragon race. This female cultivator had already become a prisoner, but she still had such an arrogant attitude. In fact, this was a type of personality that had been nurtured in her bones. These foreign creatures were extremely powerful. They had always been high and mighty existences. So, he simply looked down on the creatures of this world. Even if Long Outyen was from the Eastern Divine Dragon race with a powerful bloodline, he was still not placed in the other party's eyes. "Bitch, I've given you face, haven't I? You're just a prisoner now. Do you believe that I won't slap you to death?" Long Outyen was furious. He rolled up his sleeves. It was as if he wanted to slap the female cultivator a few times. Lin Feng said, "Why are you arguing with a prisoner? You can be considered to have lived 2 lifetimes, yet you still can't see past it." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Long Outyen said, "You're right, there's no need to argue with a prisoner. Moreover, I'm a man, and as the saying goes, only vile people and women are difficult to deal with. I'm a man, there's no need to argue with a woman." Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Natasha," the female cultivator said. "Natasha? What a strange name." Lin Feng could not help but mutter, and then asked, "Where did you come from?" Natasha said, actually, I am a cultivator born in the undying realm. Lin Feng could not help but frown. You are clearly an otherworldly creature. How could you have been born in the undying world? Natasha said angrily, my ancestors came from a foreign world, but I didn't. In the past, my ancestors followed the foreign king. However, back then, they suffered a heavy blow, the foreign king suppressed by the Confucian sect's Kong and Meng, two saints. The remaining few managed to escape with their lives, and then they went into hiding, waiting for the day when they accumulated enough power to rescue the foreign king. Only, in these past few years, the various great powers haven't been friendly towards the foreign creatures, which is why the foreign creatures have been suppressed greatly, the foreign creatures' strength recovery also comparatively slower. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The various great forces were unfriendly to the creatures of the other side, and they had the nerve to say something like that. Why are the great powers so unfriendly towards the foreign creatures? Do you not have the slightest idea? Wasn't it all because the foreign creatures had caused too much slaughter back then? Many people hated the foreign creatures to the extreme. Of course, Lin Feng did not interrupt Natasha's words. Natasha continued, later on, when we finally accumulated strength with great difficulty, we also successfully rescued the foreign king. Only, this era seemed to have already changed. It is no longer an era where the foreign creatures can run amok without fear, said Lin Feng. The era of the king of the otherworldly creatures has already passed. In this era, there are too many strong cultivators who can oppress the king of the otherworldly creatures. He has been imprisoned for so many years. After coming out, he should have gone into hiding instead of continuing to wander around outside. Just wait and see. It won't be long before the foreign king dies without a doubt. Natasha did not refute Lin Feng. Perhaps she also had a premonition about this. From the matter of dealing with Lin Feng, one could see some clues. Even dealing with a young cultivator like Lin Feng suffered such a huge setback. Did this mean that the foreign king's fate was already over? As for cultivators, fate was very important. This unseen and untouchable fate would affect a cultivator's life many times. Lin Feng continued to ask, then where did your ancestor come from? Kunlun, 9 provinces, Nirvana, time. These were the 4 universes that Lin Feng knew of. The universes they were currently in. It was the 9 provinces universe. As for the foreign creatures, they usually referred to the creatures of the 3 universes, Kunlun, Nirvana, and time. It was unknown what kind of world these 3 universes were. However, the foreign creatures that walked out of these 3 universes were all extremely terrifying. Because, creatures that could cross universes were usually extremely heaven-defying existences. It was just like the king of the foreign creatures, when he was at his peak. This guy was at least at the sage realm. It's just that his cultivation base has dropped. Natasha said, my ancestor came from the Nirvana universe. Nirvana universe, what kind of universe is that? Lin Feng asked curiously. Natasha said, actually, I don't know what kind of universe it is because I rarely hear my elders mention it. I only heard that their situation in that universe is extremely bad. But, as time passed, the elders from that universe fell one after another. So now, the descendants of the foreign creatures that were born in this universe know even less about that world. Lin Feng asked. Then, how many experts do you have in your clan? Natasha said, other than the foreign king, there is also an ancestor-level expert. That ancestor's strength is very terrifying, but that ancestor has always been at the life and death threshold. Even when we rescued the foreign king, that ancestor did not come out of seclusion. Where are your clansmen now? Lin Feng asked. What do you want to do? Natasha looked at Lin Feng and asked. She bit her lip and said, if you want to find them and kill them, I won't tell you. I know that your methods might be extraordinary, and you might have a way to convert me or enslave me, but there is a seal in my mind. If you try to convert me or enslave me, I can choose to die. I would rather die than betray my clansmen. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, fine, I won't ask about your clansmen's whereabouts, and I won't convert you. However, if I let you go just like that, I won't be willing. I've already told you what you want to know. What else do you want me to do? Natasha asked. Lin Feng said, "You wanted to kill me before. Although I have a tender heart for the fairer sex and don't kill beautiful women, I won't let my enemies go so easily," Lin Feng said as he pinched Natasha's delicate snow-white bottom. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. "What do you want to do to me?" Natasha's heart was in a mess. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I haven't thought of how to deal with you yet. I'll suppress you first." Chapter 4862. 100 times. 100 times. Long Outyen immediately shouted. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. "Shameless, scum. How could I do such a thing?" Lin Feng kicked Long Outyen and said, "Don't talk nonsense here. I'm a righteous person. How could I do such a despicable thing?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Long Outyen immediately curled his lips and looked at him as if he was lying. After a short rest, Lin Feng and Long Outyen continued to rush towards the depths of the island. As the Dragon Island was very large, Lin Feng and Long Outyen flew for a long time. About a month later, they gradually found that the number of cultivators had increased. After a careful investigation, they found out that someone had leaked the information about the prehistoric Dragon Emperor's tomb. Therefore, a large number of cultivators were rushing in this direction. Long Outyen cursed loudly when he heard the news. What the F***ck? Which bastard leaked the news? With so many cultivators here, who knows how many times more difficult it will be to obtain the fortune here. In fact, Lin Feng was also a little depressed. He did not know who was behind this. Lin Feng also could not understand why the other party leaked the information. If this information was not leaked, there would not be many cultivators who knew about this secret. In a situation where there were fewer people to snatch the opportunity, the probability of getting the opportunity would definitely increase greatly. Now, Lin Feng's heart was in a mess. After all, there were too many cultivators here. It was hard to say who would get the opportunity. Most of the time, it was not that one's cultivation level was high enough to get the opportunity here. In the world of cultivators, there were countless cultivators whose cultivation level was not high enough to snatch the opportunity from the hands of experts. I heard that there is a Dragon Emperor mountain in the depths of the island. The prehistoric Dragon Emperor was buried under the Dragon Emperor mountain, a cultivator said. The prehistoric Dragon Emperor's legacy and natal magic treasure are definitely terrifying. I just don't know who will get them in the end. Then, another cultivator said. Do you think the descendants of the prehistoric Dragon Emperor are also under the Dragon Emperor mountain? Maybe the Dragon Emperor's offspring hasn't even hatched yet, the third cultivator said. The cultivator's words caused a heated discussion among the crowd. In fact, what the cultivator said was very likely to happen. If he could find the son of the prehistoric Dragon Emperor and hatch the little Dragon Emperor, he would be able to do it. This was heaven-defying, because this was not as simple as obtaining a powerful pet. At that time, he might be able to use Little Dragon Emperor to command the prehistoric dragons. Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but look forward to it. Everyone wanted to find Little Dragon Emperor. In fact, Lin Feng and Long Outyen were also discussing the matter of the young Dragon Emperor. However, how difficult was it to find the young Dragon Emperor? When they arrived at the burial ground of the prehistoric Dragon Emperor, they would see if the Little Dragon Emperor was inside. Lin Feng and Long Outyen continued to fly deeper. Lin Feng frowned and said, "Why haven't I seen any prehistoric dragons during this time? What about the prehistoric dragons? Where did they go?" Long Outyen said, "During this period of time, a steady stream of cultivators poured into Dragon Island, and from time to time, great battles would break out. The prehistoric dragons probably suffered a lot of losses, so I guess that those prehistoric dragons should have retreated to a safe place." Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it was possible. 5 days later, Lin Feng and Long Outyen arrived at the Dragon Emperor Mountain. The Dragon Emperor Mountain was a huge mountain range that stretched for dozens of miles. There were a total of 9 mountain peaks. Inside the Dragon Emperor Mountain, dragon aura surged and purple light spewed out. In many places, one could even see prehistoric dragons condensed from dragon aura. That was the spirit essence. It was not a real creature. Therefore, they would not attack the cultivators who entered the Dragon Emperor Mountain. It's really a holy land for cultivation, Long Outyen sighed. From the outside, this place was indeed a holy land for cultivation. However, to be honest, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Mainly, this place. There were 9 mountains. 9 was the ultimate number, which meant that it was unknown. Back then, why did the prehistoric Dragon Emperor choose such a place to pass away? Don't you feel that there's something wrong with this place? Lin Feng said as he looked at Long Outyen. Long Outyen asked doubtfully, something's wrong? What's wrong? 9 is an unknown number, Lin Feng said. He did not say much, because Lin Feng believed that Long Outyen understood what he wanted to say. Long Outyen said, the ancient Saint Emperor felt that the number 9 was too vague, so he reduced it to 5. However, I'm guessing that the ancient Saint Emperor reduced the number from 9 to 5 after the prehistoric era. Therefore, in the prehistoric era, 9 was still the number of supreme beings. Therefore, when looking for a burial place, they preferred to look for the place where the 9 dragon veins converge instead of the 8 dragon veins of the modern era. Lin Feng nodded and said, if that's the case, then I can understand why the prehistoric Dragon Emperor chose this place to pass away. The inner region of the Dragon Emperor mountain range was sealed by restrictions, so they couldn't enter yet. However, more and more powerful cultivators arrived one after another. Those cultivators who came from big sects floated outside the Dragon Emperor mountain range and looked into the mountain range. As for the cultivators from other factions and independent cultivators, they stayed far away from the mountain range. Lin Feng saw some familiar faces, such as the Eternal Heaven Monarch, the 8 Extreme Palace Patriarch, the Chu Clan Patriarch, and others. Of course, there were also some top experts that Lin Feng did not recognize. Apart from them, Lin Feng also saw the Moon Goddess, Huangfu Qingtian, the son of the Eastern Emperor, the blood-haired woman, the decaying corpse, and other powerful beings. Lin Feng also saw the great demon Yu. At the same time, Lin Feng also saw someone. The female Holy Spirit. She was also here. She was the Holy Spirit King, and had some interactions with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not see Little Fairy. Lin Feng remembered that Little Fairy was cultivating beside the female Holy Spirit, but Little Fairy did not come here. Perhaps she was in seclusion. Lin Feng planned to go over and greet the female Holy Spirit, but he gave up in the end. The female Holy Spirit was the focus of countless people. If he went over to greet the female Holy Spirit now, he would be exposed. If that was the case, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Apart from these experts, young Master Shui Yu, young Master Ming Yu, young Master Xing Yu, and others were also here. In addition, there were several peerless fairies, such as Mu Yashi and others, who were also here. Everyone was waiting for the restrictions of the Dragon Emperor mountain range to open. Rumble. A day later, the restrictions of the Dragon Emperor mountain range let out an earth-shaking sound. Immediately. Chapter 4863. The restrictive spell of Dragon Emperor mountain range lasted for 3 days before dispersing completely. After that, a great number of cultivators poured into Dragon Emperor mountain range. Of course, those who entered Dragon Emperor mountain range first were the top powers of those top powers. After they entered Dragon Emperor mountain range, the other cultivators dared to enter Dragon Emperor mountain range one after another. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. In a place like this, the first to enter would indeed have a higher chance of obtaining a fortune. However, since so many cultivators had already rushed in, there was no point in being anxious. Therefore, Lin Feng seemed to be more relaxed. Lin Feng and Long Outyen entered the mountain range together. Many people were looking for the entrance to the place where the prehistoric Dragon Emperor passed away. Not long after, news spread that someone had found the entrance in the deepest part of the mountain range. Many top experts had already rushed in. When Lin Feng and Long Outyen arrived, they saw a large number of cultivators flying towards the huge cave. The huge cave was like the mouth of a lion, emitting a gloomy and terrifying aura. It should be there. I wonder what the prehistoric Dragon Emperor left behind. Long Outyen couldn't help but say. Lin Feng frowned because he felt that something was wrong. However, Lin Feng couldn't pinpoint what it was. This feeling was very strange, but it was also very real. What exactly is wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Long Aotian had an excited look on his face. It was clear that Long Aotian wasn't paying attention to the situation outside. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, do you feel that something is wrong here? The Demon Lord said, something is indeed wrong. Aside from the cultivators from outside, there are no other living beings on Dragon Island. The prehistoric dragon race and other powerful beings have all disappeared without a trace. Logically speaking, since the prehistoric Dragon Emperor's place of death has been discovered, the powerful beings on Dragon Island should also appear here. However, they didn't appear. This is a little puzzling. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. He thought for a moment and said, I think this place is dangerous. I'd better not go in. The Demon Lord transmitted his voice. All right. Let's wait and see. Lin Feng pulled Long Aotian and said, this place is too strange. Let's not go in. We'll stay outside and observe for a while. If there are any problems, we'll immediately run away. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Long Aotian immediately became vigilant and asked, what's wrong? Do you feel that something is wrong? Lin Feng nodded and said, there is indeed something wrong. The prehistoric Dragon Emperor's place of death has appeared, but there are no fierce beasts or prehistoric dragons. Moreover, the surroundings are strangely quiet. It's just that these cultivators have been blinded by the benefits in front of them. Those who haven't been blinded are usually the stronger cultivators who have incomparable confidence in themselves. Even if they feel that something is wrong, they don't care. Long Aotian said, now that you mention it, I do feel that this place is a little strange. Let's wait outside and see. I don't want to lose my life because of some unreliable opportunities. Lin Feng and Long Aotian quickly rushed outside and hid in the forest. More and more cultivators entered. After 6 hours, there were very few cultivators outside. However, there were still some cautious cultivators who wandered outside in the forest and at the same time, observed the situation inside and outside the Dragon Emperor mountain range. At this moment, the energy between heaven and earth became chaotic. When he felt the chaotic energy fluctuations between heaven and earth, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This sudden change made him feel as if something unknown was about to happen. Long Aotian said, I can feel the aura of a dragon. Although they hide it very well, I can still sense it. Lin Feng didn't sense the aura of a dragon, but Long Aotian was different. Long Aotian was an Eastern divine dragon, and he belonged to the dragon race. Therefore, Long Aotian was very familiar with the aura of a dragon. Therefore, Long Aotian could sense some of the aura that Lin Feng couldn't sense. The energy in the Dragon Emperor mountain range has become chaotic, and you can sense the aura of a dragon. It seems that something terrible is about to happen. Let's quickly leave the Dragon Emperor mountain range, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Long Aotian nodded and quickly flew outside with Lin Feng. He saw some cultivators wandering around the Dragon Emperor mountain range. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout, what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly, something terrible is about to happen in this place. Actually, Lin Feng didn't have to remind those people. But Lin Feng was so kind. He naturally didn't want to see those people die tragically here. After those cultivators heard Lin Feng's shout, although they didn't know what was going to happen, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They all rushed outside. After Lin Feng and the rest left the Dragon Emperor mountain range, dense array patterns suddenly appeared inside the Dragon Emperor mountain range. Those array patterns were actually dragon patterns. They were ancient array patterns passed down by the dragon race, and their power was unimaginable. Seeing those activated dragon patterns, everyone couldn't help but show a look of fear on their faces. Fortunately, everyone came out in time. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the mountain range by those dragon patterns. Thinking of the terrifying power contained in those dragon patterns, many people felt a sense of fear. It's the sacrificial dragon pattern, Long Aotian said. Sacrificial dragon pattern, what kind of dragon pattern is this? Lin Feng asked in confusion. Long Aotian said, it's an extremely ancient dragon pattern. It's one of the top dragon patterns mastered by the prehistoric dragon race. This dragon pattern is extremely domineering. It's said that this dragon pattern can be used as a sacrifice to the living beings in the universe. The prehistoric dragon race must have set up these dragon patterns. They probably want to sacrifice the cultivators who entered the Dragon Emperor mountain range. Lin Feng said, during this period of time, the cultivators who entered Dragon Island had more than one battle with the prehistoric dragon race and many living beings on Dragon Island. This probably angered the prehistoric dragon race and those living beings. Therefore, the prehistoric dragon race set up this trap and spread the news that this is the place where the prehistoric dragon emperor passed away. It's all to attract more cultivators and then sacrifice them. That's right, that must be it. Long Aotian nodded. As soon as Long Aotian finished speaking, the sacrificial dragon pattern was completely activated. Chapter 4864. Something is happening outside. Some cultivators in the depths of the Dragon Emperor mountain range also noticed the change. Because there were still some cultivators lingering outside the depths of the Dragon Emperor mountain range. They didn't enter the cave. However, when the energy fluctuation first occurred in the Dragon Emperor mountain range, they didn't evacuate immediately. The sacrificial dragon marks quickly sealed off the Dragon Emperor mountain range. Those cultivators wanted to escape. But it was too late. Rumble. Rumble. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. No one knew what was happening below the Dragon Emperor mountain range. There was definitely a shocking upheaval. Therefore, that was why such a huge change happened in the Dragon Emperor mountain range. At this moment, the screams of many cultivators could be heard from below the Dragon Emperor mountain range. Those screams were extremely tragic. Anyone who heard the screams below would have their hair stand on end. The cultivators outside didn't dare to stay. They quickly rushed out of the Dragon Emperor mountain range, wanting to leave the Dragon Emperor mountain range as soon as possible. However, it was obviously too late to leave the Dragon Emperor mountain range now. When those cultivators collided with the sacrificial dragon marks of the Dragon Emperor mountain range, many cultivators' bodies directly exploded. The rest of the cultivators quickly took out their defensive Dharma treasures to protect their bodies. Then, they took out their powerful offensive Dharma treasures to attack the sacrificial dragon marks. However, it was still useless. The sacrificial dragon marks emitted an extremely terrifying sacrificial power. The sacrificial power even ignited those offensive and defensive Dharma treasures. Those Dharma treasures also became the sacrificial targets. No, I don't want to die here. Many cultivators screamed in horror. The scene in front of them was too terrifying. They were trapped in the Dragon Emperor mountain range and couldn't rush out at all. Such a scene was simply despairing. At this moment, many cultivators rushed out of the cave. Some of the stronger cultivators were in an extremely sorry state. The weaker cultivators were in a miserable state. Each of them looked as if they were dyed in blood. The cultivators who had rushed out from the ground also rushed into the sky, trying to escape. Those cultivators were also quickly killed after touching the sacrificial dragon marks. Many of them died miserably. Sacrificial dragon marks, it's the sacrificial dragon marks. They want to sacrifice us alive. Someone shouted. It seemed that some people were quite knowledgeable and recognized that those runes were the legendary sacrificial dragon runes. The sacrificial dragon runes were too powerful, so when they heard the word sacrificial dragon runes, many cultivators' expression became extremely ugly. Break out, hurry up and break out. We have to break out before the power of the sacrificial dragon tattoo erupts. Otherwise, we will definitely be trapped here and die. Another cultivator shouted loudly. Many cultivators gathered together and tried to break out, but at this time, the power of the sacrificial dragon tattoo began to erupt. Extremely terrifying sacrificial power gushed out of the sacrificial dragon runes and enveloped all the cultivators. Following that, the power of sacrifice ignited the bodies of the cultivators one after another. The cultivators wanted to extinguish the flames but they couldn't. The sacrificial dragon tattoo was too terrifying. It turned the Dragon Emperor mountain range into a living hell. Lin Feng and the others stood in the distance and watched. They couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. The methods of the prehistoric dragon tribe were truly horrifying. There were probably 30 to 40,000 cultivators who had arrived at this place. But in the end, not many of them could make it out alive. One cultivator after another was burned to ashes. Many of them were well-known figures in the outside world. But here, no one cared about their identity. A large number of cultivators died tragically in the Dragon Emperor mountain range. Of course, there were also some cultivators who managed to break out. For example, some extremely powerful cultivators, such as the female Holy Spirit, the Moon God, the Great Demon Yu, the Chu family's ancestor, and others. They were strong and had great treasures. Even the sacrificial dragon marks couldn't kill them. They successfully broke the attack of the sacrificial dragon marks and escaped. Those cultivators took some people with them. Of course, those they took away were basically their fellow sect members or clansmen. As for the life and death of strangers, those powerhouses didn't care. Many cultivators wanted to follow those powerhouses and leave. Because those powerhouses had already torn apart the sacrificial dragon marks. But soon, they despaired. After those powerhouses left, the sacrificial dragon marks quickly recovered. When those cultivators rushed to the sacrificial dragon marks, they were immediately attacked by the sacrificial dragon marks. Many cultivators died tragically because of that. The cultivators who had escaped didn't stay and quickly left this dangerous place. At this moment, an ancient dragon language resounded between heaven and earth. The ancient dragon city that disappeared. We use our blood and souls as sacrifices to summon the ancient dragon city back to the world. It's the sacrificial voice of the prehistoric dragon. Lin Feng was shocked. However, he didn't understand the meaning of the sacrificial words of the prehistoric dragons. Lin Feng looked at Long Outyen and asked, "Do you understand the dragon language?" Long Outyen nodded and said, "They seem to want to use the sacrificial method to summon an ancient city, but we don't know what kind of ancient city it is." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Previously, he thought that the prehistoric dragons had caused such a huge massacre because of the enmity they had with the foreign cultivators during this period. But now, things weren't as simple as they seemed. The fact that the prehistoric dragons wanted to summon an ancient city was puzzling. Why did they want to summon that ancient city? "Let's leave quickly. We can't stay here for long," Lin Feng said. Long Outyen nodded. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the Dragon Sovereign mountain range one last time. At this moment, cultivators were being sacrificed continuously. A large number of cultivators. One after another, they died. Obviously, other than the top powerhouses, the rest of the cultivators couldn't escape with their own strength. Those tens of thousands of cultivators would probably die in the end. Lin Feng and Long Outyen quickly left the area. In the end, all of the cultivators were sacrificed. The area of the Dragon Sovereign mountain range was turned into a land of death. It was very terrifying. Even during the day, many vengeful spirits and evil spirits could be seen roaming around. The prehistoric dragons and various powerful ferocious beasts on Dragon Island appeared in the forest. Chapter 4865. Roar. Roars shook the heavens. Roars of dragons and cries of apes. More than 10 prehistoric dragons and 5 or 6 powerful Dragon Islanders surrounded Lin Feng and Long Outyen. Then, they launched an extremely ferocious and violent attack on Lin Feng and Long Outyen. These prehistoric dragons and Dragon Islanders were very powerful. However, Lin Feng and Long Outyen did not find it difficult to deal with their attacks because they were also very powerful. In the distance, the earth and mountains shook. It seemed like there were more prehistoric dragons and Dragon Islanders coming at them. Therefore, Lin Feng and Long Outyen did not plan to stay any longer. They did not want to continue fighting with these prehistoric dragons and Dragon Islanders. After all, there was nothing to gain from it. Lin Feng and Long Outyen quickly got rid of the prehistoric dragons and Dragon Islanders. Have these prehistoric dragons and Dragon Islanders gone mad? They are looking for foreign cultivators everywhere and killing them. Why are they doing this? Long Outyen could not understand the thoughts of the prehistoric dragons and Dragon Islanders. Previously, The dragons had sacrificed tens of thousands of foreign cultivators. Therefore, in their opinion, the prehistoric dragons should be able to stop for a while. However, they did not do so. They continued to massacre the foreign cultivators. Of course, the foreign cultivators were not to be trifled with. In the war, many prehistoric dragons and creatures of the Dragon Island were killed. This was a lose-lose result. However, the prehistoric dragons and creatures of the Dragon Island did not stop because of this lose-lose result. They continued to attack, and many cultivators died tragically. Many prehistoric dragons and Dragon Islanders also died. Corpses could be seen everywhere. Some were the corpses of prehistoric dragons, some were Dragon Islanders, and some were even foreign cultivators. Lin Feng said, "Could it be related to the appearance of the ancient city?" The reason why the prehistoric dragons and Dragon Island massacred the foreign cultivators was because they wanted to prevent them from entering the ancient city when it appeared. Long Aotian nodded and said, "Now that you mention it, I think it's possible." Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, then everything makes sense. I'm afraid this massacre won't end anytime soon." Long Aotian said, "Do you think the prehistoric dragon emperor passed away in the ancient city?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "That's possible. However, we still don't know when the ancient city will appear and where it will appear on Dragon Island." Long Aotian said, "I'm guessing that the sacrificial ritual alone might not be enough to summon the ancient city. The sacrificial ritual is only the first step in summoning the ancient city. Next, the prehistoric dragons might use other methods to summon the ancient city." Lin Feng felt that it was very possible. In the following period of time, the massacre continued. Many cultivators knew that the situation was very bad, so a large number of them began to rush out, wanting to leave Dragon Island. Lin Feng and Long Aotian were targeted by a terrifying creature. It was a Dragon King level existence, a lightning dragon. The lightning dragon was only a dozen meters long. Compared to other prehistoric dragons, it was too small. However, as a Dragon King level existence, the lightning dragon's speed and combat strength were absolutely terrifying. Lin Feng summoned the two evil godstone statues and joined forces with Long Aotian to deal with the lightning dragon. However, they were still no match for the lightning dragon. In the end, Lin Feng and Long Aotian were helpless. They had no choice but to flee. The lightning dragon was very fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. Lin Feng used the 8 directional worlds and the Tao of space to support it. Even so, he still could not shake off the Dragon King's pursuit. "Flee. Flee to where there are more cultivators," Long Aotian said. Even a Dragon King level existence would more or less be incomparably fearful of a place with many cultivators. Lin Feng fled outside the island. When he reached the outer area of the island, many cultivators had evacuated to this area. The lightning dragon let out an unwilling roar and quickly left. Lin Feng could not help but let out a long breath. Someone took out an ancient ship and intends to ride the wind and break the waves to leave Dragon Island. News spread and a large number of cultivators came to the seaside. Lin Feng and Long Aotian also came here. They saw a huge ancient ship in the distant sea area heading out. Many cultivators had already boarded the ship. Bang! 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 However, at this moment, something in the sea area seemed to be hitting the ancient ship, so a series of violent collisions could be heard. "It's the sea dragon. It must be the sea dragon," many cultivators said in horror. Previously, everyone saw the sea dragon in the sea area. It was the absolute overlord of the sea and was unimaginably powerful. Now that the ancient ship had entered the sea area, it seemed very normal to become the sea dragon's target. Attack! A large number of cultivators rushed to the deck, and then the captain gave the order. All kinds of magic treasures flew out and sank into the sea, attacking the sea dragon. However, a terrifying thing happened. Those magic treasures sank into the sea and were swallowed by the sea dragon without even causing any waves. The sea dragon continued to hide in the sea and hit the ancient ship. Bang bang bang! After dozens of consecutive collisions, the sound of cracking could be heard. The ancient ship's restriction began to crack. It didn't take long for the ancient ship's restriction to be completely destroyed. But this was just the beginning. After the ancient ship's restriction was destroyed, the hull also began to crack. This was the most terrifying thing. Crack, crack. The speed at which the hull cracked was extremely shocking. In the blink of an eye, the hull of the ship was completely shattered. Many cultivators soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, huge waves surged and swept over. A large number of cultivators were swept up by the huge waves. Then, those cultivators were swept into the sea. They were instantly submerged by the sea. No cultivators escaped. They had probably become the sea dragon's food. There were only a dozen or so cultivators who were not swept into the sea. There were about 400 or 500 cultivators on the ship, but in the end, only a dozen or so of them were relatively lucky. The sea dragon is guarding the sea area. There's no way to pass. Many people's faces turned pale. The sea dragon was too powerful. Its strength was probably much stronger than those dragon kings. It was definitely a terrifying existence close to the Saint Realm. Chapter 4866. The Sea Dragon is awesome. If I can swallow this sea dragon, my strength will definitely increase greatly, Long Outyen said. Lin Feng said, with your small body, you probably won't even be enough to fill the gaps between the sea dragon's teeth. Long Outyen said, nonsense, I just don't want to lower myself to the sea dragon's level. If I wanted to deal with that big guy, I could do it in minute. After hearing Long Outyen's words, Lin Feng immediately looked at Long Outyen with incomparable disdain. Many of the surrounding people looked at Long Outyen with a mocking expression because Long Outyen was bragging too much. None of the creatures who came to Dragon Island dared to say that they were a match for the sea dragon. Whoosh! At this moment, a cultivator soared into the sky and quickly flew toward the sea. Damn, another one who doesn't care about his life, a cultivator said. In the sea region, huge waves rolled and swept towards the cultivators who flew into the sea region. At this moment, the cultivator's body changed. The cultivator's body turned into a white crane. After transforming into a white crane, the cultivator traveled through the huge waves and avoided the huge waves that swept toward him. Its immortal master white crane, a true immortal powerhouse. Some cultivators could not help but exclaim. This immortal master white crane was definitely an amazing figure. Not only was his cultivation powerful, but his speed was also unparalleled in the world. Therefore, he was able to avoid the huge waves. Roar, a low roar was heard, followed by the sound of splashing water. It was the sea dragon. It rushed out of the sea, opened its bloody mouth, and tried to swallow immortal master white crane. It was a ferocious mouth that could swallow a huge mountain in one gulp. Immortal master white crane was about to be swallowed by the sea dragon. However, at this critical moment, immortal master white crane flapped his wings and sped up, dodging the disaster. The sea dragon then fell into the sea. Because the dragons on Dragon Island could no longer fly. Therefore, the sea dragon naturally could not fly to chase after immortal master white crane. Immortal master white crane is leaving Dragon Island, many cultivators said. He felt that immortal master white crane would be able to leave soon. Soon, immortal master white crane arrived at the area enveloped by the spacetime force. However, when immortal master white crane reached that area, there was a strong rebounding force. Immortal master white crane was sent flying back. Then, the lightning in the sky intertwined and blasted toward immortal master white crane. Even though immortal master white crane was very powerful, she was still able to withstand the attacks of the lightning bolts. However, the lightning above the Dragon Island was equally terrifying. Immortal master white crane was blasted away, and her injuries were not light. Before master immortal white crane could stabilize herself, the sea dragon rushed out of the sea again. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed immortal master white crane. Holy shit! Immortal master white crane is dead. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Immortal master white crane was a true immortal expert. Such an expert stood at the peak of the undying realm even in the post-apocalyptic world where experts came forth in large numbers. The death of a true immortal would naturally cause a huge uproar. Immortal master white crane was sent flying back from the area enveloped by the spacetime force. Why is that? Does that mean we can't get out of here? At this moment, a cultivator asked. Hearing this cultivator's words, many people's faces became extremely pale and unsightly. Everyone's attention shifted from Immortal Master White Crane's tragic death to whether they could successfully leave the Dragon Island. Obviously, the result was extremely terrible, and many people were extremely worried. Find a place to rest for now, some of the higher-ups of the major factions ordered. The cultivators of the major factions left one after another. Lin Feng said, "Everyone is temporarily trapped on the Dragon Island. I think there's going to be a big reshuffle soon." Long Aotian nodded. He had the same feeling. Many of the major factions would definitely want to occupy a better position or recruit more experts. After all, only by becoming stronger would they be able to obtain better resources on the Dragon Island and live a better life. A war was bound to break out. This also proved the eternal saying that where there are people, there will be conflicts. Lin Feng and Long Aotian flew into the distance and stopped near the beach. Many cultivators had already entered the Dragon Island. What happened next proved Lin Feng and Long Aotian's guess. A war broke out between the foreign cultivators, and these wars were basically led by the major factions. In order to fight for territory, resources, and so on, these forces were locked in a fierce battle. The casualties were extremely heavy. On this night, more than 10 cultivators surrounded a female cultivator. She was a woman in snow-white clothes. Her figure was very tall and charming, but because she was wearing a veil, her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, from her graceful and enchanting body, one could tell that she was definitely a peerless beauty. Why does this woman give me a feeling of déjà vu? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt like he had seen this woman somewhere before, but after thinking carefully, he couldn't remember where exactly. You obtained the dragon heart grass before. We won't make things difficult for you. Hand over the dragon heart grass. We will recommend you to join the Three Palaces Alliance. At that time, you will have a place to protect you. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, we brothers will let you know how powerful we are after we capture you. The leading cultivator looked at the female cultivator with an evil gaze and said, "This guy was shameless enough to say such vulgar words." As for the dragon heart grass that the cultivator mentioned, Lin Feng had also heard of it. It was a heavenly treasure that could temper one's soul. After refining it, it could transform one's soul. It was an extremely rare treasure that was hard to find in the outside world, but someone found it on the Dragon Island. However, that woman was seen when she found the dragon heart grass and was now surrounded by a group of experts. As for the Three Palaces Alliance that the cultivator mentioned, Lin Feng had also heard of it. Recently, the major factions were fighting for territory. More than 10 powerful alliances had appeared one after another. The Three Palaces Alliance was one of them. The Three Palaces Alliance was a faction formed by the Baji Palace, Floating Cloud Palace, and Holy Ruins Palace. It was at least in the top 5 among the 10 alliances. Scram. Or die. Chapter 4867. This female cultivator who gave Lin Feng a sense of déjà vu was clearly very powerful. Facing a group of cultivators with ill intentions, she had no fear at all. The cultivators from the Three Palaces Alliance became gloomy. Ever since they joined the alliance, they relied on the alliance's reputation to live a smooth life. Who would dare to offend them? Offending them was the same as offending the powerful alliance. But today, someone actually dared to tell them to scram, so they naturally became quite angry. They glared at the female cultivator with an extremely cold glare. The leader sneered, "Bitch, we gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. If that's the case, then we don't need to be polite with a bitch like you." Having said that, the leader waved his hand. The cultivators next to him pounced on the female cultivator like wolves and tigers. At this moment, everyone was trapped on Dragon Island, so the evil in their hearts was born. A beautiful female cultivator without a powerful background was very pitiful in a place like Dragon Island. This was especially true for the vagrant female cultivators. Even if they joined a few great powers, they would still end up as playthings for the upper echelons. Many people didn't dare to do things that they didn't dare to do in the outside world, but here, they became unscrupulous. This included these cultivators. They only knew that this female cultivator was alone. As for her identity in the outside world, they didn't care. On Dragon Island, this female cultivator was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They were thinking about how to capture this female cultivator and how to humiliate her in order to make themselves feel better. Ignorant fool! The female cultivator's voice was indifferent. She reached out with her right hand and a lotus flower emerged. This was not a real lotus flower, it was formed from a technique. After the lotus flower condensed, it quickly flew towards the group of cultivators. The lotus flower bloomed in the air. After it bloomed, an amazing thing happened. The bodies of the cultivators who pounced on the female cultivator began to crack. What's going on? No, I don't want to die. It's you, it's your lotus flower that released an invisible power. Because of this, our bodies have been wounded. Spare us, we were wrong. Please spare us. The group of cultivators began to loudly beg for mercy. However, the female cultivator didn't pay any attention to the begging cultivators. Bang bang bang, in the end. The bodies of those cultivators exploded, leaving only the leader of the cultivators. After seeing this scene, the leader of the cultivators trembled. His entire body trembled in fear. Only now did the leading cultivator realize that they had kicked an iron plate. This female cultivator was not someone they could provoke. How could the leader dare to stay any longer? He turned around and ran away, wanting to leave this place. But at this moment, the lotus quickly chased after the fleeing cultivator and crashed into him. Following a violent explosion, the fleeing cultivator's body blew up. It was the cultivator who had escaped. Died on the spot. Meanwhile, the lotus flower that the female cultivator had summoned dissipated. The female cultivator didn't stop. She entered the forest and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared without a trace. Long Outyen could not help but sigh. Lin Feng said, I keep feeling like I've seen this woman somewhere before, but I can't see her face. For a moment, I can't remember when I've seen her. Long Outyen said, could it be one of your old lovers? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He said, if it's true, do you think I can't recognize her? Lin Feng and Long Outyen planned to enter the inner part of Dragon Island. They wanted to find the ancient city mentioned by the prehistoric dragon race. Thus, the two of them entered Dragon Island once again. However, when they arrived at the central region, they retreated. Because there were a large number of prehistoric dragon race and Dragon Island living beings in that region. It was not an easy task to pass through that area without anyone noticing. I really want to find that little purple dragon we met before. To think that we wanted to help it before, but this guy tricked us. Long Outyen said. He was still brooding over the matter of the Dragon Emperor mountain range. Lin Feng did not express his opinion on this. In fact, Lin Feng had a strange feeling in his heart. Perhaps, the little purple dragon did not lie. However, the Dragon Emperor mountain range was not the place where the prehistoric Dragon Emperor passed away. At that time, the little purple dragon only pointed in one direction to Lin Feng and Long Outyen. The little purple dragon did not tell them that the prehistoric Dragon Emperor passed away in the Dragon Emperor mountain range. In the end, Lin Feng decided to return to the outer region for the time being. He and Long Outyen would wait for a while and see what was going on. That night, the bonfire burned brightly. The barbecued meat had turned golden, and oil dripped into the fire from time to time. The aroma filled the air. Lin Feng and Long Outyen ate the meat while drinking wine. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at that moment, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. More than 30 cultivators flew over quickly. The cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and Long Outyen. Who are you? How dare you stay in the Yin-Yang Alliance's territory? Are you spies sent by other alliances? At that moment, a cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng and Long Outyen. Lin Feng knew that many places were divided by the major factions. Therefore, many forces would send some cultivators to patrol their territory. They did not allow cultivators from other factions to stay in their territory. Now that these people saw Lin Feng and Long Outyen, they were naturally hostile. We're itinerant cultivators passing by, Lin Feng explained. Itinerant cultivators? You say you're an itinerant cultivator, so you're an itinerant cultivator? How do you prove that you're an itinerant cultivator? Another cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He realized that many people were looking at him with hostility. It seemed that someone wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. Such things were naturally commonplace in the world of cultivators. At that moment, a female cultivator said, "Senior brothers, these two are indeed itinerant cultivators. I know them." When he heard that voice, Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator who spoke. His face was immediately filled with astonishment. The female cultivator who spoke was none other than Long Aotian. Chapter 4868. Tong Yoli was originally the fiancé of the Dao Saint Palace's direct descendant, Di Juetian. Di Juetian did not really like Tong Yoli. It was mainly because Tong Yoli had the legendary 9-yin body. She was a top-grade cultivation vessel. In addition, Tong Yoli was so beautiful. Therefore, Di Juetian had some thoughts about Tong Yoli. Di Juetian was a lustful person. If she was an ordinary woman, he would have already taken her by force. However, Tong Yoli had a powerful force behind her. Therefore, he could only follow the rules and send someone to propose. The Tong clan knew that Di Juetian harbored evil intentions. Therefore, they did not agree to this marriage at the beginning. Because marrying Tong Lia to Di Juetian was simply pushing Tong Yoli into a fire pit. However, Di Juetian asked the Dao Saint Palace's upper echelons to threaten the Tong clan. If they did not agree to this marriage, they would destroy the Tong clan. Under the pressure, the Tong clan finally agreed to this marriage. However, Tong Yoli was very unwilling. She had been looking for an opportunity to assassinate Di Juetian. As long as she secretly killed Di Juetian, this marriage would naturally be left unsettled. The enmity between Lin Feng and Di Juetian was because when the ancient tomb that buried the immortals in the starry sky world appeared, Lin Feng went to explore it. Di Juetian felt that Lin Feng might have some powerful divine ability. Therefore, he sent Zhong Qian to kill Lin Feng. Therefore, the enmity between the two parties was born. After Lin Feng met Tong Lia, the two of them hit it off and planned to work together to kill Di Juetian. After Lin Feng killed Di Juetian, he obtained Di Juetian's heavenly fire green dragon true fire. As for Tong Yoli, she did not need to marry Di Juetian anymore. Ever since he parted with Tong Yoli, Lin Feng had not seen her again. When Lin Feng left, Tong Yoli felt a sense of loss. She wanted to go to the Undying Realm to look for Lin Feng. Later, Tong Yoli really came. However, she only knew how dangerous the Undying Realm was after coming to it. Tong Yoli had been working hard to raise her cultivation. She hoped that one day she would be able to meet Lin Feng. Tong Yoli had naturally heard of the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng. However, Tong Yoli didn't connect the Sinner Blood Emperor Lin Feng to the Lin Feng she knew. Because it was rumored that the Sinner's Blood Emperor Lin Feng was an existence capable of killing celestial immortals. The Lin Feng she knew. Back then, his battle prowess hadn't even reached the level of a loose immortal. How many years had it been? Tong Yoli naturally wouldn't believe that the Lin Feng she knew could kill a celestial immortal. However, how difficult was it to find Lin Feng in the vast sea of people? However, Tong Yoli didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. This made Tong Yoli extremely happy. You know him? The leading golden-robed young master looked at Tong Yoli and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Tong Yoli said, "The two of them are my companions. We ascended together from the lower realm. However, we appeared in different places when we ascended. Thus, they are definitely not spies of other factions. Since they are junior sister Tong's companions, then let them off," the leading golden-robed young master said. The group of people scattered around to rest. Tong Yoli came to Lin Feng's side. She looked at Lin Feng somewhat excitedly and said, "Lin Gongzi, I really didn't expect to see you here." Lin Feng said, "I also didn't expect to see little Lily here. Looks like we are really fated." "Little Lily? Holy shit, is this beautiful fairy your old lover, little Lin Feng?" Long Aotian couldn't help but cry out. Tong Yoli's pretty face instantly turned pink. She came to the Undying Realm to look for Lin Feng. However, being called Lin Feng's old lover by Long Outyen, she was more or less embarrassed. After all, no matter what, Tong Yoli was also a woman. Lin Feng said, "You rascal, don't talk nonsense." Long Outyen grinned and then said, "Hey, you guys continue chatting. I will find a place to rest. I won't disturb you guys from kissing each other here." At least Long Outyen knew his place. He took a piece of barbecued meat and ran away. Lin Feng smiled at Tong Yoli and said, "Little Lily, how long have you been in the Undying Realm?" Tong Yoli said, "It has been 5 years. That's not too long." Lin Feng smiled and then said, "You didn't come to the Undying Realm to look for me, right?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, Tong Yoli's pretty face turned even redder. Lin Feng hit the nail on the head. However, as a woman, Tong Yoli naturally couldn't directly admit such things. She said, "Why would I come to look for you? I want to continue improving my cultivation. That's why I came to the Undying Realm." "So that's the case. You made me happy for nothing," Lin Feng said with an extremely regretful expression. Tong Yoli was afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand her and almost told the truth. However, as a woman, Tong Yoli swallowed the words she almost blurted out at the last moment. Tong Yoli changed the topic and asked, "You have been in the Undying Realm for so many years. What have you been doing? Have you joined any big forces?" Lin Feng said, "I have joined a force, but it's a force that the world doesn't know much about. Even I don't know much about it." Tong Yoli knew that the Undying Realm was different from the mortal world. If Lin Feng was in the mortal world, he would definitely be a heaven-defying monster. However, after coming to the Undying Realm, he might have become mediocre. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Tong Yoli thought that Lin Feng might have joined a small force that others didn't know much about. She was worried that Lin Feng's confidence would be affected, so she tried to persuade him. Being a small influential group also has its advantages. In a small influential group, at least there are not as many people as in a big influential group. Besides, as long as you work hard, you will definitely rise. Lin Feng knew that Tong Yoli had misunderstood him, but he didn't explain too much. There were many cultivators around, so it was better to keep a low profile. It wouldn't be too late to tell Tong Yoli some things when the opportunity arose. Lin Feng asked, "What about you? After coming to the Undying Realm, did you join any forces?" Lin Feng said, "I became Fairy Qingyun's disciple." "Fairy Qingyun? Who is she?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Tong Yoli said, "Fairy Qingyun is the youngest disciple of Old Man Tianhe of the 9th Moon Province. Old Man Tianhe is one of the top 10 rogue cultivators of the 9th Moon Province, and his cultivation is at the true immortal realm." "I see." Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. With Tong Yoli's cultivation, it was naturally impossible for her to become Old Man Tianhe's disciple. Chapter 4869. Are you going out alone this time, or are you going with your fellow disciples? Lin Feng asked. "I came with my master, Fairy Qingyun. There are also a few uncle masters and fellow disciples. However, something happened on Dragon Island, so my uncle masters and masters joined the Yin-Yang Alliance. The Yin-Yang Alliance was created by the experts of the Yin-Yang Immortal Sect. It attracted many experts to join," Tong Yoli said. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the Yin-Yang Immortal Sect. It was said that this sect was one of the famous ancient immortal sects in the Undying Realm. They were powerful and had a deep foundation. In the secular world, there were also sects like the Yin-Yang sect and the Yin-Yang sect. They were said to be branches of the Yin-Yang Immortal Sect in the secular world. It's better to join a powerful alliance. It's safer that way, Lin Feng said. Lin Gongzi, you should join the Yin-Yang Alliance too. I can recommend you to join. When the time comes, you and your friend will be able to receive the protection of the Yin-Yang Alliance. Nowadays, the Dragon Island is full of danger. All the major powers are fighting against each other. If a lot of rogue cultivators don't join the major powers, they might end up as targets to be killed and robbed by the major powers. Therefore, it's safer to join these powerful alliances. Tong Yoli looked at Lin Feng eagerly. She hoped that Lin Feng would join the Yin-Yang Alliance for 2 reasons. First, She was worried about his safety. Second, if Lin Feng joined the Yin-Yang alliance, she would have more time to spend with Lin Feng. However, Tong Yoli didn't say the second reason clearly. Lin Feng wanted to refuse. He and Long Outyen were free and comfortable outside. After joining those large factions, they would become more restrained. It was better to live freely outside. However, when he saw Tong Yoli's eagerness, Lin Feng couldn't bear to refuse Tong Yoli's kindness. After all, Lin Feng was a man who knew how to take care of women. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll have to trouble you to recommend me." Tong Yoli said happily, "We're old friends. You don't have to be so polite with me. If you continue to be so polite, I'll get angry." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I won't be so polite next time. Do you want to try my barbecue?" Tong Yoli nodded. Lin Feng cut a small piece of barbecue and gave it to Tong Yoli. Tong Yoli ate the barbecue in a ladylike manner, and her eyes lit up. This was the first time she ate Lin Feng's barbecue. Therefore, she didn't know that Lin Feng had such a skill. He had originally thought that the barbecued meat would taste ordinary, but after eating it, her fragrance lingered in his mouth. It left a lasting aftertaste. "How's the taste?" asked Lin Feng, smiling. "It's really," she continued, "I want more." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then cut another piece of barbecue for Tong Yoli. At this moment, not far away, a pair of sinister eyes were looking at Lin Feng and Tong Yoli, who were chatting and laughing together. The owner of those eyes was none other than the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man was called Jin Zichen. His identity was not simple at all. Jin Zichen's master was called Liu Yu. Liu Kunming, one of the three ancestors of the Yin-Yang immortal sect, was Liu Yu's ancestor. Therefore, Jin Zichen's position in the Yin-Yang immortal sect was rather high, and he was a disciple who was heavily nurtured. Jin Zichen had already taken a fancy to Tong Yoli when he saw her. First, Tong Yoli was extremely beautiful, with a mesmerizing figure and an outstanding temperament. She was simply a goddess. It was rare to see a woman of such quality. Besides her talent, Tong Yoli's strength was slightly inferior to the 10 fairies of the Undying Realm. When it came to beauty, it was as if she had never been born. Tong Yoli was definitely on par with the 10 fairies of the Undying Realm. Secondly, Tong Yoli had the 9-yin body. She was a top-grade cultivation furnace. She was coveted by others. Therefore, Jin Zichen wanted to find an opportunity to take Tong Yoli. During this period of time, Jin Zichen used various reasons to get close to Tong Yoli. But Tong Yoli had always kept a respectful distance from Jin Zichen. Tong Yoli was a very sensitive person. In fact, most of the time, women were extremely sensitive. Many people said that women had a sixth sense. This saying was quite correct. It was precisely because women were born with a sixth sense. Therefore, Tong Yoli could sense the greed and evil hidden in the depths of Jin Zichen's eyes when he looked at her. This made Tong Yoli extremely disgusted. But Tong Yoli did not dare to offend Jin Zichen. She did not dare to mention these things to her master, Fairy Qingyun. Keeping a respectful distance was the best choice for Tong Yoli now. In Jin Zichen's view, he had to get Tong Yoli. But now that Lin Feng had appeared, Jin Zichen found that Lin Feng and Tong Yoli were actually so close. Moreover, Tong Yoli looked at Lin Feng with a gaze as gentle as water. Obviously, Tong Yoli admired Lin Feng. This kind of thing was often the case where the onlooker sees the game more clearly. Lin Feng did not notice that Tong Yoli's feelings for him had become extremely strong. But Jin Zichen had already noticed it. Now Jin Zichen was a little worried. Tong Yoli's primordial yin was still there. If she stayed with Lin Feng for a long time, maybe the two of them would get together. At that time, she would lose her primordial yin. That would be terrible. Jin Zichen naturally valued the primordial yin of the 9-yin body very much. Therefore, Jin Zichen looked at Lin Feng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If he could kill Lin Feng, Jin Zichen would cut Lin Feng into pieces now. In fact, if Tong Yoli had not come forward, Jin Zichen would have already ordered people to kill Lin Feng and Long Outyen. Senior brother Jin, it's not difficult to get rid of that brat. At this time, a cultivator in blue clothes spoke up. That cultivator was called Sun Jie. In the sect, he had always followed Jin Zichen's lead. Jin Zichen looked at Sun Jie and asked, "What idea do you have?" Sun Jie chuckled and said, "Senior brother, do you remember the valley we passed by earlier? Are you talking about the valley shrouded in black fog?" Jin Zichen frowned slightly. Chapter 4870. Late at night. Everyone was scattered around to rest. Lin Feng was leaning on a big tree. Not long after, a fragrant wind blew over. Tong Yoli came to Lin Feng's side. The tree had been growing for God knows how many years. Its branches needed more than a dozen people to wrap their arms around it. Therefore, even if Lin Feng hugged Tong Yoli and rolled around on the branches, there was no problem at all. "Haven't you rested yet?" Lin Feng looked at Tong Yoli and said. He could smell the fragrance coming from Tong Yoli's body. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Even the fragrance coming from her body smelled so good. Tong Yoli said, "I can't sleep." "What about you?" "I can't sleep either," Lin Feng said. "Why?" Tong Yoli asked. "Because I'm very excited after seeing you," Lin Feng said with a smile. After being teased by Lin Feng, Tong Yoli's pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. She said faintly, "I don't know if young master is making me happy. Or is it really so? Of course it's true. Ever since we parted in the secular world, there have been some regrets in my heart," Lin Feng said. "What regrets?" Tong Yoli blinked her long eyelashes and asked. Those charming eyes stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I'm worried that I won't be able to see little Lily in the future. If I really can't see little Lily, of course I will feel extremely regretful." After saying that, Lin Feng gently grabbed Tong Yoli's jade-like hand. It was a pair of soft and slender jade-like hand. Tong Yoli didn't struggle. Under the night sky. Their eyes met. Lin Feng was also a handsome and romantic person. Naturally, he could read a lot of information from Tong Yoli's eyes. Lin Feng continued, "You still have to wake up early tomorrow. Rest. The wind is strong at night and it's easy to catch a cold. I'll hug you to sleep and won't worry about catching a cold," Lin Feng said and pulled Tong Yoli into his arms. As a woman, it seemed like she should refuse at this time. After all, although the two of them were somewhat ambiguous. However, he had only just broken through this layer of window paper. Tong Yoli was naturally a little shy. However, there was a voice in her heart that told Tong Yoli, "Don't refuse. Just let him hold me in his arms like this. Haven't you been looking forward to this day?" In reality, all these years, Tong Yoli really needed a hug to lean on. When she was in the secular world, in order to avoid marrying Di Juetian, she had no choice but to become his wife. There were many things that Tong Yoli had been working hard on in the dark. Lin Feng's appearance was like the descent of a god. After Lin Feng killed Di Juetian, Tong Yoli felt that she could rely on him. Lin Feng's departure made Tong Yoli feel lost. Perhaps it was because he didn't want to lose this reliance. Therefore, Tong Yoli took the risk to come to the Undying Realm. The Undying World was much crueler than the mortal world. After coming to the Undying Realm, Tong Yoli, a rogue cultivator with a beautiful appearance but no strength and no background, naturally found it difficult to move forward. In the beginning, he kept having bad ideas about Tong Yoli. But every time, Tong Yoli was lucky enough to escape. That period of time was really too difficult. Tong Yoli was even worried that one day she wouldn't be able to escape the clutches of those cultivators with bad intentions. She wanted to find Lin Feng, but she didn't know where to look for Lin Feng. Later, fortunately, she met Fairy Qingyun and became her disciple. Only then did she get out of the predicament at that time. But even after becoming Fairy Qingyun's disciple, Tong Yoli still didn't have it easy. She even felt that there were still many people who had bad ideas about her, including her fellow disciples, martial uncles, and some people among the martial uncles. The gazes that looked at her were all very evil. The Undying Realm was like this. It was very cruel. A place that ate people without spitting out the bones. Therefore, in the Undying Realm, no matter what happened, it was all possible. Therefore, even when she was cultivating under Fairy Qingyun's command, In fact, Tong Yoli always had a sense of crisis in her heart. But beside Lin Feng, Tong Yoli, on the other hand, was completely relaxed. Tong Yoli knew Lin Feng would definitely not harm her. Tong Yoli had a kind of blind confidence in Lin Feng. This kind of confidence, it originated from her understanding of Lin Feng and her admiration for Lin Feng. When a woman adored a man, she would trust this man unconditionally. Tong Yoli was like this. Tong Yoli hugged Lin Feng's waist with both hands. Her pretty face leaned on Lin Feng's chest. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Soon, he fell into a sweet dream. The beauty in his arms. Lin Feng didn't have any romantic feelings in his heart. He knew how difficult it was for a female cultivator like Tong Yoli to survive in the undying realm. Therefore, Lin Feng's heart was actually very distressed for Tong Yoli. Not long after, Lin Feng also fell asleep. Didn't I say that this beauty is little Feng's old lover? Now it seems that I was right. Early in the morning, Lin Feng had just opened his eyes when he heard Long Aotian's voice. Long Aotian squatted by the side and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. In fact, Tong Yoli was also awakened, but after hearing Long Aotian's words, she was shy in her heart. She was too embarrassed to raise her head. Lin Feng punched Long Aotian's face that deserved a beating. Long Aotian screamed. Then he fell from the tree. At this time, Tong Yoli got up. "Did you sleep well?" Lin Feng asked. Tong Yoli nodded with a rosy face. "You must have tired yourself out yesterday, right?" Tong Yoli asked. "Of course not. Hugging such a peerless beauty to sleep is simply enjoyable," Lin Feng said with a smile. Tong Yoli said, "I see that everyone is starting to gather, let's go down." Lin Feng nodded. He jumped down from the tree with Tong Yoli. Long Aotian looked at Lin Feng and Tong Yoli ambiguously. Tong Yoli was naturally very embarrassed. Therefore, she quickly walked away. "Little Feng, you're still the best. Everywhere you go, there are goddess-like beauties chasing after you," Long Aotian said with a naughty smile. Then he said, "I'm so envious." Lin Feng said, "Sometimes, being handsome is also a sin." Lin Feng and Long Aotian walked towards the group of Yin-Yang Alliance cultivators. Jin Zichen looked at Lin Feng with a cold look in his eyes. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Jin Zichen's gaze naturally could not escape Lin Feng's senses. However, Lin Feng did not say anything. Jin Zichen said, "Since everyone is here, I'll talk about today's mission. Some time ago, I found an extremely mysterious valley. It's very likely that there are great fortuitous encounters in the valley. Thus, I plan to bring everyone to explore the valley today." Chapter 4871. After hearing Jin Zichen's words, the cultivators couldn't help but get excited. They had come to Dragon Island to search for opportunities. Now that Jin Zichen was going to take them to search for opportunities, they were naturally very happy. Senior Brother Jin's character is really admirable. Senior Brother Jin could have gone to search for such an opportunity by himself, but he brought us along. This means that he's treating us as his own people. In the future, I will definitely follow Senior Brother Jin's lead in the sect. Haha, Brother Jin is a righteous person. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. As long as I, Wang Hai, can do it, I will definitely do it. Many cultivators whispered in each other's ears. Among these cultivators, there were cultivators from the Yin-Yang Immortal sect as well as cultivators from other factions. Jin Zichen's decision to take everyone to explore the valley and search for opportunities greatly improved everyone's impression of Jin Zichen. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. This Jin Zichen was clearly putting on an act here. "Alright, then let's set off now," Jin Zichen said. Then, he led the way in front. Long Aotian whispered, "Why do I feel like this guy looked at you with a meaningful gaze just now? This guy definitely doesn't have good intentions. You have to be careful later." Lin Feng nodded. There was a saying, "Don't be afraid of a thief stealing, but be afraid of a thief remembering." Therefore, it was necessary to guard against Jin Zichen. Of course, Lin Feng was skilled and daring. In addition, he had Long Aotian by his side. If there was anything to worry about, there was really nothing to worry about. The group moved very quickly. The next day, they arrived at the outer region of the valley. There were many skeletons scattered in the surrounding forest. There were even many large skeletons. After seeing those skeletons, many people couldn't help but frown. Because among those skeletons, there were the skeletons of prehistoric dragons. Could there be some terrifying, ferocious beast here? Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but tremble slightly. Someone said, "This place is probably very dangerous. Shouldn't we plan carefully before going in to explore? If we go in rashly, I'm afraid it will be extremely dangerous." At that moment, Sun Jie said, "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Even if there's a prehistoric dragon, we can kill it. Besides, senior brother Jin is an earth immortal. He's very strong. With him here, we have nothing to fear." After hearing Sun Jie's words, the expressions of the people who were originally worried also became much better. Everyone arrived at the entrance of the valley and looked into the valley. The interior of the valley was shrouded in black fog, and the yin qi was dense. Was clearly a place where danger lurked on every side. Sun Jie rolled his eyes and said, "Senior brother Jin, it's too obvious if we all go in together. How about this? Let's send 2 people to scout the area first. What do you think?" Scouting was an extremely dangerous task. Naturally, no one wanted to do it. Hence, after hearing Sun Jie's words, many people frowned slightly. "Let's do as you say. Out. A." This was an arduous and thankless task. If they were careless, they could die in there. Didn't junior sister Tong say that she wanted to recommend 2 of her friends to join our Yin-Yang alliance? If junior sister Tong's 2 friends can scout ahead, the higher-ups will have a better impression of them during the inspection. If that's the case, they will have a much higher chance of joining the Yin-Yang alliance. I think we should let junior sister Tong's 2 friends scout ahead. What do you think, senior brother Jin and the others? Tong Yoli's expression changed slightly. She wanted to say something, but Lin Feng stopped her. Tong Yoli naturally didn't want Lin Feng to explore the valley. It was too dangerous. Tong Yoli was very worried that Lin Feng would die in there. Lin Feng didn't let her say anything, so Tong Yoli had no choice but to keep quiet. However, she used her eyes to tell Lin Feng not to agree no matter what. When the time came, she would ask her master, Fairy Qingyun, for help. Lin Feng and Long Outian could then join the Yin-Yang alliance. We have no objections. The other cultivators nodded in agreement. Lin Feng had nothing to do with them, so they naturally had no objections. So what if Lin Feng and Long Outian died in the battle? What did it have to do with them? Jin Zichen looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Brothers, what are your plans? Of course, if you're afraid, we won't force the 2 of you. What's there to be afraid of? Why would we be afraid?" Long Outian curled his lips and said. He looked very confident. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "The word afraid doesn't exist in my life." Tong Yoli looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Lin Feng patted her hand, telling her not to worry. However, if she said she wasn't worried, that would be impossible. Tong Yoli only hoped that everything would go smoothly. When Jin Zichen saw Lin Feng and Tong Yoli's intimate actions, his eyes turned gloomy. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly retracted the killing intent in his eyes. Instead, he said with a smile, "You 2 brothers are really skilled and bold. Then we'll wait for your good news outside." Lin Feng and Long Outian nodded. Then, the 2 of them walked into the valley. Jin Zichen couldn't help but reveal a sinister smirk. In Jin Zichen's opinion, Lin Feng and Long Outian would definitely die in there. Soon, Lin Feng and Long Outian disappeared from their sight. There were many restrictions in the valley, and there were also many corpses. However, these restrictions could not hurt Lin Feng and Long Outian. Long Outian said, "I know. Jin Zichen is targeting us because he has his eyes on Tong Yoli, right? As the saying goes, beautiful women are dangerous. That's why Jin Zichen wants to get rid of us." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's the reason. I wonder what dangers there are in there." Long Outian carefully observed his surroundings. They walked deeper into the valley. Before long, Lin Feng and Long Outyen felt a cold aura enveloping their bodies. It seemed to have sensed something. The two of them looked up and saw a gigantic head floating above them. Chapter 4872. So it's a python demon. Long Outyen couldn't help but mutter after seeing the creature's appearance. Originally, he was more worried that there would be some particularly terrifying existence here, but after seeing this python demon, Long Outyen was relieved. Although this python demon was powerful, it seemed to only have the strength of a quasi-immortal. It couldn't compete with Lin Feng and him at all. At this moment, the python demon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Feng and Long Outyen. "How dare you?" Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly sounded, and then a powerful aura suppressed the python demon. The python demon that originally opened its mouth to swallow Lin Feng and Long Outyen felt Lin Feng's aura. It hurriedly shut its bloody mouth. Then, it lowered its huge head. Python demon. It didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Lin Feng. "Go out and kill the cultivator in golden cloth. I can spare your life," Lin Feng said. The python demon quickly nodded. Then, its huge body quickly swam outside. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a cold expression. He had always been a decisive person. If Lin Feng didn't bully others, others would be grateful. How could Lin Feng be bullied by others? Since Jin Zichen was courting death, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let him go. At this moment, Tong Yoli was still anxiously waiting for Lin Feng's news. Python. A huge python. At this moment, someone pointed into the valley and screamed in horror. The python demon was slithering out at high speed. The others also saw the python demon. After sensing the python demon's aura, their faces changed drastically. The python demon's aura was too terrifying. Before, when Jin Zichen was exploring the valley, he quickly left after sensing the dangerous aura, so he didn't know what kind of creature was in the valley. Now that he saw the python demon, he couldn't help but be shocked. How could Jin Zichen dare to stay? He turned around and fled. "Hurry up and run." The rest of the people also screamed in horror and fled into the distance. "Where's Lin Feng? Where's Lin Feng?" Tong Yoli couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. She directly ran into the valley. The python demon looked coldly at Tong Yoli. However, when it received Lin Feng's telepathic message, it was shocked. Fortunately, it did not attack this woman, or it would be dangerous. Then, the python demon quickly rushed out. "Lin Feng, don't die. Don't die. I finally found you, don't leave me." Tong Yoli sounded like she was about to cry. Long Outyen muttered, "Damn, is this woman stupid? She actually ran in here without caring about the danger. Looks like it's true love." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He quickly flew out. After seeing Lin Feng appear, Tong Yoli immediately became incomparably excited. She originally thought that Lin Feng was already dead. Now that she saw Lin Feng, she was so happy that she felt like she was about to die. Lin Feng hugged Tong Yoli and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Tong Yoli just wanted to hug Lin Feng properly. She wanted to feel Lin Feng's body temperature and feel Lin Feng's breath. Tong Yoli didn't know how Lin Feng and Long Ao Tien had managed to avoid the python, but she had forgotten about it. As long as Lin Feng survived, it was fine. At this moment, the python demon had already rushed out of the valley and quickly chased after a group of cultivators who were escaping. "Let's split up and run," a cultivator said. Then, the cultivators scattered and fled in all directions. The python demon locked onto the escaping Jin Zichen. It quickly chased after Jin Zichen. "Why are you chasing me? Go after them," Jin Zichen shouted gloomily. Seeing that the python demon was getting closer and closer to him, Jin Zichen directly rushed into the sky. He wanted to fly high into the sky to avoid the python demon's attack. Because the python demon couldn't fly, hiding in the sky was indeed a good way to avoid the python demon's attack. But Jin Zichen neglected an extremely important thing. If he flew in the air, he would almost become a target for the python demon's attack. No matter what, this python demon's cultivation was at the quasi-true immortal level. Its attack was very terrifying. When Jin Zichen rushed into the sky, the python demon let out a series of indistinct sounds. The python demon seemed to be chanting an incantation. After cultivating to the quasi-true immortal level, the python demon had already gained intelligence and new divine abilities. So, the python demon's attack was very terrifying. When the python demon's incantation was finished, Jin Zichen, who was rushing into the sky, was instantly frozen. This was the python demon's best move. It was called Eternal Freeze. Once it was used, it could freeze the opponent. After Jin Zichen was frozen by the python demon, his body quickly fell down. The python demon quickly rushed over and swallowed Jin Zichen, who fell down, in one bite. When the rest of the people saw this scene, they were almost scared out of their wits. However, the python demon didn't chase after those cultivators. Instead, it stopped in place. The python demon turned its head and looked in the direction of the valley. When it saw Lin Feng walk out of the valley, he waved at it. The python demon didn't stay any longer. It quickly swam into the distance and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Hey, look, the python is leaving. We're out of trouble. After seeing the python demon leave, many people couldn't help but smile. The python demon finally left. In this way, the others were safe. Look, those two guys didn't die. Someone pointed in the direction of the valley. Lin Feng, Long Aotian, and Tong Yoli stood outside the valley. This made everyone feel incredulous. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng and Long Aotian had been eaten by the python. But who would have thought that the two of them were fine? Instead, Jin Zichen was eaten by the python. A group of cultivators flew over. Someone looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Why are the two of you fine? Didn't the python attack you?" Lin Feng said, "After we saw the python, we hid. The python didn't see us. Damn, we're actually that lucky." Someone immediately muttered. Senior brother Jin was eaten by the python. How are we going to explain this to Elder Liu Yu when we return? Sun Jie said with a long face. Long Aotian curled his lips and said, "We'll explain it however we want. Who told that guy surnamed Jin to be so unlucky? There aren't any opportunities inside. Let's hurry up and leave before the python returns. If that happens, we won't be able to leave even if we want to." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. All right, let's hurry up and leave. A cultivator was right. The group didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left the place. Chapter 4873. The Yin-Yang Alliance's encampment was located in a mountain range. Among the many alliances, the Yin-Yang Alliance wasn't the strongest, but it definitely wasn't weak either because it had a true immortal expert overseeing it. The true immortal overseeing the Yin-Yang Alliance was called Wu Daoxian. He was one of the three patriarchs of the Yin-Yang immortal sect. It was said that he had the Dao God immortal body, an extremely powerful physique. He was born with a very close and special connection with the great Dao. Therefore, this physique was a cultivation saint physique. Cultivators with this physique. They were usually cultivation geniuses with powerful cultivation bases. Wu Daoxian was one of them. He had displayed astonishing talent when he was young. As he grew older, his cultivation base continued to increase until he finally broke through to the true immortal realm. Apart from Wu Daoxian, there were also some quasi-true immortals and sky immortals. For example, Jin Zichen's master, Liu Yu, was a sky immortal expert. Another example was Tong Yoli's master, Fairy Qingyun, who was also a sky immortal expert. Among Tong Yoli's three uncle masters, one was a quasi-true immortal while the other two were sky immortals. After arriving at the Yin-Yang Alliance's encampment, Tong Yoli brought Lin Feng and Long Aotian to see her master, Fairy Qingyun. Sun Jie and the others went to see Liu Yu. They reported to Liu Yu that Jin Zichen had been eaten by the python. Lin Feng met Tong Yoli's master, Fairy Qingyun. Fairy Qingyun looked like a young woman in her 30s. Her figure was alluring and her face was also extremely beautiful. Women who could be called fairies were naturally peerless beauties recognized by the world. Of course, it was hard to say for self-proclaimed fairies. Some of the self-proclaimed fairies were indeed very beautiful. However, some were blindly confident. But clearly, Fairy Qingyun, She was a woman as beautiful as a fairy. When she was young, she was also one of the top 10 beauties of the 9th Moon Prefecture. Even now, Fairy Qingyun was still very young. She had cultivated for about 5 million years. In terms of the age of mortals, she was about 30 years old. Note: due to the abundance of spiritual energy in the world of cultivators, even mortals have a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. Some long-lived mortals can even live up to 400 years. Tong Yoli introduced Lin Feng and Long Aotian to Fairy Qingyun. Lin Feng and Long Aotian cupped their fists towards Fairy Qingyun. Then, Tong Yoli mentioned that she wanted to recommend Lin Feng and Lin Jiufeng to join the Yin-Yang Alliance. This request wasn't particularly difficult for Fairy Qingyun. Fairy Qingyun naturally didn't refuse. She nodded in agreement. Next, Fairy Qingyun had Tong Yoli bring Lin Feng and Long Aotian away to rest. The resting places were all caves opened up by cultivators. As a temporary resting place, everyone's resting place had restrictions placed on it. Without the permission of others, they naturally couldn't trespass into other people's resting places. Lin Feng and Long Aotian opened up a temporary cultivation cave right next to Tong Yoli's cave. Long Aotian went inside to rest. Lin Feng followed Tong Yoli and entered the cave residence where she was resting. Meanwhile, after waiting anxiously for over 2 hours, Sun Jie finally saw Liu Yu. Such an important figure naturally wasn't someone an ordinary disciple like Sun Jie could meet. "Martial nephew Sun, what business do you have with me?" When Liu Yu arrived outside, he didn't invite Sun Jie inside. Instead, he got straight to the point. Sun Jie hurriedly said, "Martial uncle, something big happened. Senior brother Jin was eaten by a python." "What? Zichen was eaten by a python?" When he heard that, Liu Yu's expression changed drastically. Jin Zichen was Liu Yu's favorite disciple. When he heard that Jin Zichen had been eaten by a python, Liu Yu's expression turned exceedingly unsightly. However, he wasn't sad at all. Existences at his level were used to seeing life and death. Many people had long since left their grief behind. Of course. Although Liu Yu wasn't sad about Jin Zichen's death, he still felt it was a pity. Jin Zichen was vicious and merciless, and he was exceptionally talented. Only someone like that could accomplish great things. For that reason, Liu Yu had thought highly of Jin Zichen, but now he'd been eaten by a python. So what if he thought highly of Jin Zichen? "That's right," said Sun Jie cautiously. "Many of us saw it. That python was extremely terrifying. After swallowing senior brother Jin Zichen, it quickly left." Liu Yu said in a low voice, "Tell me the whole story. Don't leave out anything." And so, Sun Jie started to recount how he'd met Lin Feng and Long Aotian. Then, he talked about how they tried to scheme against Lin Feng and Long Aotian. Lin Feng and Long Aotian entered the valley as well. But in the end, Jin Zichen died. Lin Feng and Long Aotian, who'd been scouting the valley, returned unscathed. "So you're saying that Zichen died because he wanted to scheme against Tong Yoli's lover? But in the end, he suffered the consequences of his own actions?" Liu Yu asked gloomily. "That's right, martial uncle," replied Sun Jie. In truth, he was somewhat afraid. After all, he was the one who'd suggested it. However, he hadn't told Liu Yu that he was the one who'd suggested it. He was worried that if he did, Liu Yu would take his anger out on him. He understood his martial uncle Liu Yu quite well. He was vicious and merciless, vengeful for the smallest grievance. Jin Zichen had been by Liu Yu's side since he was young. His personality was very similar to Liu Yu's. There was a saying, "One is marked by the company one keeps." The way Sun Jie saw it, Jin Zichen's personality had been influenced by Liu Yu's. Zichen's dead, but that brat's actually living such a carefree life. What's more, he even got a beauty back. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Liu Yu's eyes instantly flashed with dense, murderous intent. Sun Jie didn't dare interrupt. He was afraid that if he angered Liu Yu, he'd be dragged into it as well. "That brat wants to join our Yin-Yang Alliance?" asked Liu Yu. "That's right. I'm guessing that Tong Yoli's master, Fairy Qingyun, will help recommend him. With Fairy Qingyun's help, It shouldn't be difficult for them to join us, said Sun Jie. After they join the Yin-Yang Alliance, I have 100 ways to play them to death. Those two must die. I'm going to bury them with Zichen. Liu Yu's eyes flashed with dense, murderous intent. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and Long Aotian. That was especially true of Lin Feng. Jin Zichen wanted to kill Lin Feng, which was why he'd plotted against Lin Feng. As for Long Aotian, he'd merely been dragged into the mess. Chapter 4874. Lin Feng didn't know what Liu Yu and Sun Jie talked about. Liu Yu wanted to kill him. Lin Feng didn't know either. Even if Lin Feng knew, he wouldn't care. After all, Liu Yu was just a heavenly immortal. Liu Yu was nothing in front of him. At this moment, Lin Feng was resting in Tong Yoli's East Mansion. Tong Yoli knew how to enjoy life. She carried a soft bed with her everywhere. After opening up the cave, she took out the soft bed and placed it in the cave. Lin Feng lay on the soft bed with his head resting on Tong Yoli's thigh. Tong Yoli stretched out her hand and massaged Lin Feng. How enjoyable. Little Lily, I won't be leaving tonight. I'll stay here with you. What do you think? Lin Feng said to Tong Yoli with a smile. Tong Yoli's pretty face instantly turned red. She stammered, aren't we developing too fast? Said Lin Feng. I just want to sleep with you in my arms, that's all. What are you thinking? Tong Yoli could tell that Lin Feng was teasing her. She said angrily, Lin Feng, you baddie. You only know how to bully me. Ha 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 ha, how could I bear to bully you? I'm just teasing you. Lin Feng said with a smile. Tong Yoli wasn't really angry. When she was with outsiders, she always had a cold expression, as if she didn't want anyone to get close to her. But when she was with Lin Feng, she was pure and gentle. So, a woman like Tong Yoli was really a good woman. She treated her lover well. She was extremely loyal. The next day, Fairy Qingyun brought Lin Feng and Long Aotian to investigate. Lin Feng met some of the Yin-Yang Alliance's higher-ups, but he didn't see Wu Daoxian. They asked about Lin Feng and Long Aotian's basic situation. Lin Feng and Tong Yoli had already decided on what to say. Lin Feng called himself Ji. Long Aotian was still his real name. The two of them were Tong Yoli's good friends in the secular world. With Fairy Qingyun's recommendation, the others naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Lin Feng and Long Aotian. Therefore, the two of them easily passed the inspection. Young man, work hard. The future is yours. Liu Yu smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Then, he looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. The next period of time was rather peaceful. Lin Feng and Long Aotian would occasionally go out with the patrol team to patrol. When there was nothing to do, Lin Feng would stay with Tong Yoli. This period of time was also a rare time to relax. Lin Feng was rarely as relaxed as he was now. Now that he had time to relax, it was a good experience. The prehistoric dragon race and Dragon Island's living beings did not come out to attack the various alliances. I don't know why those entities didn't do so. It seemed to be a period of truce. The various alliances were also in a relatively peaceful period. Although there were constant small conflicts, there weren't any major conflicts. Time passed day by day. Until this day, a shocking piece of news came out. It was said. In a mountain range, the rumored immortal essence fruit appeared. This was an extremely rare heavenly treasure that could greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation base. This natural treasure that could increase one's cultivation had always made people go crazy. Immortal essence fruit. Naturally, it was the same. Therefore, when the news of the immortal essence fruit spread, it attracted the attention of many people. Even those true immortal experts were attracted by the immortal essence fruit. When I want to sleep, someone immediately sends a pillow to me. I must have the immortal essence fruit. I want to break through to the Tao immortal realm. After hearing the news of the immortal essence fruit, Long Aotian was extremely excited. In the past, Long Aotian's cultivation was high. He was now recultivating. There were two major characteristics of recultivating. First, the cultivation progress was very fast. Second, there were very few obstacles when breaking through. If there was a sufficient supply of natural treasures and immortal stones, Recultivating cultivators could continuously increase their cultivation until their cultivation reached the peak of the past. At this time, the cultivation speed would slow down. The reason why the cultivation speed slowed down was that they needed to comprehend the Tao if they wanted to break through to a higher level. Only by comprehending the Tao could they break through to a higher level. Long Aotian needed the immortal essence fruit. Lin Feng also needed the immortal essence fruit. Lin Feng wanted to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Therefore, the immortal essence fruit was also very important to him. The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Alliance left one after another, including Wu Daoxian from the Yin-Yang Alliance who came out of seclusion. Wu Daoxian left with a group of people, obviously for this opportunity. Tong Yoli followed her master. Before leaving, she told Lin Feng that she would try her best to get the immortal essence fruit. If she could get it, she would bring it back for Lin Feng to cultivate. Long Aotian said, "This girl is really not bad. She is thinking of you wholeheartedly." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he left with Long Aotian. They were the ordinary members of the Yin-Yang Alliance who were not qualified to leave with Wu Daoxian. Of course, Lin Feng was not interested in going with Wu Daoxian and the others. The mountain range where the immortal essence fruit was located in the central area. A large number of prehistoric dragon tribe and dragon island creatures were active there. Therefore, when a large number of cultivators came, naturally, there would be a big battle. However, those prehistoric dragon tribe and dragon island creatures could not stop those cultivators. Many cultivators came to the outer area of the mountain range. From afar, they could see an ancient tree rooted in the void with dozens of fruits floating on it. Those fruits. They should be the immortal essence fruit. Many dragon kings had arrived. There were also some beast kings there. There was a look of indifference on their faces as they regarded the many cultivators surging in from the outside. Experts among the foreign cultivators also appeared one after another. Therefore, the Dragon King and Beast King level existences didn't attack these foreign cultivators. They also needed to gather their strength now. After the restriction outside the mountain range disappeared, they went to fight for the immortal essence fruit. There are so many immortal essence fruits. I am almost drooling. Long Aotian said. Hihi, good treasures. Really good treasures. Lin Feng could not help but be very excited. There were so many experts. There were only about 40 to 50 immortal essence fruits. Obviously, it was not enough. Many people would not be able to get the immortal essence fruit. Therefore, one could imagine that there would be a fierce battle. 2 days later, the fragrance of the immortal essence fruit gradually spread out. The power of the restriction was also dissipating quickly. It lasted for about 2 hours. Chapter 4875. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the restriction disappeared, the immortal essence fruit tree shook slightly. Suddenly, the dozens of fruits on it all fell off the branches. Then, they flew in all directions. The immortal essence fruit tree was very extraordinary. It seemed to have developed some intelligence. After the fruits were thrown out, Yi Zichen sent them flying. The immortal essence fruit tree did not dare to stay any longer. Instead, it quickly disappeared. There seemed to be an abyss in that place. The immortal essence fruit tree should be hiding in the abyss. Many experts flew towards the immortal essence fruit. This included those dragon kings and beast kings. They also rushed towards the immortal essence fruit. In order to snatch the immortal essence fruit, these powerful creatures directly fought. The destructive power of a battle at their level was simply unimaginable. Therefore, no one dared to approach the battlefield. If they dared to approach the battlefield of these experts, they would definitely die miserably. Lin Feng and Long Aotian hid in the forest. Then, Lin Feng took out the Swallowing Heaven Jar. The Swallowing Heaven Jar released a powerful devouring power. The immortal essence fruits were enveloped by the devouring power formed by the Swallowing Heaven Jar and then quickly flew towards it. So many immortal essence fruits are flying towards the forest over there. There are people in the forest over there. Let's go and intercept them halfway. Many cultivators saw the situation and shouted loudly. Those cultivators wanted to take the immortal essence fruits while they were still flying in the air. Snatch the immortal essence fruits. At this time, Long Outyen made his move. Lin Feng took out the Huyi bow and let Long Outyen use it. Long Outyen pulled the bow and shot an arrow. Energy arrows formed one after another. Those energy arrows shot towards the cultivators who were flying towards the immortal essence fruits. Be careful. Many people were shocked and quickly dodged the energy arrows. But when they dodged the energy arrow attack, they were stunned. The swallowing heaven jar had successfully swallowed those immortal essence fruits. The swallowing heaven jar had swallowed a total of 11 immortal essence fruits. With so many immortal essence fruits taken, it naturally attracted the attention of many experts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Experts at the true immortal realm, beast kings, and dragon kings quickly flew over. Let's go. After Lin Feng took the swallowing heaven jar, he grabbed Long Outyen and used the void travel technique to leave. It's him. A true immortal realm expert was shocked and recognized Lin Feng's identity. Therefore, he didn't chase after Lin Feng. However, there were also some experts who did not recognize Lin Feng. So he went to chase after Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng and Long Outyen shook off their pursuers. The immortal essence fruit is very special. According to different cultivation levels, the number of immortal essence fruits one can refine is also different. It is said that cultivators below the genuine immortal realm can only refine one immortal essence fruit. If one takes too many immortal essence fruits, his body won't be able to withstand the power of the immortal essence fruit and will suffer great damage. Basically, a genuine immortal realm cultivator can only refine 2 or 3 immortal essence fruit. There won't be any effect if I refine the third one, Long Outyen said. Lin Feng nodded. He took out the 3 immortal essence fruits and gave them to Long Outyen. A cultivator could only refine 3 immortal essence fruits at most. Long Outyen didn't ask for more. He knew that the immortal essence fruits left by Lin Feng were still useful. Even if he asked for more immortal essence fruits, it wouldn't be of much use. Let's go and find a place to cultivate, Lin Feng said. Long Outyen nodded. Lin Feng found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Long Outyen sat cross-legged and ate the 3 immortal essence fruits. Then, he began to refine the medicinal power of the immortal essence fruits. Lin Feng summoned his 9 orifices stone man doppelganger. The 9 orifices stone man doppelganger was only one step away from breaking through to the genuine immortal realm. Lin Feng planned to let the 9 orifices stone man doppelganger refine a few immortal essence fruits to see if it could break through. The 9 orifices stone man doppelganger had the body of a stone man. It was different from ordinary cultivators. Its body was even stronger than many genuine immortal realm cultivators. Therefore, refining 3 immortal essence fruits was not a problem. As for Lin Feng himself, his body had already broken through to the genuine immortal realm. In addition, the power contained in his body was far stronger than that of a genuine immortal realm expert. Therefore, refining 3 immortal essence fruits was not a problem. Out of the 11 immortal essence fruits, he gave 3 to Long Outyen, refined 3 for himself and the 9 orifices stone man doppelganger. In this case, there were 2 left. Lin Feng planned to let Tong Yoli refine the 2 immortal essence fruits. In this case, Tong Yoli's cultivation should be able to break through to the itinerant immortal realm. Breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm was an extremely important transformation for a cultivator. Lin Feng ate 3 immortal essence fruit. Then, he began to refine the immortal essence fruits. Now, Lin Feng was at the 5th heaven of the itinerant immortal realm. He did not know what level he could break through to after refining 3 immortal essence fruits. Considering that he had accumulated a lot of power, Lin Feng would be satisfied if he could break through 2 or 3 levels. It did not take long for Lin Feng to break through to the 6th heaven of the itinerant immortal realm. This surprised Lin Feng because the effect of the immortal essence fruit seemed to be much better than expected. Lin Feng continued to refine the immortal essence fruit to break through. Then, he broke through 3 levels in a row. Lin Feng's realm stopped at the 9th heaven of the itinerant immortal realm. He was only one step away from the 10th heaven of the itinerant immortal realm. The effect of the immortal essence fruit is actually so awesome. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he could not help but be extremely excited. Being able to break through 4 levels made Lin Feng extremely satisfied. He only needed to break through 1 more level. He could break through to the 10th heaven of the itinerant immortal realm. When the time came, after accumulating for a while, it was not impossible to find an opportunity to break through to the human immortal realm. When Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the 9 orifices Stone Man Doppelganger and Long Outyen were still in seclusion. Not long after, Long Outyen finally came out of seclusion. Long Outyen successfully broke through to the Dao immortal realm. Because Long Outyen was recultivating his current realm, he did not attract the lightning tribulation when he broke through. 3 days later, the 9 orifices Stone Man Doppelganger also came out of seclusion. The 9 orifices Stone Man Doppelganger was about to undergo the true immortal tribulation. After spending more than 2 months, the 9 orifices Stone Man Doppelganger finally succeeded. As for the 9 orifices Stone Man Doppelganger, it successfully broke through to the true immortal realm. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. With the 9 orifices Stone Man Doppelganger's breakthrough, Lin Feng's overall fighting strength would increase by a large margin. 10 days later, Lin Feng and Long Outyen returned to the Yin-Yang Alliance. Lin Feng, leave quickly. The Yin-Yang Alliance is not safe now. Tong Yoli's expression changed drastically when she saw Lin Feng. She hurriedly said to Lin Feng. During this period, she had been very worried about Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng had returned, she was even more worried about Lin Feng. What happened? Lin Feng asked. Gee, you're finally back. Before Tong Yoli could tell Lin Feng what had happened, many cultivators from the Yin-Yang Alliance arrived and surrounded Lin Feng and Long Outyen. Chapter 4876. After seeing these people, Lin Feng could roughly guess why they were here. They must have seen him and Long Outyen snatching some immortal essence fruits. Therefore, they immediately made things difficult for them when they returned. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What's the meaning of this?" Liu Yu said, "I heard that you've obtained some immortal essence fruits. Cultivators can only use 3 at most, and cultivators below the true immortal realm can only use 1. If you keep it for too long, it will lose its effect. Since you have more than enough immortal essence fruits, why don't you take them out and give them to the higher-ups of the Yin-Yang Alliance so that they can cultivate?" Long Outyen pursed his lips and said, "We got the immortal essence fruits with our own abilities. Why should we take them out? Besides, we've already used them. Don't even think about getting something that doesn't belong to you in the first place." "Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Think about your own status." Liu Yu looked at Long Outyen coldly. Long Outyen was a guy who liked to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, so Long Outyen used a special spell to hide his true cultivation level. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell that his aura was similar to that of a great emperor. Emperor realm cultivators were considered experts in the mortal world, but this was the undying world. Experts from all over the universe had gathered in the undying world. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the undying world. Emperor realm cultivators were indeed not considered experts in the undying world. Naturally, everyone looked down on Long Outyen. On the other hand, Lin Feng didn't deliberately hide his cultivation because Lin Feng was only an itinerant immortal realm cultivator. His cultivation level. It wasn't that high. F***CK, what are you talking about? Do you think I won't beat you up? Long Outyen glared at Liu Yu. You're courting death. Liu Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He walked toward Long Outyen as if he wanted to kill him. Brother, what do you think we should do about today's matter? Long Outyen looked at Lin Feng. He was filled with anger. Lin Feng said, someone stepped on my head and peed on me. What else can I do? Let's just do it with real guns and bullet. Lin Feng, don't be impulsive. Hand over the immortal essence fruit and you can still keep your life. Tong Yoli almost begged. No matter what kind of treasure it was, in Tong Yoli's eyes, it was far less important than Lin Feng's life. Therefore, Tong Yoli hoped that Lin Feng could take out the immortal essence fruit. Lin Feng had already offended Liu Yu. However, when the time came, he could ask his master, Fairy Qingyun, to plead for mercy. Liu Yu might still spare Lin Feng and Long Aotian's lives. However, if Lin Feng didn't take out the immortal essence fruit, then, when the time comes, only death awaited him. "Don't worry, we'll be fine," Lin Feng said. "How laughable. You're so ignorant that you don't even know your own worth. Now, I'll send you to the afterlife," Liu Yu said indifferently. He had already begun to gather his magical power. Obviously, he was planning to deal with Lin Feng and Long Aotian. "Master, please help him." Tong Yoli grabbed Fairy Qingyun's hand and begged. Fairy Qingyun also revealed a difficult expression. After all, she was only a celestial immortal. Now, this matter was obviously led by Wu Daoxian, a true immortal. Moreover, several quasi-true immortals were also involved. If she stepped forward now, it would be useless. Instead, she would offend these people. Therefore, Fairy Qingyun sighed and said, "Everyone has to pay the price for their own choices. You have to understand this principle." Of course, Tong Yoli understood this principle. However, she wanted to help Lin Feng. She wanted to save Lin Feng. However, at this time, Tong Yoli felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Just at this moment, Long Aotian opened his mouth to speak. "Sometimes, the world you see is different from the world you see with the naked eye. Remember this. When you're strong, don't bully others. Because in the world of cultivators, anything is possible." After Long Aotian finished speaking, he stepped forward and walked towards Liu Yu. Then, Long Aotian raised his right hand and punched towards Liu Yu. Courting death. Liu Yu's expression was indifferent. He also punched towards Long Aotian. Previously, Liu Yu wanted to find a chance to get rid of Lin Feng and Long Aotian. Today, it was a great opportunity to get rid of Long Aotian first, then Lin Feng. Liu Yu's plan was quite good. Bang! The next moment, Long Aotian and Liu Yu collided fiercely. Originally, many people thought that Long Aotian, an Emperor Realm cultivator, would be killed by Liu Yu. However, when the great battle began, something happened that made everyone extremely astonished. Long Aotian was safe and sound. Instead, Liu Yu flew out like a kite with a broken string. Barf! In midair, Liu Yu could not help but vomit blood. After seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had seen. Liu Yu. That was a heavenly immortal expert. He was actually no match for an Emperor Realm cultivator. Wasn't this too inconceivable? Soon, everyone figured it out. Long Aotian was definitely not an Emperor Realm cultivator. He had hidden his cultivation level. Therefore, that was why he was so powerful. With a plop, Liu Yu fell to the ground. After his body twitched a few times, he died. After seeing this scene, many people could not help but take a deep breath. Instant kill. Liu Yu was actually killed in an instant. What was the cultivation level of the guy who attacked? Was he a quasi-true immortal? Or was he a true immortal? At the thought of this, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Tong Yoli was also shocked. Tong Yoli did not expect the cultivator beside Lin Feng to be so powerful. Could this cultivator be Lin Feng's backer? However, something did not seem right. Lin Feng and this cultivator spoke as if they were peers. Moreover, she even saw Lin Feng playing around with Long Aotian sometimes. Long Aotian also seemed to listen to Lin Feng's orders for many things. Tong Yoli had always thought that Long Aotian was Lin Feng's follower. However, now, Long Aotian had displayed such terrifying strength. How could Lin Feng have such a powerful follower? For a moment, Tong Yoli could not help but feel confused. She did not know what the relationship between Lin Feng and Long Aotian was. Preposterous. This is outrageous. Do you really think that there's no one in our Yin-Yang Immortal sect? Today, if you dare to kill someone from our Yin-Yang Immortal sect, no one in this world can save you. Wu Daoxian, a perfected immortal expert of the Yin-Yang Immortal sect, said coldly. Then, he charged towards Long Aotian. Long Aotian sneered and began to circulate his dharmic powers to deal with Wu Daoxian. Who would have thought that Wu Daoxian would change direction halfway? He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and struck out with his palm towards Lin Feng. Chapter 4877. Wu Daoxian knew how difficult it was to provoke Long Aotian, although he didn't directly attack him. Instead, he attacked Lin Feng. In Wu Daoxian's opinion, Long Aotian was most likely Lin Feng's Dao protector. Therefore, if he could capture Lin Feng, he could use Lin Feng to threaten Long Aotian. The rest of the people obviously didn't expect Wu Daoxian to attack Lin Feng after a feint. However, the surrounding cultivators were all smart people. Soon, they thought of Wu Daoxian's purpose for doing so. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with pity. Both sides obviously had an irreconcilable hatred. When Lin Feng was caught, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Long Aotian was the only one who had a faint smile on his face. It was a mocking expression. Long Aotian knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Moreover, Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through again. Lin Feng's avatar had even broken through to the true immortal realm. That was a 9-orifice stone man avatar. How terrifying was its battle strength? It was simply unimaginable. Therefore, in Long Aotian's opinion, Wu Daoxian was simply courting death by going against Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng be so easy to deal with? And at this moment, Wu Daoxian's terrifying palm had already struck. Wu Daoxian's idea was very simple. First, he would severely injure Lin Feng, then capture Lin Feng. I bestow death upon you. Just as Wu Daoxian's palm was about to hit Lin Feng, Lin Feng stepped forward and slapped towards Wu Daoxian. The power of death coiled around Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into a death god. His aura was so terrifying that it was terrifying. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Everyone saw that. Lin Feng didn't move at all. The true immortal expert Wu Daoxian was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. When they saw this scene, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. That was a true immortal. He was actually sent flying by a palm strike. Moreover, he sent this true immortal cultivator flying with a palm strike. He was actually just a young human cultivator. Anyone who saw this scene would find it hard to believe that it was real, but it was real. It was a real thing that happened in front of everyone's eyes. Even if they couldn't believe it. But it was happening right in front of them. How could they not believe it? Who is he? Is he really just a young cultivator? Could he be the reincarnation of the ancient sacred emperor? Everybody was astonished. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with astonishment. Tongs's was she didn't know Lin Feng was already so strong. He could make a cultivator of the true celestial layer retreat with one punch. Just how powerful would one need to be able to do all this? At this moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Wu Daoxian like a shadow and pointed at Wu Daoxian. Lin Feng wanted to kill Wu Daoxian. Wu Daoxian cried out in horror, "Spare me! Spare me! On the account that it's not easy for me to cultivate. Please spare my life. I'm willing to submit to young master." Lin Feng withdrew his attack and placed his hands behind his back like a young sacred emperor. "Kneel down and swear." His voice was unquestionable. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng. They were all looking at him in awe. They were all astonished. In the hearts of those cultivators, Lin Feng was like a god or a demon. Wu Daoxian's expression was uncertain. He was a true immortal expert. It was a great insult to him to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, Wu Daoxian did not dare to go against Lin Feng's words because he knew that if he did, Lin Feng would definitely kill him. Wu Daoxian did not want to die. He knelt on the ground with a thud and began to swear with his right hand facing the sky. "I, Wu Daoxian, swear with my soul to the heavens that I will be loyal to young Master Ji from now on. If I violate the oath, I may be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." After Wu Daoxian made the oath, an oath rune condensed and imprinted itself between Wu Daoxian's brows. From then on, Wu Daoxian could no longer betray Lin Feng. If he dared to betray Lin Feng would activate the oath rune and Wu Daoxian would die immediately. "All right, Get up. Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. Wu Daoxian replied and then stood up. Lin Feng said, now that Dragon Island is sealed, the various forces are also scheming against each other. If you want to survive on Dragon Island, you need to have a strong power. I'm sure everyone is aware of the current situation on Dragon Island. Previously, Yin-Yang Alliance was not considered a particularly strong alliance. However, now, Yin-Yang Alliance is definitely one of the strongest alliances. Everyone can bring your friends and fellow sect members over. The stronger Yin-Yang Alliance is, the more benefits everyone will receive. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people could not help but become excited. Just as Lin Feng said, danger lurked everywhere on Dragon Island. It was not only the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings on Dragon Island that posed a threat. There were also threats from other alliances, facing all kinds of dangerous situations in the outside world. Previously, the cultivators of Yin-Yang Alliance were indeed aggrieved. However, it was different now. There were two terrifying existences, Lin Feng and Long Outyen, holding the fort. In addition, there was Wu Daoxian from before. With Yin-Yang Alliance's strength, who would dare to bully the cultivators of Yin-Yang Alliance? Lin Feng walked towards his residence. Long Outyen followed closely behind. Tong Yoli was just about to leave with Lin Feng when Fairy Qingyun hurriedly pulled her back. Fairy Qingyun said, Yoli, how is this young Master Ji so powerful? I've never heard you mention him before. Tong Yoli smiled bitterly and said, I didn't know he was so powerful before. Thinking back to how Tong Yoli had begged her to help Lin Feng, Fairy Qingyun did not feel that Tong Yoli was lying to her. It was just a pity that she did not make a move earlier. If she had made a move earlier, she would have been able to get closer to Lin Feng. But now, she had already missed this opportunity. Yoli, help me explain the situation later. I have my own difficulties as well, Fairy Qingyun said. Tong Yoli sighed in her heart. She did not blame Fairy Qingyun for not making a move. After all, the situation earlier was indeed very disadvantageous for Lin Feng. If she had helped Lin Feng at that time, it would have been an arduous and thankless task. However, it was impossible to say that Tong Yoli did not have any cracks in her heart. However, Tong Yoli was indebted to Fairy Qingyun, so she did not say anything. This disciple will help Master explain, Tong Yoli said. Chapter 48-78. Long Outyen knew that Tong Yoli might have a lot of things to say to Lin Feng, so he did not enter the cave. Instead, he strolled outside. Tong Yoli entered the cave. When she was facing Lin Feng alone, although she had a lot to say, she did not know how to say it at this moment. Moreover, the current Lin Feng made her feel a little unfamiliar, because the current Lin Feng was too powerful. This feeling of unfamiliarity came from the difference in strength between the two of them. Therefore, the current Tong Yoli had a sense of inferiority when facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to know what Tong Yoli was thinking. He pulled Tong Yoli into his embrace and said, I'm still me, so don't think too much. Don't think about chasing after my cultivation speed. I like you as a person, not your strength. Just cultivate step by step. The reason why Lin Feng said this to Tong Yoli was because Lin Feng understood Tong Yoli better. He knew that Tong Yoli was a competitive person. Lin Feng was worried that Tong Yoli would feel that she was not worthy of him, and then cultivate desperately to close the distance between them. It was exactly the same as what Huang Ling did back then. Even though many years had passed. Now that he thought of Huang Ling death, Lin Feng's heart was still very sad. Huang Ling wanted to close the distance between them. She cultivated desperately. She cultivated desperately. In the end, it led to chi deviation. She died. This was the regret in Lin Feng's heart. It was also the pain in Lin Feng's heart. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally did not want to see a repeat of the tragedy. Tong Yoli hugged Lin Feng tightly with both hands. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she seemed to have untied the knot in her heart. Then she raised her head, wrinkled her nose, and said, You're so powerful, why didn't you tell me? You made me so worried about you. Lin Feng said, Life needs surprises. If I say everything, wouldn't it be boring? Tong Yoli couldn't help but snort lightly, but she didn't refute Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng said, I have something good for you. What is it? Tong Yoli asked doubtfully. Lin Feng took out the 2 immortal essence fruits. These are the 2 immortal vitality fruits. If you refine them, you will be able to greatly improve your cultivation. After seeing the 2 immortal essence fruits, Tong Yoli's eyes immediately lit up. Tong Yoli was very clear about the value of the immortal essence fruit. Lin Feng was willing to give such a precious thing to her. This made Tong Yoli very happy, because it meant that Lin Feng had her in his heart. He didn't just want to play with her. Have you refined it? Tong Yoli asked. I've already refined 3 of them, so there's no point in refining more. You can refine it without worry, Lin Feng said. Tong Yoli said, my cultivation is limited. Refining 1 immortal essence fruit is my limit. This kind of thing can't be kept for too long, so keep the other one and see if you can exchange it for some treasures with others. Hearing Tong Yoli's words, Lin Feng kept the other immortal essence fruit. He didn't intend to exchange it for treasures with others. Lin Feng planned to use this immortal essence fruit to refine a furnace of elixirs. Then, he would distribute the elixirs to Bibi and the others. After Bibi and the others ate the elixirs refined from the immortal essence fruit, it would be of great help to their cultivation. At this time, Tong Yoli continued, just now, so many people were targeting you, but my master, Fairy Qingyun, didn't do anything. She has her own difficulties, so I hope you won't blame her, said Lin Feng. Of course not. After all, she's just a stranger to me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had any interaction with her. How could I blame her for doing something she didn't know? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Tong Yoli couldn't help but smile bitterly. She didn't know what her master, Fairy Qingyun, would think after hearing Lin Feng's words. Now, go and refine the immortal essence fruit. It's too long. It will affect the efficacy of the immortal essence fruit, Lin Feng said. Tong Yoli quickly nodded, then left Lin Feng's place and returned to her own residence. She activated the restriction to protect the cave residents, then ate the immortal essence fruit. Then, she began to use her cultivation method to refine the immortal essence fruit's efficacy. At this time, Long Outyen returned to the cave residence and said with a smile, why did the private meeting end so quickly? I gave you enough time and space, so I definitely didn't mean to disturb you. Lin Feng said, I let her refine the immortal essence fruit, so I hope she can smoothly break through to the itinerant immortal realm. Long Outyen said, I think you made a bad move. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked, looking at Long Outyen with a strange expression. Long Outyen smiled mischievously and said, do you even need to say it? You should have used the remaining power of your domineering aura to take down that little girl. Lin Feng said speechlessly, now, I'm really wondering if what you said to me before was true. With your wretched personality, would anyone like you back then? The woman you speak of is also a fictional character, right? Bullsh *T. Long Outyen was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped up and said, I'm speaking the truth. I wouldn't joke about something like this. Lin Feng didn't talk much about this topic. Long Outyen also avoided the topic and asked, now that the Yin-Yang alliance is under our control, what do you plan to do next? Do you want to expand your territory? Lin Feng said, there's no need for that, because we might be able to leave soon. Therefore, there's no need to waste time and energy on these things. I don't care about a small Yin-Yang alliance. If Liu Yu, Wu Daoxian, and the others didn't go overboard, I wouldn't have bothered with them. Long Outyen nodded. 5 days later, Tong Yoli came out of seclusion. Above the 9 heavens, lightning lingered. Tong Yoli was about to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulation. Tong Yoli's tribulation attracted many cultivators to watch. The lightning tribulation was powerful, but it couldn't stop Tong Yoli's progress. In the end, Tong Yoli smoothly broke through to the itinerant immortal realm. After breaking through to the next realm, the path of cultivation was still very difficult. However, she had entered a whole new level after all. This was something worthy of celebration. 10 days after Tong Yoli broke through to the itinerant immortal realm, a subordinate found Lin Feng, saying that he had something important to report. Lin Feng summoned the subordinate, who was a rather young cultivator. He was dressed in purple and looked very handsome. Chapter 4879. The cultivator hurriedly said, "Young master, this subordinate is rearing a demonic rat. When the Dragon Sovereign mountain range appeared a few days ago, this subordinate wanted to rely on this demonic rat to find some opportunities. However, due to the sudden change in the Dragon Sovereign mountain range, this subordinate was separated from the demonic rat. Just now, the demonic rat followed its senses and returned to this subordinate. This subordinate received a shocking piece of news from the demonic rat." "What news?" Lin Feng looked at the cultivator curiously. The cultivator said, "The demonic rat discovered an ancient city in the depths of Dragon Island. Many prehistoric dragon clan and living beings of the dragon clan have gathered outside the ancient city." "What? There's such a thing?" Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Long Outyen said, "Could it be the ancient city that was summoned by the dragon clan?" Lin Feng said, "It must be that ancient city. So many cultivators were sacrificed to summon the ancient city. I wonder how extraordinary that ancient city is. Speaking of which, I wonder if the prehistoric dragon sovereign passed away in that ancient city. If that ancient city contains the legacy of the prehistoric dragon sovereign, then it would be shocking." At this moment, Lin Feng had already stood up and was pacing back and forth. This was an extremely important piece of news. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in exploring that ancient city. "Where is that ancient city?" Lin Feng asked. The cultivator said, "The direction of that ancient city is in the direction of the Dragon Sovereign Mountain. However, that ancient city is in a deeper place." Long Outyen looked at Lin Feng and said, "If that's the case, that little purple dragon did not lie to us." Lin Feng said, "That should be the case. This news is very important. You've done a great service." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand and 5 million immortal stones flew out. "Here are 5 million immortal stones. Take it as your reward." After seeing the 5 rivers of immortal stones, the cultivator's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen so many immortal stones. And now, these immortal stones were all his. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The cultivator quickly knelt on the ground and thanked Lin Feng profusely. 5 million immortal stones. To him, it was equivalent to a great opportunity. If he left Dragon Island now, he would have no regrets. Lin Feng waved his hand. The cultivator understood tacitly and quickly retreated. Outyen said, "There are many prehistoric dragon clan and living beings of Dragon Island outside the ancient city. It's no different from sending us to our death." "Ao Tien," said Lin Feng, "I have a plan." "What plan?" Outyen asked curiously. "Spread the news. The other forces will definitely check it out after they get the news. Once the news is verified to be true, those big forces will take action. The prehistoric dragon tribe and the creatures of Dragon Island will definitely fight with those cultivators. At that time, both sides will suffer great losses. At that time, we can take action. If we take action at this time, I think it will be extremely advantageous for us." Lin Feng said his idea. Outyen said, "That's a good idea." Lin Feng said, "If you think it's a good idea, I'll get someone to do it. We need to recruit as many experts as we can during this time. They will come in handy when we go to the ancient city." Long Outyen nodded and said, "Let me handle this matter." "All right, go and give the order. At the same time, restrain the cultivators of the Yin-Yang Alliance. If the news spreads, the cultivators of the Yin-Yang Alliance are not allowed to go out and fight against the dragons and the creatures of Dragon Island." "I understand." Outyen nodded and left. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. "Demon Lord, I have an immortal vitality fruit. Do you have the formula to refine a top-grade immortal medicine?" "I do have a formula. The main ingredient is the immortal vitality fruit, but it still needs thousands of supplementary ingredients. If it is refined into a pill, it will be very useful for cultivation." Demon Lord said. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "Then hurry up and tell me the formula you know. I'll go and find the herbs I need." Demon Lord nodded and sent some information into Lin Feng's mind. That information was the information about the prescription. The Demon Lord said the pill was called the Immortal Vitality Pill. Other than the main ingredient, the Immortal Vitality Fruit, it also needed 32 other immortal herbs. There were also 3,400 other types of spiritual herbs. Lin Feng planted all kinds of immortal herbs and spiritual herbs in his space-time. There were also some immortal herbs and spiritual herbs that he had collected. Lin Feng searched for a while and gathered most of the spiritual herbs and immortal herbs. However, he still lacked a dozen spiritual herbs and 3 immortal herbs. Lin Feng looked for Wu Daoxian and asked her to help him collect the celestial and spiritual herbs he needed. Wu Daoxian's ability to get things done was still very strong. He successfully gathered all the immortal herbs and spiritual herbs that Lin Feng needed. Lin Feng said, "Demon Lord, help me refine a batch of immortal essence pills." If he could refine it himself, Lin Feng would have done it himself. Right now, Lin Feng's alchemy skills had been abandoned for a long time. Therefore, with his own methods, it was naturally impossible for him to successfully refine the immortal essence pill. Therefore, Lin Feng could only borrow the power of the Demon Lord to refine the immortal essence pill. The Demon Lord did not delay either. He said, "It will take 49 days to form the pill." "All right," Lin Feng replied. The Demon Lord entered the space-time. Lin Feng took out the black flame god devouring fire and helped the Demon Lord refine the immortal essence pill. 49 days had passed in the space-time, but only 5 days had passed outside. As for Lin Feng, he did not enter the space-time, so he did not need to wait that long to see the immortal essence pill. While the Demon Lord was refining the immortal essence pill, the news about the ancient city in the depths of the city quickly spread. The various alliances and many rogue cultivators had heard of this news. After this news spread, it could be said to have caused a huge uproar. Of course, when this news first came out, many people looked at it with a skeptical attitude. However, many great powers had secretly sent people to investigate the truth of this matter. Many cultivators were killed by the patrolling prehistoric dragon race and the creatures of Dragon Island, but there were also some cultivators who entered the depths. Moreover, they returned without a hitch. Those cultivators brought back astonishing news. In the depths of the area, an incomparably huge ancient city had really appeared. Chapter 4880. Now that the news of the ancient city's appearance was confirmed to be true, the upper echelons of the major forces began to gather their experts. They planned to rush to the ancient city in the depths. Because the experts of the major forces felt that there must be a great opportunity hidden in the depths of the ancient city. In addition to the great opportunity, the way out of Dragon Island might be in the depths of the ancient city. For example, if there was a teleportation formation in the depths of the ancient city that led to the outside world. If everyone found the teleportation formation, they would be able to leave Dragon Island through it. Naturally, no one wanted to be trapped in Dragon Island forever. Such a place was simply maddening. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to the trip to the ancient city, even though they knew that the trip to the ancient city was extremely dangerous. However, the trip to the ancient city was imperative. When the cultivators of the major forces were rushing to the depths of Dragon Island, Lin Feng ordered the cultivators of the Yin-Yang Alliance to stay put for the time being. During this period of time, many powerful cultivators of the Yin-Yang Alliance had joined them one after another. Those cultivators basically came to join the Yin-Yang Alliance after hearing that there were 2 more top-notch experts in the Yin-Yang Alliance. Other than that, the major forces began to march to the depths of Dragon Island. Therefore, many cultivators who did not join the major forces also chose to join the major forces at this time. It was so that they could work together at this time. Dragon Island became extremely restless. The cultivators and the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island fought again. In fact, most of the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island had already entered the depths of the ancient city. Only a small portion of the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island were left patrolling outside. Therefore, this small portion of the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island could not stop the major forces at all. After an intense battle, the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island suffered heavy casualties. Only a small portion of the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island retreated to the ancient city. Of course, after the previous battle, the major forces also suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, everything was still under control. When the major forces arrived outside the ancient city, the major forces and the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island broke out into another battle again. The prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island obviously did not want the cultivators of the major forces to enter the ancient city. Perhaps they felt that these foreign cultivators would snatch away the opportunity that originally belonged to them. Therefore, the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island were very hostile to the foreign cultivators. The battle between the two sides was very intense, and it was difficult to tell who would win. In the end, the battle ended with both sides suffering heavy losses. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the various major powers or the prehistoric dragon clan and the creatures of the Dragon Island, they all suffered heavy losses. In the end, both sides chose to stop the battle. They could not continue fighting. If the battle continued, the losses would be even more disastrous, and neither side would be able to accept it. Both sides tacitly chose to stop fighting, and then stayed in two separate areas. This area was the gathering place of many major forces and rogue cultivators. The other area was the prehistoric dragon tribe, where the living beings of the Dragon Island gathered. The ancient city had yet to open, so they could only continue to wait. The restriction surrounding the ancient city was a kind of dark restriction, and it was unknown what kind of restriction it was. That kind of dark restriction was very terrifying, emitting a gloomy and terrifying aura. Sensing the aura of darkness, many cultivators could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. In fact, until now, only a vague outline of the ancient city could be seen. This was because the darkness restriction outside had concealed the true situation inside. As time passed, the power of the restriction was quickly dissipating. After about 3 days, the ancient city finally appeared in everyone's sight. On the walls of the ancient city, cultivator corpses were nailed to the ground one after another. When they saw this scene, many people were incomparably shocked. Did a peak battle happen in the ancient city in the past? Who are those corpses? Many people could not help but talk to themselves. This ancient city was very mysterious, and no one knew what ancient city it was. But judging from the cultivators that were nailed to the ground outside, there was definitely an unimaginable battle in the past. Or else, so many cultivators would not have been nailed to the ground. Look, it's a godfiend. A cultivator pointed in a direction. Everyone looked over and saw a godfiend corpse. It was a godfiend with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was definitely a terrifying godfiend. However, his body was pierced by arrows one after another. There were many arrows on his 3 heads, 6 arms, legs, and torso. The other living beings were the same. There were many arrows on their bodies. That female cultivator is so beautiful. Yi Futian murmured. Someone pointed at one of the corpses. Everyone looked over and saw a peerless beauty. She was a peerless beauty dressed in white. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, an ancient bronze sword pierced through her chest and nailed her to the wall. Such a peerless beauty had died just like that. It really made people feel that it was a pity. That bronze sword is a supreme treasure, a cultivator said. His eyes were fixed on the bronze sword, and he could not look away. It seemed that the bronze sword was indeed an extremely powerful treasure. No one knew who had left it behind. Look, that person has a human body and a dragon's head. Is that the legendary half-dragon? Then, another cultivator pointed at a dead cultivator. Everyone looked over and saw the slain cultivator. The slain cultivator was indeed very strange. A human body and a dragon's head. It seemed that he really was a half-dragon from the legends. It was said that half-dragons were the offspring of the dragon race and the human race. Some half-dragons had a human body and a dragon's head, but some were not. There were many different forms of half-dragons. However, half-dragons were very powerful. They could use the supreme godfiends passed down by the dragon race. They also had the intelligence of humans. Therefore, although there weren't many draconians in the history of this epoch, each draconians was extremely powerful and terrifying. Heavens, those beings nailed to the wall are each more terrifying than the last. Each of them has a greater origin than the last. Don't tell me that they were once god-fiends or god-fiends. A cultivator said in horror. This ancient city was from the prehistoric era, and it was still the era of the titled gods. Therefore, the experts of this era were either god-fiends or god-fiends, not the immortals of this era. Although they did not like the name, their strength was actually the same. How powerful were the god-fiends of the titled gods? At the very least, they were equivalent to the current true immortals. However, such powerful beings were still nailed to the wall of this ancient city. Chapter 4881. The scene of so many gods and devils being nailed to the ground shocked everyone present. The origin of this ancient city was very puzzling. However, the restriction was still rapidly dissipating. Once the restriction was completely gone, they might be able to find out the origin of this ancient city. After a few more days, the ancient city's restrictions finally disappeared. The ancient city completely appeared in everyone's sight. Even the words on the ancient city walls could be seen clearly. The words on the ancient city were very mysterious. They seemed to be ancient dragon runes. After seeing the words, many people were shocked. The ancient city's name was written in the language of the dragon race. Didn't this mean that this ancient city was actually built by a dragon expert? Could this be the imperial city built by the dragon emperor in the past? A cultivator asked. In the past, the dragon emperor had built an eternal imperial city. But with the disappearance of the prehistoric dragon emperor, the imperial city also disappeared. No one knew why the imperial city disappeared. For countless years, people had been searching for the imperial city built by the dragon emperor, but there were no clues. However, after seeing this ancient city, some people felt that it might really be the imperial city built by the dragon emperor. However, they couldn't be sure. At this time, an old man said, "This ancient city is called the Holy Dragon City." Hearing the old cultivator's words, everyone grew shocked. The old cultivator was actually able to recognize the ancient dragon clan characters. It really is an ancient city built by the dragon emperor. I read some introduction in a Tao scripture. The imperial city built by the dragon emperor was called the Holy Dragon City. At this time, another cultivator spoke. After hearing the cultivator's words, everyone was shocked. Then, they were pleasantly surprised. The Holy Dragon City that had disappeared for countless years had actually reappeared. The Dragon Emperor must have passed away in the Holy Dragon City. There must be many opportunities in the Holy Dragon City. Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but become very excited. Is this the final battlefield of the past? Are the gods and devils nailed to the ancient city walls the experts of the Dragon Emperor's side? A cultivator asked, voicing the doubts in his heart. Many people felt that this was indeed a possibility. Back then, the Dragon Emperor was very powerful and had many experts under his command. Moreover, it was rumored that the prehistoric Dragon Emperor was a forthright person, so he made many friends. When the prehistoric Dragon clan suffered a calamity, there were bound to be many who stood on the side of the prehistoric Dragon Emperor. However, the final result was an incomparably tragic one. Those gods and devils who supported the prehistoric Dragon Emperor were also killed. Furthermore, the corpse was nailed to the city wall. It was too tragic. The Holy Dragon City was originally in the Dragon World, but now it has appeared on the Dragon Island. I reckon that the prehistoric Dragon Emperor had moved the Holy Dragon City to the Dragon Island. Some cultivators continued, speculating about some of the things that happened back then. Let's go and collect the magic treasures that nailed those cultivators to death. A cultivator said. He had been eyeing those magic treasures for a long time, even though many magic treasures had been destroyed with the passage of time. However, there were still many magic treasures that contained powerful fluctuations. The power of those magic treasures was still very strong. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the cultivators soared into the sky and flew towards the treasures they desired. The cultivator at the front was a cultivator with a pair of wings. He was a cultivator from the Silver Wing race. It was an extremely powerful and ancient race. The utmost treasure that the Silver Wing race cultivator desired was the bronze sword that had pierced through the chest of that peerless fairy. That bronze sword was definitely an utmost treasure that was coveted by many. The Silver Wing race cultivator arrived before the bronze sword and stretched out his hand to grab it. However, at this moment, the bronze sword vibrated and emitted an extremely terrifying killing intent. All of the killing intent surged towards the Silver Wing race cultivator. The Silver Wing race cultivator had a horrified look on his face as he retreated hastily, wanting to avoid the attack of the killing intent. However, it was already too late. The terrifying killing intent shrouded the Silver Wing race cultivator instantly. At the moment of crisis, the Silver Wing race cultivator took out a defensive magic treasure. However, his defensive magic treasure was instantly destroyed by the terrifying killing intent. Thereafter, that terrifying killing intent tore the Silver Wing race cultivator apart instantly. At the sight of this, many people let out a horrified expression. However, there were also some people who were brave enough and did not retreat in fear. They continued to do as they wished and rushed towards the treasures that they desired. After that, they wanted to pluck those treasures. However, a tragedy happened. One after another, the cultivators who wanted to pluck the treasures were killed by the various attacks that were sent out by the treasures. Oh my God! Aren't those treasures way too powerful? Countless years have passed. Logically speaking, the killing intent of those treasures should have been retracted a long time ago. There's also no one who has activated those treasures. Why are they still so powerful? This is way too strange. Many cultivators started discussing fervently. All of them had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. There were so many powerful treasures. Every single one of those treasures was enough to make one drool. However, everyone could only look at those treasures with their eyes wide open. There was no way they could get their hands on those treasures. This was equivalent to looking at a mountain of treasures but not being able to get a single item from within. From this, it could be seen that those cultivators must be feeling extremely depressed right now. At this moment, some of the cultivators had their sights set on some of the corpses. Those corpses still had storage rings. Furthermore, the treasures that were used to pin them down had already been turned into mortal weapons. Therefore, when they approached those corpses, they did not have to worry about being attacked by those treasures. There were quite a number of cultivators who had this thought. Those cultivators rushed over one after another. However, when they approached the corpses, their bodies began to age rapidly. Their bodies began to age rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators had turned into old men. Many people retreated in horror, but it was too late. Their lifespan had been completely stripped away. Their bodies fell to the ground and they died on the spot. Hiss! Countless people gasped. This was even more frightening than when they were attacked by the treasures earlier. Their lifespan was instantly stripped away. It was simply too unbelievable. It's the power of the law of time. No wonder those treasures were destroyed. Those dead cultivators might have been infused with the power of the law of time, causing the treasures that nailed them to be destroyed quickly. Everyone, please don't go near those corpses again, a cultivator reminded them. With so many terrifying things happening, it was only natural that no one dared to go near those corpses again. As for those treasures and the storage rings of those experts, no one dared to have any ideas about those things. Open Holy Dragon City. Let's enter and take a look. There must be a lot of opportunities in Holy Dragon City, an expert said. Following that, a large number of cultivators rushed toward the city gates of Holy Dragon City. Rumble. 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 Chapter 4882. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After the Holy Spirit City's gates were pushed open, a large number of cultivators flew into the city. Rumble. 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 The earth was shaking violently. Those prehistoric dragons and living beings of the Dragon Island were also rushing towards the Holy Dragon City. Their bodies were too huge, so they caused a huge commotion when they ran. Even the earth was shaking. The cultivators, prehistoric dragon tribe, and Dragon Island beings all rushed into the city. The streets of the Holy Dragon City were extremely wide. There were many shops on both sides. The city had obviously gone through a great battle, so many of them were damaged. The cultivators who had entered the Holy Dragon City rushed towards the surrounding courtyards. Soon, some cultivators exclaimed. They found a large number of dragon crystals in many mansions' treasure vaults. Those dragon crystals were high-grade dragon crystals, equivalent to high-grade immortal stones. They were very valuable. Apart from the dragon crystals, there were many other good things, such as heavenly treasures, immortal iron, immortal stones, various forging materials, various Dharma treasures, and so on. Those who could live in the Holy Dragon City in the past were either the top experts of the prehistoric dragon tribe or those with shocking wealth. After all, the Holy Dragon City was extremely prosperous and was a place where experts gathered. However, after the battle in the past, the experts of the Holy Dragon City fell one after another. However, many good things were still preserved until now. Those treasures were enough to drive people crazy. The prehistoric dragon tribe and Dragon Island beings did not seem to be interested in those treasures. They all rushed into the depths of the Holy Spirit City. The cultivators from the outside forces began to snatch all kinds of treasures. In the beginning, they were very united. After all, they had to fight the prehistoric dragon tribe and Dragon Island beings together. But now, those forces were completely bloodthirsty. In order to snatch resources, they had already shed all pretenses. They even fought with the cultivators of an alliance. That was because those alliances were only formed temporarily. They were formed by cultivators from many different forces. As the saying went, the world was noisy for benefits. When faced with huge benefits, it was normal for the cultivators of the major alliances to fight among themselves. Many times, brothers or even father and son would turn against each other for benefits. Therefore, the world of cultivators was sometimes not only cruel, but also lacking in human emotions. It would have been fine if there had been top-notch experts restraining them. However, those top-notch experts had already rushed into the depths of Holy Dragon City. Without any restraints, the cultivators of the various major forces had already gone on a killing spree. At that moment, a large number of cultivators poured into the Holy Dragon City. Compared to the cultivators from the other forces, these cultivators appeared to be in an orderly manner. There were about 3,000 cultivators in total. He swept through everything in his way. They snatched away a large amount of treasures. These cultivators were from the Yin-Yang Alliance. The cultivators of the other forces were already exhausted after a series of battles. However, the cultivators of the Yin-Yang Alliance had never participated in any major battles. Therefore, the soldiers were strong and the horses were strong. Wherever it passed, it was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The Yin-Yang Alliance cultivators had snatched away all the treasures that they failed to obtain. As for the treasures that were snatched away, they would either have to hand them over or be killed by the Yin-Yang Alliance cultivators and have their treasures snatched away by them. The world of cultivators was an incomparably cruel world. With a single thought, millions of corpses lay on the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Lin Feng was used to the deception of the world of cultivators. His heart had long turned extremely cold. Lin Feng led the army all the way into the depths of the city. Along the way, everyone obtained a large amount of treasures. Therefore, many people were extremely excited. Everyone was extremely impressed with Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, how could they have obtained so many treasures? At that moment, many powerful cultivators, the prehistoric dragon tribe, and the living beings of Dragon Island had rushed into the depths of the palace. A large amount of dragon chi was rolling in the palace. The prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island were devouring the dragon chi. After devouring a large amount of dragon chi, the bodies of the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island actually changed. It was as if some shackles in their bodies had been unlocked. Then, many of the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island directly transformed into their human forms. Ha 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 ha, I've recovered. I've finally recovered. The prehistoric Tyrannosaurus King transformed into a 3-meter-tall burly man. This guy had previously chased after Lin Feng and Long Outyen. His body floated in mid-air. He felt his own power and the curse that had disappeared. The prehistoric Tyrannosaurus king became extremely excited. It was no wonder that these prehistoric dragon tribe were so eager to enter the Holy Dragon City. The Holy Dragon City could break the curse that had been imposed on them for countless years. It could allow them to recover. When the foreign cultivators saw the restored prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of Dragon Island, they couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. However, there was no great battle between the two sides. They all flew into the depths of the city. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the clouds. A palm-sized dragon flew out from the depths. The dragon soul is the immortal dragon soul of the prehistoric dragon emperor. It contains unimaginable power. If it is refined, it will have an unimaginable effect on one's cultivation, an expert exclaimed. His eyes were filled with greed. Many dragon kings, beast kings, true immortals among the foreign cultivators, the moon god, the son of the Eastern Emperor, the great demon Yu, the blood-haired woman, Huangfu Qingtian, the Chu family's patriarch, the Bag Palace, the Floating Cloud Palace, and other top experts from various forces all rushed toward the dragon soul left behind by the prehistoric dragon emperor. The dragon soul of the prehistoric dragon emperor was enough to make people go crazy. Many cultivators began to fight in the void. The scene became extremely chaotic. At this moment, an army charged toward them. The leader was Lin Feng, who was holding the Inferno Fiend spear. Beside Lin Feng were Long Outyen, the two evil godstone statues, Wu Daoxian, and other true immortals. Behind them was an army of quasi-true immortals, sky immortals, earth immortals, human immortals, itinerant immortals, and emperor realm cultivators. Kill! Lin Feng waved the war spear in his hand. More than 3,000 cultivators attacked at the same time. Terrifying attacks gathered together. It turned into a torrent of attacks. The expressions of many experts who were originally tangled up in the chaotic battle changed drastically. Even a large number of ants could bite an elephant to death, let alone so many powerful cultivators joining forces to unleash an attack. Even peak true immortals didn't dare to underestimate such a powerful attack. Many experts dodged one after another. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity and took out the sky-swallowing jar. Chapter 4883. Lin Feng. You're courting death. Some experts recognized Lin Feng and couldn't help but roar in anger. Everyone, let's disperse. Lin Feng put away the heaven-devouring jar and the two evil godstone statues. Then, he said to the Yin-Yang Alliance cultivators behind him. Then, he turned around and flew into the distance. The Yin-Yang Alliance cultivators had already obtained enough benefits. When they saw Lin Feng leave after collecting the dragon soul, they dispersed in an uproar. Lin Feng sent a voice transmission to Long Outyen and Wu Daoxian, telling them to look for him in the Sin realm. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Tong Yoli, telling her to stay by Fairy Qingyun's side and that he would look for her after leaving the Dragon Island. Lin Feng didn't leave with them because if he took them with him, it would be too difficult to escape. Those top experts didn't even care about the cultivators who had scattered in an uproar. They didn't have the time to care about those people. A group of top experts quickly chased after Lin Feng, trying to catch up with Lin Feng. There were so many experts, including terrifying existences like the moon god. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay for even a moment. Therefore, Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. At the same time, he merged with the power of the Space Dao. Even experts like the moon god couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng shook off the group of experts. As for whether there were other opportunities in the Holy Dragon City, Lin Feng didn't care. Even if there were other opportunities, Lin Feng didn't want to snatch them. Lin Feng was already very satisfied with obtaining the dragon soul left behind by the prehistoric dragon emperor. Now that the prehistoric dragon tribe and the living beings of the Dragon Island have broken the curse, perhaps the restrictions of the Dragon Island have been activated. Let's see if we can leave the Dragon Island. The demon lord's voice rang in Lin Feng's mind. When Lin Feng heard him, he nodded. He didn't stop on the way and quickly flew out. When they arrived at the seaside, Lin Feng saw that the dense lightning in the distance had begun to dissipate. The area covered by the spacetime power was quickly returning to normal. The lightning and spacetime energy that enveloped the Dragon Island is about to disperse. The Dragon Island is really going to see the light of day again. Roar, roar, roar. Many prehistoric dragons and creatures of the Dragon Island seemed to have sensed something and quickly rushed out. Those prehistoric dragons and the creatures of the Dragon Island changed back to their original form after a short period of time. Their roar shook the heavens. They were incomparably excited now, because they yearned for freedom very much. In this world, who doesn't long for freedom? Any living being would yearn for freedom. Lin Feng even saw the sea dragon rushing out of the sea from time to time. Its huge body gave people a shocking feeling. This was a shock that originated from the soul. The sea dragon let out a low roar from time to time. The sea dragon was also very excited. It was the king of the sea, but it had been trapped in this place for too long. Now, it finally saw the hope of entering the boundless sea. It liked to soar in the vast sea. That was true freedom, unrestrained and unrestrained. Many cultivators also flew out one after another, waiting for the restriction to completely disperse before leaving the Dragon Island. Of course, there were also many cultivators who didn't come out. In fact, there were many opportunities on the Dragon Island, and many cultivators were reluctant to leave. They wanted to continue looking for opportunities on the Dragon Island. In addition to the opportunities on the Dragon Island, there was also the mysterious and ancient Holy Dragon City. There were also many opportunities there. Lin Feng heard some news that there were many powerful restrictions in the depths of the Holy Dragon City's palace. Those restrictions were very difficult to break. Some cultivators were trying to break the restrictions there, wanting to enter. But for now, they couldn't open the restrictions there. Many people suspected that the prehistoric Dragon Emperor had passed away in the area covered by the restrictions. The dragon soul that Lin Feng obtained previously flew out from there. Because of this, many cultivators felt that there were heaven-defying opportunities in that place. Lin Feng waited in the outer area for 5 or 6 days. Finally, the lightning and spacetime energy that enveloped the Dragon Island completely dissipated. Blue waves rippled around him. The blue seawater reflected a dazzling brilliance under the sun. "We can go out, we can go out," many cultivators shouted excitedly. Many people had obtained opportunities on the Dragon Island. If they left now, their gains would be big enough. Naturally, they didn't want to continue staying on the Dragon Island. Although they wanted to leave the Dragon Island immediately, after thinking of the terrifying sea dragon, they didn't act for the time being. At least they had to wait until the sea dragon left before they dared to act. Splash! At this moment, the huge sea dragon rushed out of the sea. The sea rolled. Huge waves surged. The mountain-like body fell into the sea, splashing huge waves. The sea dragon quickly swam into the distance. Its speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for the sea dragon's figure to disappear. After the sea dragon left, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The Mosasaurus put too much pressure on everyone. Now the sea dragon had left. Many prehistoric dragons, living beings of the Dragon Island, and many cultivators quickly flew out of the Dragon Island. Lin Feng soared into the sky and also quickly flew out of the Dragon Island. This was a place of trouble and it wasn't good to stay for long. Lin Feng didn't see Immeasurable Daoist, Du Zhu, and the others after entering the Dragon Island. He didn't know where they went. However, Lin Feng wasn't worried about Immeasurable Daoist and the others. The only thing he was worried about was Tong Yoli. However, Tong Yoli was with Fairy Qingyun and the others, so she shouldn't be in danger. Lin Feng left the Dragon Island and immediately brought out the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky Ship. He entered the Ancient Starry Sky Ship. The Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky Ship had now given birth to a complete ship spirit. It only needed to give orders and no longer needed others to control it. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the cabin and took out the dragon soul left behind by the prehistoric Dragon Emperor. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The dragon soul was very precious. He wondered what would happen after refining the dragon soul. Roar! The dragon soul let out a deep dragon roar as its pair of dragon eyes stared at Lin Feng. Now that the dragon soul was sealed by Lin Feng, it couldn't fly away. Lin Feng took a deep breath and began to refine the dragon's soul. Time passed quickly. Refining the dragon's soul wasn't an easy task. Even with Lin Feng's means, he still couldn't refine the dragon's soul. It wasn't until a month later that Lin Feng gradually communicated with the dragon's soul. The dragon's soul was very special. It was refined by the prehistoric dragon emperor by fusing his own origin power and a part of his will. It didn't contain the prehistoric dragon emperor's will. Therefore, anyone would have the opportunity to refine the dragon's soul. After Lin Feng refined the dragon's soul, it entered Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng could sense how terrifying the power contained in the dragon's soul was. It seemed to have surpassed the power of the 9-orifice stone clone. Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. After refining the dragon's soul, it began to feed Lin Feng a powerful energy. Lin Feng's cultivation realm quickly broke through to the 10th heavenly layer of the loose immortal realm. Moreover, it continued to soar. It didn't take long for him to break through to the peak of the loose immortal realm. However, the dragon soul continued to feed Lin Feng. Powerful energy continuously surged out of the dragon soul and was finally absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt his cultivation realm becoming restless again. Am I going to break through to the human immortal realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. 5 days later, Lin Feng's forehead flashed with the dazzling light of tribulation. He walked out of the ancient starship Shenyuan. Chapter 4884. Outside was a world of white fog. Lin Feng had been cultivating in seclusion. Therefore, when he saw the rolling white fog, Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't know if the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan had deviated from its course. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care about this now. What he cared about the most was the tribulation. Now, he was about to cross the human immortal tribulation. If he succeeded, he would reach the human immortal realm. This trip to Dragon Island was really a great harvest for Lin Feng. First was the breakthrough in his realm. Secondly, Lin Feng obtained the dragon soul left behind by the prehistoric dragon emperor. The dragon soul was absolutely terrifying. It should have only recovered a part of its power. But even so, the battle strength of the dragon soul had surpassed Lin Feng's 9-orifice stone avatar. If the dragon soul's battle strength was fully recovered, it was unknown how powerful it would be. Of course, if Lin Feng could smoothly break through to the human immortal realm, the battle strength of the dragon soul would be even greater. Lin Feng guessed that the recovery of the dragon soul's battle strength was closely related to his own realm. Just like the ruler's armor and the golden dwarf in Lin Feng's dantian. The stronger Lin Feng's battle strength was, the more powerful the ruler's armor and the golden dwarf in Lin Feng's dantian would be. Soon, the first lightning tribulation struck down. It was as thick as a mountain, but Lin Feng didn't fear it at all. He directly soared into the sky and let the lightning tribulation strike his body. When the terrifying lightning tribulation struck Lin Feng's body didn't suffer any damage at all. The lightning tribulation would only temper Lin Feng's body, making Lin Feng's body stronger and stronger. In the next 3 months, all kinds of terrifying lightning tribulations fell from the sky. The lightning tribulations became more terrifying as time went on, especially the last dozens of lightning tribulations. The power it contained was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the lightning tribulation. When the lightning tribulation struck his body, Lin Feng successfully withstood all of them. Although in the end, Lin Feng's body also suffered a great deal of damage. Fortunately, he successfully passed all the lightning tribulations. Lin Feng also successfully broke through to the human immortal realm. Lin Feng's realm stopped at the first layer of human immortal realm. At this moment, Lin Feng was floating above the sea. He was panting heavily. Looking at the dissipating lightning sea and the drifting white mist, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a pure smile. It was really good to be alive. After resting for a while, Lin Feng quickly recovered some of his magic power. Then, he channeled his immortal godly physique. Lin Feng's injuries gradually recovered. The injuries caused by the lightning tribulation were very terrible. Not only was it a great injury to the body, but it would also harm the cultivator's origin, grand Tao, divine soul, and other things. It was absolutely impossible to not be injured. Even if Lin Feng was injured, these injuries could be slowly healed. After returning to the Shenyuan ancient starship, Lin Feng went into seclusion to recover. It took about 10 days for Lin Feng to fully recover. This made Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had finally recovered. Sensing the formidable strength of the human immortal realm, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. The human immortal realm really wasn't something that the loose immortal realm could compare to. Compared to the loose immortal realm, the fighting strength of this realm had greatly increased. Lin Feng got up and went to the deck. After seeing the situation outside, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The white mist was still rolling outside. It had been some time since they entered this fog-shrouded area, so the surrounding visibility was quite low. Therefore, the Shenyuan ancient starship was now lost in this fog-shrouded sea. Lin Feng took out a compass to locate the location. The needle of the compass spun rapidly, and after a dozen or so revolutions, the compass shattered. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a powerful magnetic field! It actually destroyed the compass. It seemed that this place was really not simple. No wonder the Shenyuan ancient starship was lost in this sea. Lin Feng couldn't help stroking his chin. Now that the Shenyuan ancient starship was lost, the next step would be somewhat difficult. Lin Feng took out the heart compass and then called out the sacred Martin Immortal. "Why did you call me?" The sacred Martin Immortal looked at Lin Feng and asked. "Help me determine the direction," Lin Feng said. "I need an equivalent exchange," the sacred Martin Immortal said. "Equivalent exchange your ass. I'm not asking the heart compass to lead me to a specific target. I just want it to determine the north, south, east, and west. If you can't do that, I don't mind smashing the heart compass," Lin Feng said fiercely. The sacred Martin Immortal said. "Don't be so violent. Fine. I'll help you for free today." As soon as his voice fell, the needle on the heart compass spun rapidly. The heart compass needle spun as fast as lightning. Finally, the heart compass needle stopped. Then, the sacred Martin Immortal pointed in the direction they were sailing and said, "We're sailing south." "Oh, that's the direction south. If we keep going south, we'll reach the Whitebone region," Lin Feng said. Then, he put away the heart compass. The Shenyuan ancient starship continued to sail through the white fog. When night fell, Lin Feng heard the sound of fighting ahead. Lin Feng walked out of the Shenyuan ancient starship and put it away. Then, he flew towards the place where the sound of fighting was coming from. When Lin Feng arrived, he saw more than a dozen cultivators besieging a female cultivator. That female cultivator was the mysterious female cultivator Lin Feng had seen on the Dragon Island before. Lin Feng felt a sense of déjà vu from this female cultivator. However, Lin Feng could not remember where he had seen this female cultivator before. The creatures besieging this female cultivator were very tyrannical. What surprised Lin Feng was that the creatures besieging this female cultivator were actually a group of evil spirit warriors. When Lin Feng had gone to the soft water shrine, he had encountered evil spirit warriors. They were the terrifying creatures of the mastermind's world. Chapter 4885. One evil spirit warrior was already extremely difficult to deal with, let alone so many of them. With so many evil spirit warriors gathered together, the murderous aura was dense and terrifying to the extreme. However, that mysterious woman was actually able to resist the siege of evil spirit warriors, which showed how powerful she was. Not everyone could withstand the siege of the evil spirit warriors. Moreover, the battle strength of this group of evil spirit warriors was so heaven-defying that it was even more difficult to resist their siege. This woman is really powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. At this time, the group of evil spirit warriors strengthened their attack. After all, there were too many of them. Under the siege of a group of evil spirit warriors, that woman was able to resist the siege of those evil spirit warriors for a short period of time, but after a long time, she gradually showed signs of fatigue. Lin Feng planned to help that woman. Those evil spirit warriors deserved to die. He took out the Huyi bow and sunshot divine arrow. Then, he pulled the bow and shot. A swoosh sound was heard. The sunshot divine arrow quickly flew out and shot towards a evil spirit warrior. The speed of the sunshot divine arrow was too fast. When the sunshot divine arrow shot to the side of that evil spirit warrior, only then did that evil spirit warrior realize that the Huyi bow was shooting towards him. However, at this time, it was too late to dodge. Puff! Accompanied by a tearing sound. The sunshot divine arrow pierced through the evil spirit warrior's body. Then, that evil spirit warrior's corpse fell into the sea. The waves surged and instantly drowned that evil spirit warrior. "Go and kill that kid," the leader of the evil spirit warriors coldly said. Immediately, 4 evil spirit warriors quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the Huyi bow and sunshot divine arrow. Then, he took out the wooden sword that his ancestor, the Master of Gods, made and charged towards the 4 evil spirit warriors. Lin Feng's spiritual power continuously poured into the wooden sword. The runes on the wooden sword were instantly activated. Each rune contained terrifying power. Those runes shook the void. It emitted a power that made one's heart palpitate. Although it was only a wooden sword, the power of this wooden sword was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng still remembered the last time he fought the evil spirit warrior with the immeasurable Daoist. At that time, they were no match for the evil spirit warrior. However, when Lin Feng took out his wooden sword, he easily killed the evil spirit warrior. Because the wooden sword was very special, it could restrain the creatures of the mastermind's world. Therefore, when he saw the 4 evil spirit warriors charging at him at high speed, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed a cold expression. The 4 evil spirit warriors were nothing in Lin Feng's eyes. Despicable human cultivator, die! The ghost warrior at the front sneered. He held a huge sword in his hand and slashed at Lin Feng. That sword strike seemed to be able to split open space. Its might was so great that it was simply shocking. However, in front of that terrifying sword, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly. That sword strike was powerful. But for Lin Feng, it was nothing at all. Lin Feng brandished his wooden sword and attacked. Clang! The wooden sword in his hand collided with the opponent's huge sword. Suddenly, a sonorous collision sound was heard, as if 2 peerless divine weapons had collided. The wooden sword in Lin Feng's hand was very extraordinary. After blocking the opponent's sword, Lin Feng stepped forward and slashed at the evil spirit warrior's abdomen with the wooden sword in his hand. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. The instantaneous burst of speed was not something that the evil spirit warrior could compare to. So when Lin Feng's second sword strike was about to kill the evil spirit warrior, the evil spirit warrior had just reacted. The corner of the evil spirit warrior's mouth hooked up into a sinister arc. He was very confident in his physical body. In his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Feng to hurt him. At this time, many mysterious runes appeared on the surface of the evil spirit warrior's body. Those runes were the reason why the evil spirit warrior was so confident. However, when Lin Feng's wooden sword slashed those runes were instantly torn apart. Then Lin Feng's wooden sword directly cut the evil spirit warrior in half. How is this possible? The evil spirit warrior's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He couldn't understand why such a powerful defensive rune couldn't block the attack of a wooden sword. That wooden sword was indeed very powerful. However, magic treasures that were much more powerful than the wooden sword couldn't break his defensive rune. Why could the wooden sword do it? The evil spirit warrior didn't understand what was going on until his death. The wooden sword in the hand of this human ant is somewhat strange. Everyone be careful, a evil spirit warrior said. The other 2 evil spirit warriors nodded. After that, the 3 evil spirit warriors surrounded Lin Feng, and then they moved quickly. Numerous after-images appeared. This was an extremely strange divine ability. Lin Feng couldn't tell which one of those after-images was the true body of the evil spirit warrior. The numerous silhouettes quickly moved towards Lin Feng and surrounded him. The other party wanted to use after-images to deceive everyone. When they reached Lin Feng's side, they would launch a surekill attack on Lin Feng. Such a method was naturally incomparably terrifying. Ordinary people would want to break the opponent's method. It was simply an impossible task. However, Lin Feng's expression was cold. He stood there without any movement, and no one knew what he was thinking. Despicable ant, have you been scared out of your wits? The three evil spirit warriors couldn't help but think complacently. When they were only 2 meters away from Lin Feng, the three evil spirit warriors planned to kill Lin Feng. However, at this time, Lin Feng used the domineering magnetic field. Supreme Domineering, Azure Dragon Domineering, White Tiger Domineering, Epoch Domineering, and Supreme Apocalyptic Domineering. The magnetic field formed by the 5 domineering magnetic fields instantly enveloped the 3 evil spirit warriors. The speed of the 3 evil spirit warriors suddenly dropped. The afterimages also disappeared. Before the 3 evil spirit warriors could react, Lin Feng had already launched an attack on them. Lin Feng held the wooden sword and swept it out. Pu, pu, pu. Accompanied by 3 ripping sounds, the necks of the 3 evil spirit warriors were all ripped apart by Lin Feng's wooden sword. Blood immediately gushed out. The 3 evil spirit warriors used their hands to cover the wounds on their necks. However, they still couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. The corpses of the 3 evil spirit warriors fell into the sea. Chapter 4886. Lin Feng joined the battle and killed an evil spirit warrior with 1 slash. With Lin Feng's participation, the pressure on that female cultivator was greatly reduced. That female cultivator's battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Due to Lin Feng's appearance, she had already killed 6 evil spirit warriors. Now, there were still 7 evil spirit warriors. Moreover, they wanted to deal with her and Lin Feng. In fact, there were still 4 evil spirit warriors besieging her. The other 3 evil spirit warriors besieged Lin Feng. This mysterious woman displayed an extremely heaven-defying battle prowess. The immortal moon dagger in her hand killed 2 evil spirit warriors in succession. Another evil spirit warrior and the leader quickly retreated, pulling apart the distance between them and the female cultivator. The leader of the evil spirit warriors said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and leave." He turned around and wanted to escape. However, Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field directly enveloped the remaining 5 evil spirit warriors. The speed of these 5 people fell sharply. Under Lin Feng's control, the domineering magnetic field not only did not restrict the mysterious woman's speed, it also increased her speed. It would even increase her speed. Thus, the female cultivator quickly caught up with the fleeing evil spirit warrior. Not long after, Lin Feng killed the 3 evil spirit warriors that besieged him earlier. The female cultivator also killed the leader of the evil spirit warriors and another evil spirit warrior. Many thanks for young master's help. The mysterious woman slightly bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Fairy is too polite. But haven't we met somewhere before? Because I feel that Fairy and I seem to have met before. If Fairy doesn't mind, can you take off your veil and let me see Fairy's appearance? Perhaps I will be able to remember." If it was someone else who said these words, the female cultivator would definitely not do it. Because in the female cultivator's view, the cultivator who said these words actually wanted to take advantage of her. However, when the woman saw Lin Feng's eyes, she found that those eyes were extremely pure. She realized that Lin Feng's eyes were extremely pure. Obviously, Lin Feng didn't intend to do that. The woman nodded and took off her veil. That was a beautiful face that could be broken by the wind. It was like a masterpiece from the heavens. She was like a peerless fairy from the 9 heavens, so beautiful that it was suffocating. He took a few more glances at her. It was as if all of this was an insult to her. Lin Feng finally understood why this female cultivator was wearing a veil. If such a beautiful woman did not wear a veil, who knew how many flies would stick to her all day long? Naturally, not everyone liked to be the moon surrounded by stars. This woman did not like being surrounded by a group of men. And this face indeed gave Lin Feng some impression. Very soon, Lin Feng immediately thought of the woman's identity. Fairy Qing Shui. This woman was actually Fairy Clear Snow. Back then, Lin Feng had traveled from the martial heaven continent to the 9 prefectures. When he passed by the nether ocean divine kingdom, he happened to see fairy clear snow ascending to the undying world. At that time, the world had not changed. There were fewer experts in the mortal world. In addition, the hidden experts of the various major forces had yet to appear. Therefore, that was an era where experts were rare. Fairy clear snow had only cultivated for 300 years, but she was already about to ascend to the undying world. This showed how terrifying fairy clear snow was. At that time, fairy clear snow was an existence that Lin Feng had to look up to. There was naturally a reason why fairy clear snow was so powerful. It was said that fairy clear snow was an immortal nascent soul that was born from an immortal lotus. Later, she was adopted by Granny Tianzhu and grew up by her side. Granny Tianzhu taught fairy clear snow cultivation. Fairy clear snow's cultivation speed was very fast, so she could rise in a short time. Back then, Lin Feng had seen fairy Qing Shui ascend to the immortal world with his own eyes. Back then, Lin Feng was so envious. He wanted to hug fairy Qing Shui's thigh and let her take him to the immortal world. Who would have thought that more than 100 years had passed? He and fairy clear snow would meet in the undying world. And after meeting again, fairy clear snow was still very powerful. The only difference was that compared to back then, he was much more powerful now. So it's fairy clear snow. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Fairy clear snow looked at Lin Feng in surprise and said, "You know me?" Lin Feng said, "Back then, when I was in the nether ocean divine kingdom, I was fortunate enough to see fairy clear snow ascend to the undying world." "So you are from the 9 prefectures?" Fairy clear snow seemed a little happy. It was extremely difficult to meet a cultivator from the 9 prefectures' great world in the undying world. Moreover, Lin Feng had even helped celestial Qing Shui. Fairy clear snow had a good impression of Lin Feng, so a smile bloomed on her beautiful face. Asked Lin Feng, "Why are those evil spirits attacking the celestial being?" Fairy clear snow said, "Because I saw a great hall in the white fog. Then, I sneaked into the great hall to explore. Who would have thought that I would be discovered by the evil spirit warriors inside? Then, I was attacked by them." "Great hall? What kind of great hall?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Fairy clear snow said, "It's a great hall made of bones." "What? A great hall made of bones?" Lin Feng exclaimed. He had been searching for a great hall made of bones. It was also that he could bring ancient god Tai Hao's head out. Lin Feng was a person who kept his promises. He would do his best to fulfill them. However, Lin Feng had never seen the Great Hall appear. Until now, the Great Bone Hall had finally appeared. "Fairy, can you take me to the Great Hall? I will go and explore it myself." "You can leave on your own. I won't be a burden to you," said Lin Feng. Fairy clear snow said, "Actually, I also plan to find an opportunity to explore the Great Hall. I've heard some rumors about it before, but I've never seen it. Now that it has appeared, I'm naturally very interested in it." Lin Feng said, "In that case, we can explore the Great Hall together. But what's with those evil spirit warriors? Are they creatures that entered the Great Hall from the outside? Or is it a creature from the Bone Palace itself?" Fairy Qing Shui said, "I'm not very clear about this, but I have a feeling that they are probably living creatures in the Hall of Bones. They seem to have formed a bond with the Hall of Bones, but I can't say for sure what the specific situation is." Lin Feng nodded and flew toward the Great Hall with Fairy Clear Snow. After Lin Feng and Fairy Clear Snow left, the evil spirit warriors that had sunk to the bottom of the sea opened their eyes. Chapter 4887. "Look, the Great Bone Hall is right in front of us." Fairy Clear Snow pointed at a hall that appeared in the foggy sea. Lin Feng also saw the hall. It was hidden in the churning white fog, exuding a cold and terrifying aura. The palace was completely made of white bones. It was 300 meters tall and covered an area of more than 10 acres. It was unknown how many people's bones were needed to build such a huge palace. Lin Feng was deeply shocked when he saw the hall. The Great Bone Hall. It represented coldness, death, and despair. Before entering, Lin Feng could already feel the coldness in his body. Lin Feng asked, "What's the interior structure of the hall like?" Fairy Qing Shui said, "The Great Bone Hall is divided into many levels. Since I entered the first level of the Great Bone Hall, I didn't find anything special there. Originally, I wanted to go up, but I was discovered by those evil spirit warriors." Lin Feng said, "So, the Great Bone Hall is most likely built by the creatures of that world." Celestial Qing Shui naturally knew what world Lin Feng was talking about. She also knew a little about the world of the mastermind, but not much. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know much about it either. That world was still very mysterious to him. However, even though he didn't know much about that world, he knew how terrifying and evil it was. They were the main driving force behind the destruction of Epoch. Therefore, they had to be on guard against the creatures of that world. If possible, it would be best to completely destroy that world. In this way, Epoch would be able to exist forever. However, how difficult was it to completely destroy that world? Now, both Lin Feng and Fairy Clear Snow were inclined to believe that the evil spirit warriors didn't enter the Great Bone Hall from outside. They were very likely to be inside the hall. No one knew why the terrifying experts of that world had built the Great Bone Hall, but there must be some unspeakable secret. Perhaps an extremely terrifying creature is hiding inside. The evil spirit warriors we saw before were just small fries. Fairy Clear Snow thought of a certain possibility. When she thought of this possibility, she couldn't help but gasp. If this speculation was correct, then, what kind of existence was that existence in the Great Hall of Bones? Thinking about it, it made one's hair stand on end. However, this didn't stop Lin Feng and Fairy Clear Snow from entering the Great Bone Hall. Both of them were daring people. How could they miss the Great Bone Hall? Fairy Qing Shui was very curious about the Great Bone Palace and wanted to explore its secrets. Lin Feng entered the hall, looking for ancient god Taihao's head. Lin Feng couldn't help stroking his chin. He was thinking about how to deceive them. Lin Feng had an idea. He could use the Great Fate technique to change their auras, and then they could use the transformation technique to transform into evil spirit warriors. He entered it. If they were discovered by the other evil spirit warriors, they would still reveal their flaws. Therefore, this method didn't seem to be safe. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of another feasible method. When he and Immeasurable Daoist rescued Goddess Ruoshire, they killed one evil spirit warrior. Later, they saw several more evil spirit warriors. Those evil spirit warriors were obviously not the same group as the ones in the Great Bone Hall. Could he and Fairy Qing Shui transform into the evil spirit warriors of other forces? Then, they could go to the Great Bone Hall and lie that they were here to seek refuge with the Great Bone Hall's master. Thinking about that, Lin Feng told Celestial Qing Shui his idea. Fairy Clear Snow immediately agreed to Lin Feng's idea after hearing it. They really didn't have any other good ideas now. Obviously, they couldn't force their way in. They could only use their wits. They could try Lin Feng's idea. If they were exposed, it wouldn't be too late to escape. Great Tao of Destiny, let our aura become the aura of evil spirit warriors. We will go deep into the tiger's den and fight against evil. After Lin Feng's voice fell, the power of destiny descended and enveloped Lin Feng and Fairy Clear Snow. Then, their auras changed under the effect of the power of destiny. Lin Feng and Fairy Clear Snow's aura became the aura of evil spirit warriors. The great art of destiny was indeed worthy of its name. It was really extraordinary. Then, Lin Feng used the transformation art and turned into an evil spirit warrior. With a shake of her body, Fairy Clear Snow transformed into an evil spirit warrior. However, Fairy Clear Snow turned into a female evil spirit warrior. The male evil spirit warrior was covered with scales and spikes. It was extremely ugly. However, the female evil spirit warrior had a hot body and a charming face. Fairy Clear Snow had seen a female evil spirit warrior before, so she changed into her current appearance. Let's go, Lin Feng took the lead and flew toward the Bone Palace. Fairy Clear Snow followed closely behind. When they approached the Great Hall of Bones, they saw that there were many evil spirit warriors patrolling around the Great Hall of Bones. It seemed that Fairy Clear Snow had attracted the attention of the evil spirit warriors. Therefore, Those evil spirit warriors were patrolling the surroundings to prevent other people from sneaking into the Great Bone Hall. When Lin Feng and Fairy Clear Snow arrived in front of the Bone Palace, more than 20 evil spirit warriors flew over. "Who are you? Why have you come to our Bone Palace?" the commander of the evil spirit warriors asked coldly. Lin Feng said, "We were originally evil spirit warriors who were trapped in the temple of the goddess of Ruo Shui. We just got out of there not long ago. We heard about the master of the White Bones Palace and came to join him." "Oh, you are the evil spirit warriors trapped in the weak water goddess palace?" The commander of the evil spirit warriors was very surprised. His eyes swept over Lin Feng and then took a deep look at the evil spirit warrior that Fairy Clear Snow had transformed into. An evil light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It seemed that this guy had improper thoughts about the female evil spirit warrior that Fairy Clear Snow had transformed into. Fairy Clear Snow felt extremely disgusted, but she did not say anything. Chapter 4888. Lin Feng and Fairy Qing Shui were very worried. If they were recognized, they might not have any hope of entering the palace. However, Lin Feng soon relaxed. His aura had been changed by the Great Fate technique, and he had transformed into an evil spirit warrior. These guys should not be able to discover him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was relieved. He winked at Fairy Qing Shui, who understood and relaxed. Although the two of them had not known each other for a long time, they had a tacit understanding. Soon, more than a dozen evil spirit warriors flew over. The evil spirit warrior commander asked, "Where is that woman?" One of the evil spirit warriors replied, reporting to Lord. That woman had an accomplice. Her accomplice is so powerful that they managed to get away. The evil spirit warrior did not mention that they had been killed. It seemed that these guys were also very prideful. However, after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The creatures of that world thought they were high and mighty, looking down on the rest of the world. Therefore, they were naturally unwilling to tell their companions that they had been killed by the lowly creatures they looked down on. It would make them a laughingstock. The commander of the evil spirit warriors had a gloomy expression, but he didn't say anything. Over the years, whenever the Bone Hall appeared, there would be cultivators coming to the Bone Hall from time to time. Not all cultivators who entered the Bone Hall by mistake would be killed. Many cultivators with extraordinary means had managed to escape in the end, so everyone was used to it. These two are, the group of evil spirit warriors who had just returned looked at the evil spirit warriors that Lin Feng and Fairy Qing Shui had transformed into. Especially after seeing the evil spirit warrior that Fairy Qing Shui had transformed into, the evil spirit warriors could not help but flash in the depths of their eyes. Even these evil spirit warriors could distinguish between beauty and ugliness. They also liked beautiful female evil spirit warriors. The evil spirit warrior commander said, "These two are evil spirit warriors who were trapped in the palace of goddess Ruo Shui. They just escaped not long ago and have come to seek refuge with Lord." "I see." The group of evil spirit warriors nodded. Indeed, they did not find anything unusual. Lin Feng and Fairy Qing Shui could finally be completely relieved. Fairy Qing Shui looked at the evil spirit warrior commander and said sweetly, "Big brother, can you put in a few good words for us in front of the Lord and let us join the Great Bone Palace? In the future, this little sister will definitely repay you generously." Fairy Qing Shui usually had the demeanor of a peerless fairy, as if she was otherworldly. However, when Fairy Qing Shui pretended to be charming and flirtatious, she could also steal people's souls away. Upon hearing Fairy Clear Snow's words, the evil spirit warrior commander's eyes lit up. This guy was already scheming something. Therefore, after hearing Fairy Qing Shui's words, it was exactly what he wanted. He couldn't wait to clap his hands in joy. The commander of the ghost warriors said, "Leave this matter to me. It's just that His Majesty is still in seclusion, and it will probably take a few more months for him to come out. So only after His Majesty comes out can I bring you to see His Majesty." Upon hearing that the Great Bone Palace's lord was in seclusion, Lin Feng and Fairy Qing Shui were overjoyed. If the lord came out of seclusion, things would be more troublesome. However, since he had not come out, this was the best time for Lin Feng and Fairy Qing Shui to make a move. Fairy Qing Shui said sweetly, "Then, This little sister will have to sleep on the streets for the next few months. The evil spirit warrior commander patted his chest and said, "With your big brother here, how can I let you sleep on the streets? I'll arrange for you to have a good rest." "Thank you, big brother." Fairy Ching Shui bowed to the evil spirit warrior commander and then followed him into the Great Bone Palace. Lin Feng also followed, but he was stopped by someone. "What's the meaning of this?" Lin Feng said speechlessly. "Wait outside." The evil spirit warrior commander who stopped Lin Feng said coldly. Clearly, Fairy Ching Shui had been given special treatment because of her beautiful appearance. Lin Feng, on the other hand, did not receive such treatment. Fairy Ching Shui said sweetly, "Big brother, the one outside is my big brother. Can you make an exception?" "What? So the brother outside is your big brother? I'm sorry for offending you earlier." The commander of the Ghost Warriors immediately revealed a smile. "It's all a misunderstanding. It's fine." Lin Feng waved his hand and followed the evil spirit warrior commander into the Great Bone Palace with Fairy Ching Shui. Lin Feng and Celestial Ching Shui were in a good mood. They had managed to sneak into the Palace of Bones so smoothly. At this time, Fairy Ching Shui said, "Big brother, this little sister has long heard of the Great Bone Palace's reputation. May I know the current situation of the Great Bone Palace?" The evil spirit warrior commander wanted to obtain the female evil spirit warrior Fairy Ching Shui had transformed into. Therefore, in order to gain the favor of the female evil spirit warrior Fairy Ching Shui had transformed into, he was willing to talk about anything. He said, "Currently, there are more than 100 experts suppressed in the Great Bone Palace. They were all top experts in the past. At its peak, there were more than 700 people suppressed. However, those people later had their Yuan Yang and origin energy sucked dry by the Lord. That's why they all died." After hearing the evil spirit warrior commander's explanation, Lin Feng roughly guessed the reason the Lord had built the Great Bone Palace. That Lord had suppressed many experts, and by devouring their primordial yang and origin, he was able to restore his strength. Those experts were like livestock reared by the Lord, becoming the Lord's nourishment. Gradually, they died. Thinking about it, it was really sad. After all, they had been so powerful in the past, yet they had ended up in such a miserable state. It was truly tragic. Besides, the leader of the Palace of Bones was definitely a terrifying cultivator. Lin Feng guessed that the leader of the Palace of Bones was going to recover soon. Lin Feng asked, "How is the Lord's recovery?" The evil spirit warrior commander said, "The Lord should be able to recover in a few more decades. At that time, the Lord will appear in an even more powerful state and sweep through the universe. Who can stand against him?" The evil spirit warrior commander was extremely excited when he said this. It seemed like this fellow really worshipped the Lord. Fairy Ching Shui asked curiously, "How did the Lord get injured in the past?" "He fell into the trap of Lin Qi's son, Lin Xiaobai, and was injured." Chapter 4889. Lin Xiaobai was Lin Feng's ancestor. He was also Lin Qi's only son. In fact, there was a large gap between the combat strength of the children of many top experts. The main reason was that the children of those experts were unable to walk out of the glory of their fathers. If they followed the path of their fathers, it would inevitably be difficult for them to reach the pinnacle of the realm. However, Lin Feng's ancestor, Lin Xiaobai, was different. He was an extremely heaven-defying existence. His father, Lin Qi, was as strong as him, but Lin Xiaobai didn't follow his father's cultivation path. Lin Xiaobai had once said something. "Why should I follow my father's path? Give me time, and I will definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father." One had to know that Lin Qi was already one of the top experts in the myriad worlds back then. The 7 undying saints were so shocked that they knelt down. Even the overlord of the wasteland had to salute Lin Qi. There were very few existences in the myriad worlds who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Qi. However, Lin Xiaobai still said those words. What a domineering declaration. These words also showed Lin Xiaobai's confidence in himself. As time passed, Lin Xiaobai did indeed walk a different path. His achievements were also incomparably glorious. Lin Feng knew that his ancestor had killed many cultivators from the lost races of the epoch, But he didn't expect that his ancestor would also have a direct confrontation with the experts from the Mastermind's world. The Bone Palace was built after the Bone Palace Lord was injured. Even when he was injured, he was still able to suppress so many experts. From this, one could see how powerful the Bone Palace Lord was when he wasn't injured. This also showed just how terrifyingly powerful ancestor Lin Xiaobai's battle prowess was. Just thinking about it was enough to send chills down one's spine. As for the Wraith Warrior commander's claim that his ancestor schemed against the Bone Palace Lord, Lin Feng didn't believe it at all. His ancestor, Lin Xiaobai, was a peerless hero. Why would he scheme against the Lord of the White Bone Hall? Master, how did you escape from Lin Xiaobai's hands? Lin Feng asked. The commander of the evil spirit warriors said, fortunately, the Lord had some special means, so he escaped the pursuit. However, the Lord's body condition was not good, so he built this Hall of Bones and then began to look for some special cultivators. A special cultivator? What does that mean? Lin Feng asked curiously. The commander of the evil spirit warriors said, it is a cultivator who can help the Lord recover from his injuries. Not all powerful cultivators can help the Lord recover. Only those with a special bloodline or physique can do it. I see. Lin Feng nodded. Before long, the evil spirit warrior commander brought Lin Feng and Fairy Qing Shui to the 3rd floor. Along the way, Lin Feng and Fairy Qing Shui had been observing their surroundings. There were evil spirit warriors stationed on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. There were also evil spirit warriors patrolling outside. He wanted to sneak up to the surface quietly. It really wasn't an easy task. The commander of the evil spirit warriors arranged for Lin Feng and Fairy Qing Shui to stay in a room on the 3rd floor. Then, he said, if you go further up, you will reach the prison. Don't go up there. If you are discovered by the patrolling evil spirit warriors, you won't be able to explain yourself. Fairy Qing Shui said sweetly, thank you for your reminder, big brother. I will remember it. After hearing Fairy Qing Shui's voice, the commander of the evil spirit warriors felt as if his bones were going to melt. His heart was burning, and he could not help but think to himself, little girl, I will let you know how powerful I am in the future. The commander of the evil spirit warriors said, you can rest here. I will go patrol outside. Okay, brother, take care. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Big brother, if you have nothing to do, you must come and visit often. Fairy Qing Shui said sweetly. I will. The commander of the evil spirit warriors nodded hurriedly. He was secretly delighted. This guy thought he was going to be lucky in love. After the commander of the evil spirit warriors left, Lin Feng closed the door of the room and set up a soundproof restriction. In case the walls had ears. He looked at Fairy Qing Shui with a smile and said, I really didn't expect you to have such a charming side. Fairy Qing Shui blushed slightly and said, I was just putting on a show to deceive that guy. Then, Fairy Qing Shui continued, there is no time to lose. Let's take action tonight. Lin Feng nodded. Night was indeed the best time to take action, because the security here was the most lax at night. Late at night, Lin Feng and Fairy Qing Shui left their residence and went directly to the 4th floor. There were patrolling teams outside, and there were many evil spirit warriors stationed on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. Therefore, except for some patrolling evil spirit warriors, the security on the 4th floor and above was not very strict. The prison on the 4th floor was arranged in a square. There was a crisscrossing passage leading to 4 directions. At the end of the 4 directions was a staircase leading to the 5th floor. There were many prisons on both sides of the passage, but they had long been empty. Some cultivators might have been suppressed there in the past, but now, those cultivators had long fallen. Therefore, there were not many people in those prisons. Lin Feng and the others continued to look for the suppressed cultivators in the prison. They avoided wave after wave of patrolling evil spirit warriors. When they arrived at the 13th floor, they saw a cultivator suppressed here. This cultivator was a monk. There were actually 10 halos behind his head. At first glance, one could tell that he was an eminent monk. In the past, he must have been incomparably powerful. But now, his aura was weak, and he was so thin that he was only skin and bones. Even so, His body was still surrounded by Buddhist light, which was holy and otherworldly. He was chained by restrictive spell chains, and the prison here was also a restrictive spell cage. Therefore, it was difficult for him to escape. "You guard outside. I'll save him," Lin Feng said. Fairy Qing Shui nodded. Lin Feng came to the prison. When he approached the prison, Lin Feng found that his magic power was imprisoned. These cages that could restrain a cultivator's magic power were truly bizarre to the extreme. However, Lin Feng was not bothered by the imprisonment of his magic power. He operated the power of the dragon elephant arm and directly pulled down the prison door. Then, he entered the prison. At this time, the old monk opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Chapter 4890. Lin Feng knew that the old monk had misunderstood him, so he quickly changed back to his original appearance. Then, he said, "Senior, I'm here to save you." The old monk was shocked. He did not expect that the evil spirit warrior in front of him was actually a young human cultivator. In fact, the old monk was also a human cultivator, an expert from the era of titled gods. Back then, he was also a true immortal, but his cultivation had fallen to the heavenly immortal realm. In fact, if he could leave this place and recuperate for a period of time, a cultivator like the old monk might only need 100 or 200 years to break through to the true immortal realm again. Lin Feng planned to save the experts trapped here. First, he did not want these experts to die tragically in this place. Second, Lin Feng had his own plans. If he saved these experts and formed a good relationship with them, he could try to recruit them into the Sin realm. Their current strength had indeed fallen, but even so, their combat strength was still very strong. In addition, these experts would recover in the future. That would be a group of titled gods. Thinking about it, having a group of titled gods under his command. This was such an exciting thing. Moreover, there were many experts under his command. It would be crucial for him to rescue his mother in the future and fight against the Doomsday Battle. At that moment, the old monk said, "Amitabha, good, good. Thank you for saving us, benefactor. Senior, you're welcome," Lin Feng said. He came in front of the old monk and broke the 4 restrictive spell chains that shackled the old monk. The old monk could not help but be shocked. It was said that the human body was weak. In fact, the human body was indeed not comparable to the other races. However, Lin Feng's body seemed to be too abnormal, right? He could break a chain that restricted magic power in an instant. How strong did his body have to be to do that? Just the thought of it was enough to make people feel shocked. I hear footsteps. The patrolling evil spirit warriors are probably coming. What do we do now? At that moment, Fairy Clear Snow's voice sounded. Lin Feng said, "We have to get rid of those guys. But there are 6 of them. I'm afraid we can't do it," Fairy Qing Shui said in a deep voice. "I can do it. Let's hide and ambush them." As Lin Feng spoke, he summoned the 9 orifices stone man and the 2 evil godstone statues. Fairy Qing Shui and the old monk were surprised to see the 9 orifices stone man avatar and the 2 evil godstone statues. "If we include the 3 of them, we should have a way to get rid of those guys," Fairy Qing Shui said. "Let's go to the intersection and hide there," Lin Feng said. Together with Fairy Qing Shui, the old monk, the 9 orifice stone golem clone, and the 2 evil god statues, Qin Mu sped toward the intersection. After arriving here, he could already hear the other party's footsteps and voices. Lin Feng used the Tao of Space, and they immediately hid in the void. Lin Feng's Tao of Space was the inheritance of the great god of space, so it was very powerful. Only those who were extremely strong could sense Lin Feng and the others. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sense them at all. The combat strength of the evil spirit warriors was rather strange. They couldn't be measured by the realm of this world. However, Lin Feng had a feeling that the evil spirit warriors' combat strength was close to the true immortal realm. If they were the leader of the evil spirit warriors, they should have the combat strength of a true immortal realm expert. Therefore, there should be 1 evil spirit warrior at the true immortal realm and 5 evil spirit warriors close to the true immortal realm. Lin Feng would deal with the true immortal realm evil spirit warrior. Because Lin Feng wielded the wooden sword, and the wooden sword was the evil spirit warrior's greatest nemesis. Perhaps without the support of the 9 orifices stone man, Lin Feng's combat strength couldn't be compared to Fairy Qing Shui's. However, Lin Feng wielded the stone sword. Just this point alone, Lin Feng's threat to the evil spirit warriors was far greater than Fairy Qing Shui's threat to the evil spirit warriors. When the evil spirit warriors were patrolling, Lin Feng and the others suddenly attacked. Lin Feng directly sealed the area, so no sound could be transmitted out. Then, Lin Feng wielded the wooden sword and attacked an evil spirit warrior. Fairy Qing Shui, the old monk, the 9 orifices stone man, and the 2 evil spirit stone statues also locked onto their opponents and quickly launched attacks. Only then did the evil spirit warriors notice Lin Feng and the others. They shouted, wanting to attract the other evil spirit warriors over. However, Lin Feng did not give them the chance. Lin Feng had set up a barrier to isolate their voices. Lin Feng's attack speed was simply too fast. Before the evil spirit warrior that Lin Feng had locked on to could even react, Lin Feng had already stabbed it to death. At the same time, the old monk also unleashed his might. He displayed a lost technique called karma retribution. This lost technique produced a powerful karma force. When the karma force poured into the evil spirit warrior's body, a terrifying thing happened. The evil spirit warrior's body instantly aged, while the life aura of the old monk became much stronger. This karma retribution seemed to have transferred the life force of the evil spirit warrior to the old monk. Therefore, the old monk became vigorous while the evil spirit warrior rapidly aged. Fairy Qing Shui, the 9 orifices stone man, and the 2 evil spirit stone statues also displayed their might. They locked on to their opponents at the fastest speed and killed them. After killing 6 evil spirit warriors, Lin Feng and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Lin Feng still remembered that he and Fairy Qing Shui had killed more than a dozen evil spirit warriors. But in the end, those evil spirit warriors were resurrected. The situation could be described as incomparably strange. Lin Feng was worried that the evil spirit warriors in front of him would also be resurrected. Therefore, Lin Feng summoned the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire enveloped the corpses of the evil spirit warriors, and then the heavenly fire burned fiercely. It did not take long for those evil spirit warriors to be burned to ashes. In this way, there was no need to worry about those evil spirit warriors resurrecting. Senior is the only one imprisoned on this floor. Let's go up and save the others. At that time, we will do the same thing and kill the evil spirit warriors there, Lin Feng said. Fairy Qing Shui and the old monk nodded. Then, Lin Feng and the others quickly sneaked towards the 14th floor. Their movements were very subtle, for fear of attracting the attention of the other evil spirit warriors. It did not take long for Lin Feng and the others to reach the 14th floor. Chapter 4891. Lin Feng once again used the Tao of space, allowing everyone to hide. Not long after, the 6 evil spirit warriors arrived at Lin Feng's side. Shua, Lin Feng and the others suddenly appeared. Just like before, Lin Feng once again used restrictions to seal the surroundings. Then, each of them locked onto an evil spirit warrior. Lin Feng stabbed the leader of the evil spirit warriors to death with a single sword strike. The rest of them also unleashed their might and killed the evil spirit warriors they had locked onto. Following that, Lin Feng took out his heavenly flame and burned the corpses of the 6 evil spirit warriors to ashes. Amitabha, good, good. The old monk clasped his hands together, looking as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. Lin Feng said, Buddha said that if I don't enter hell, who will? The people we killed are even more evil and terrifying than the demons of hell. It is a matter of boundless merit. The old monk said, Young benefactor is young, but you have an extremely deep understanding of Buddhism. If you enter my Buddhist sect, you will definitely become a Buddha-level existence in the future. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. This old monk was too unreasonable. He had only sighed and he actually wanted to send this young master into the Buddhist sect. Lin Feng naturally had no interest in a place like the Buddhist sect. He had heard that Buddhist cultivators cultivated bitterly in front of the green lamp. Moreover, they would often sit in meditation for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. This was not something that ordinary people could endure. Lin Feng said, I still prefer the colorful world outside. The old monk smiled. He also knew that it was impossible to persuade someone like Lin Feng to enter the Buddhist sect, so he did not continue to persuade Lin Feng. The evil spirit warriors on the 14th floor had already been killed. As a result, Lin Feng and the others could go and save them without worry. They quickly traversed through the 14th floor of the prison. Their speed was extremely fast, and soon, they found a trapped cultivator. That cultivator was already as thin as a bag of bones. When he saw Lin Feng and the others, he was extremely shocked. Lin Feng made a shushing gesture and said, We are here to save Senior. Thank you. The cultivator said with an agitated look on his face. Being trapped in this place was truly a fate worse than death. However, his will to live had kept him alive until now. He hoped that one day, a miracle would happen. Right now, a miracle had actually happened. Someone had come to save the cultivators trapped in the Bone Palace. They were finally going to escape. Crack. Lin Feng directly pulled down the door of the prison. Then, he entered the prison and broke the chains that bound the cultivator. The cultivator managed to escape. Next, one after another, cultivators were rescued by Lin Feng and the others. In total, Lin Feng and the others had rescued more than 120 people. Lin Feng had never been able to find ancient god Taihao's head. This left Lin Feng rather depressed. He didn't know where ancient god Taihao's head had been suppressed. Lin Feng asked the others, but they also didn't know where ancient god Taihao's head was. We can't go to the upper level. That's where the Lord is cultivating in seclusion, a cultivator said. The leader of the Palace of Bones was a terrifying cultivator. Lin Feng didn't dare offend the leader of the Palace of Bones, but he hadn't found ancient god Taihao's head yet, so he didn't want to leave. Perhaps it was on the top level? However, that wasn't a place he could explore. Moreover, they really couldn't stay here for long. Otherwise, if they alerted the Lord of the Bone Palace, they wouldn't be able to leave. It seems that I can only come back here to find ancient god Taihao's head after I'm strong enough. Lin Feng thought to himself. Lin Feng then said, Everyone, let's kill our way out. All right, let's kill our way out. The cultivators nodded. They were now free. As long as they could kill their way out, they would regain their freedom. So, the cultivators were all very excited. Let's go. Lin Feng waved his hand and was about to head down to the next level. However, at that moment, a sinister and terrifying aura filled the hall on the 37th level. Upon sensing this sinister and terrifying aura, the expressions of Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but change slightly. In the next moment, a woman actually appeared in the main hall. She was a woman in snow-white clothes. She had an extremely beautiful face, but that beautiful face was as cold as an iceberg. Damn, this iceberg beauty is so beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. At that moment, one expert after another quickly retreated and looked at the woman in horror. When he saw this, Lin Feng immediately felt that something was amiss. This group of people had such terrified expressions. Could it be? This beautiful woman in front of him was the Lord of the Bone Palace? Suddenly, the beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng with an extremely cold gaze. The bloodline of a sovereign, so, it's someone from the sovereign race. Compared to your ancestor, you're way too weak. Such a weak cultivation state. How dare you come to the Great Hall of Bones? Are you here to die? I've yet to take revenge for being injured by Lin Xiaobai back then. Since you've walked right into my trap, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Once I've recovered, I'll go and kill Lin Xiaobai. Lin Feng's face let out an extremely bitter expression. The Lord of the Bone Palace was way too terrifying. Furthermore, she clearly had an irreconcilable relationship with the sovereign race. Now that he was being targeted by this terrifying existence, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented amount of pressure. Lin Feng even had the heart to cry right now. How could it be that easy to escape from the clutches of this terrifying existence? Lin Feng said, I've heard about you from my ancestor Lin Xiaobai. Do you know why I dared to come here? The woman was slightly taken aback. Then, she shook her head and asked, "Why?" Lin Feng said, "Because before I left, my ancestor gave me a jade talisman. All I have to do is crush it, and my ancestor will rush over immediately." Lin Feng's hand flashed, and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. Of course, Lin Feng was trying to trick her. After all, he had never seen his ancestor Lin Xiaobai before. Furthermore, according to the rumors, his ancestor Lin Xiaobai had already fallen. Lin Feng did not know if the rumors were true, but he had no other choice. He could only hope to intimidate this terrifying woman. Even though she looked exactly like a human cultivator, she was an expert from the mastermind's world. She was definitely someone who would kill without batting an eyelid. Lin Feng hoped that he could use the reputation of his ancestor Lin Xiaobai to intimidate her so that he could find a chance to escape. "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" the woman said coldly. Her eyes flashed with dense killing intent. The magic power in her body began to circulate. After sensing the aura emitted from her body, everyone present felt an almost suffocating pressure. This woman was too strong. She was so strong that they could not fight against her. Chapter 4892. There were two mistakes in the previous chapter. This woman could tell that Lin Feng had the sovereign bloodline and the immortal bloodline. However, she only wrote that he had the sovereign bloodline. Furthermore, she had a grudge against Lin Feng, not the sovereign bloodline. It's over. It's really over this time. This woman is going to make a move. Lin Feng wailed in his heart. If this woman made a move, he could only join forces with everyone else to attack her. However, the titled gods that he had saved were not in good condition. There were only 2 true immortal realm cultivators left and they were severely injured. The rest of them had either fallen to the quasi-true immortal realm or the heavenly immortal realm. There were even a few who had fallen to the earth immortal realm. Therefore, even though Lin Feng and the rest had the advantage in numbers, it was no different from sending themselves to their deaths if they wanted to deal with the owner of the Whitebone Palace. Lin Feng knew that he could not afford to show any weakness at this time. If his aura was weak, if this woman were to see through his disguise, he would be doomed eternally. Therefore, Lin Feng sneered and said, "You want to make a move? Let's give it a try. Originally, I did not want to waste this jade talisman to summon my ancestor. However, since you want to make a move, I will summon my ancestor here." After saying that, Lin Feng acted as if he was going to crush the jade talisman. "Stop," the woman said in a low voice. She did not release the magic power in her body. Clearly, she was testing Lin Feng just now. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His back was covered in sweat. He was so nervous that he was about to die. However, he did not show it on his face. He still looked very calm. "Hehe, are you afraid now?" Lin Feng grinned and said, "Actually, if you don't make a move, I don't want to disturb my ancestor either. Because my ancestor is comprehending the 10th transformation. As a junior, I naturally don't want to disturb his cultivation at this critical juncture." The woman did not say anything. She just kept looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. He didn't know what this woman was thinking. His palms were also sweating. Fortunately, Lin Feng's mental fortitude was still considered passable. He intended to change the topic. The topic couldn't stay on ancestor Lin Xiaobai. Otherwise, it would be easy to spill the beans. If he spilled the beans, wouldn't he be dead? Lin Feng asked, "Where is ancient god Taihao's head?" The woman frowned and asked, "Why are you asking this?" "Leave it to me," Lin Feng said. "Why?" The woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. "If you don't hand it over to me, I'll have my ancestor kill you," Lin Feng threatened. Lin Feng's words infuriated the woman. After all these years, there was actually someone who dared to threaten her. This made her quite angry. If it wasn't for her fear of Lin Feng, she would have killed Lin Feng with a slap. "Ancient god Taihao deserves to die," the woman said coldly. Lin Feng sneered. "I don't care about that. Just give me his head." The woman did not give ancient god Taihao's head to Lin Feng. Instead, she sneered and said, "Back then, this person actually got together with my maidservant. What a reckless fool. As for that lowly maidservant, she actually betrayed me for such a lowly man. Thus, I killed both her and that lowly man. The woman's voice was filled with dense killing intent. It had to be said that she was truly perverted. She believed herself to be noble, so she didn't care about the other races at all. Ancient god Tai Hao, on the other hand, was a titled god of the era of titled gods. He was indeed not as strong as the experts of the mastermind's world, but even in the era of titled gods, ancient god Tai Hao was definitely no ordinary person. Let me guess at what happened back then. Lin Feng said, I believe that your maidservant must have hidden her identity before she fell in love with ancient god Tai Hao. If she hadn't, ancient god Tai Hao probably wouldn't have fallen in love with her. Later on, for some reason, the two of them fell in love. However, your maidservant knew that her identity was very special and knew that you wouldn't agree. If you learned of this matter, you wouldn't have let ancient god Tai Hao off. Thus, your maidservant left ancient god Tai Hao. From what I know, ancient god Tai Hao was hurt by love, so he went to a world where no one knew him and concealed his identity. And since you knew about the matter between ancient god Tai Hao and your maidservant, you might have made a request to have your maidservant kill ancient god Tai Hao, right? But your maidservant didn't agree. She was willing to die rather than hurt her lover. Although the people of your world are hateful, I do admire your maidservant for being in love with ancient god Tai Hao. You killed her when you saw how protective she was of a lowly creature in your eyes. Later on, you found ancient god Tai Hao and cut off his head. Am I right? As expected of the sovereign clan. The descendants of the Undying clan are truly as intelligent as monsters. Although there are some discrepancies, you've guessed most of it. The woman said, raising her eyebrows. Since you've already killed ancient god Tai Hao, his head is of no use to you. Give it to me, Lin Feng said. The woman sneered. His head has long since been reduced to ashes, but his soul remains. Do you want his soul? As soon as she finished speaking, a black crystal appeared in her hand. Shrill screams could be heard coming from it. What's that? Lin Feng asked grimly. This black crystal is called the Crystal of Hell. Inside it is the fire of hell. I threw the souls of some people I hated into it, making them suffer for eternity, making them beg for death. The woman said. You're truly vicious, Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Isn't there a saying in your world that a woman's heart is the most vicious? The woman said with a smile. That's why you should never anger a woman. Lin Feng was rendered speechless by the woman's words. Give me ancient god Tai Hao's soul, and I'll leave immediately, Lin Feng said. The woman sneered. Here he, give you ancient god Tai Hao's soul? Are you daydreaming? I suddenly thought of something. What is it? Lin Feng asked. If this palace of bones self-destructs, do you think it'll kill your ancestor, Lin Xiaobai? Even if it doesn't kill him, it'll probably heavily injure him, right? When the time comes, I'll attack him. Who knows, I might even be able to kill him, the woman said. When Lin Feng heard that, his expression suddenly changed. The woman walked toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept backing away. Don't come over. If you do, I'll crush the jade talisman and summon my ancestor, Lin Feng shouted, but the woman continued walking toward him with a sneer. Crush it then. I'm looking forward to seeing Lin Feng appear before me. If you won't crush the jade talisman, I'll crush it for you. Chapter 4893. The woman wanted to force Lin Feng to crush the jade talisman, but Lin Feng's jade talisman was fake. What could she do even if he crushed it? It was still useless. If he didn't shatter it and this woman came, he would be dead for sure. My ancestor is coming. Lin Feng shouted and crushed the jade talisman. The woman was naturally worried that Lin Feng's ancestor would suddenly appear and kill her by surprise. Therefore, she hurriedly retreated to avoid Lin Feng's ancestor. But in reality, Lin Feng didn't have an ancestor. Let's go, everyone, shouted Lin Feng loudly. He took the lead and ran towards the stairs. The others came back to their senses and understood that Lin Feng was trying to trick the master of the Palace of Bones. No one dared to hesitate and flew toward the exit. The woman's face alternated between green and red. For a powerful existence like her to be fooled by a junior was a great humiliation to her. How could she accept such humiliation? Therefore, The woman's killing intent was monstrous. She wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. The woman waved her right hand. In an instant, runes began to interweave at the exit. Those runes sealed the exit. As a result, everyone was trapped in the hall. Lin Feng's face turned extremely unsightly. Now that they were trapped in the palace, they were in trouble. "Kid, I'm going to grind your bones to dust." The woman looked coldly at Lin Feng and charged toward Lin Feng. However, at that moment, the woman seemed to have sensed something. She stopped and looked to the left. An old man had appeared there at some point in time. The old man was thin and shriveled. It was as if his body was made of only a layer of skin apart from bones. His eyes were sunken into his eye sockets. His eyes were old and turbid. A mummified old man. It was actually a mummified old man. He actually appeared here. Damn, did he really summon the ancestor? A cultivator exclaimed. Is this the expert from the Lin clan? I've heard of him in the past. Countless years have passed, and he's the same as us. He's old. Another cultivator added. They were from the same generation as Lin Feng's ancestor, Lin Xiaobai. In fact, if it wasn't for the slow flow of time in the hall, these people would have died long ago. However, they knew that the legendary powerhouse Lin Xiaobai had no problem surviving until now. Lin Feng was crying in his heart. This was not his ancestor, Lin Xiaobai. However, this is also a senior who is fated with me. Even though he didn't know where this senior came from, he didn't know where he came from. But what did that matter? It was fine as long as this senior was of help to him. You. When the woman saw the mummified old man, she pointed her finger at him. Her face was filled with disbelief. It was obvious that she had recognized the mummified old man. Destroy. She wanted to destroy the Great Bone Palace and use the explosion of the Great Bone Palace to deal with the mummified old man. However, the hall didn't move at all. You've sealed the surrounding laws. The woman's voice turned extremely cold. Hand over the item. The mummified old man spoke. His voice was extremely hoarse. Lin Feng knew that the mummified old man had been running around for the past few years in search of some special items. Those special items were extremely important to the mummified old man. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the mummified old man was looking for. I don't have what you want, the woman said. You're lying. You deserve death. The mummified old man said coldly. At this moment, the entire hall became extremely dark. Everyone could sense how powerful the mummified old man's killing intent was. Fortunately, the killing intent wasn't targeted at them. If it was, they would be in trouble. You're too arrogant. Do you think you're still the same as before? You're no longer the same as before. I'm not afraid of you, the woman said coldly. She knew that today's battle was unavoidable. So, she decided to fight to the death. After she finished speaking, she began to chant quickly. As her voice was very soft, Lin Feng couldn't hear what she was chanting. After she finished chanting, an extremely powerful energy surged out of the hall and entered the woman's body. As the energy entered her body, the woman's combat strength increased greatly. This should also be one of her trump cards. Now that she had used it, it was to fight to the death with the mummified old man. Kill. A sword appeared in her hand. She held the sword and became one with it. Then, she attacked the mummified old man. At that moment, the sky changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. The woman's combat strength was too terrifying. Although she hadn't recovered to her peak, she was still unimaginably powerful. It was shocking and moving. The woman was worthy of being a powerhouse in the world of the mastermind. She was really a powerful existence. However, facing the woman's attack, the mummified old man didn't dodge. After seeing this scene, the rest of the people's faces changed drastically. They knew how terrifying the woman was. But facing the woman's attack, the mummified old man didn't dodge. Could it be that he wanted to use his physical body to resist the opponent's attack? This was simply a trick to catch him dead. Soon, they were sure that the mummified old man was really using his physical body to resist the opponent's attack. When the woman's terrifying sword came, the mummified old man stretched out his right hand and slapped the sword. Clang! The treasured sword stabbed directly into the shriveled old man's palm. At this moment, an inconceivable scene occurred. When the mummified old man's palm collided with the woman's sword broke into pieces. That was a powerful sword, but it was broken in an instant. It was unbelievable. The woman's expression changed drastically. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The mummified old man instantly came in front of her and grabbed her forehead. Chapter 4894. After witnessing this scene, everyone could not help but reveal a deeply shocked expression. They simply could not believe their eyes. That woman was an expert from the mastermind's world. What kind of terrifying existence was she? In front of the mummified old man, she was actually so weak. It was truly somewhat inconceivable. Just how strong was this mummified old man? The mummified old man took the woman's storage ring and then directly smashed her corpse with a palm strike. The woman's hope of resurrection was completely destroyed. The mummified old man could not help but frown after sensing the items in the storage ring. He seemed to be unable to find what he needed in the storage ring. Take it. The mummified old man looked at Lin Feng and then threw the storage ring to Lin Feng. Then, his figure instantly disappeared without a trace. We're out of danger. We're out of danger. The rest of the people looked as if they had just survived a disaster. The feeling of being able to survive was simply too good. Congratulations to everyone for being reborn. Lin Feng could not help but let out a long sigh and then clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, young friend, for saving us. If not for you, young friend, we would definitely have died." Everyone thanked Lin Feng one after another. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Everyone, please don't be so polite." At this moment, someone asked, "Young friend, was that old man just now Senior Lin Xiaobai?" Actually, everyone wanted to hear what Lin Feng had to say. Although the mummified old man had appeared after Lin Feng crushed the jade talisman, the mummified old man had appeared. When the mummified old man first appeared, many people really thought that the mummified old man was Lin Feng's ancestor. However, when they heard the conversation between the mummified old man and the Bone Palace Master, and then thought of Lin Feng's reaction after crushing the jade talisman, the mummified old man should not have been summoned by Lin Feng. Therefore, the mummified old man should not be Lin Feng's ancestor. However, although he was not Lin Feng's ancestor, the way he looked at Lin Feng was clearly different. Moreover, he even handed the palace master's storage ring to Lin Feng. Therefore, everyone guessed that the mummified old man and Lin Feng knew each other, and their relationship was quite close. Otherwise, the mummified old man wouldn't have given the storage ring of the palace lord to Lin Feng. Could he be the Tao protector of this young cultivator? Many people could not help but think of a certain possibility. Lin Feng said, "I won't hide it from everyone. That senior just now wasn't my ancestor, but he was one of my seniors." After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. If this was not Lin Feng's ancestor, then it meant that in addition to his own ancestor, Lin Feng also had a great backer from earlier. At this time, someone asked, "I wonder if this young friend can reveal the identity of that senior to us?" Although these people were all titled gods from the era of titled gods and were very powerful in the past, they were still very respectful when talking about the mummified old man. Not to mention now, even when they were at their peak, they could only bow their heads in front of the old man who looked like a dried corpse. They had to be respectful. Lin Feng said, "Everyone. Without the permission of this senior of mine, I can't tell everyone his identity. I hope everyone can understand this." Lin Feng was purely bluffing. His goal was to tell everyone that he had many great backers, paving the way for him to recruit these experts later. "We can understand." The group of experts couldn't help but nod. They could indeed understand Lin Feng's difficulties. After all, some experts were unwilling to reveal themselves to the world. Therefore, these experts tended to keep a low profile. If the identities of these experts were revealed to others without permission, it might anger these experts. Lin Feng said, "Thank you for your understanding. Now that everyone is free, what do you plan to do next? We've been trapped for a very long time, so we don't know what's going on outside. Young friend, can you tell us more about the situation outside?" One of the cultivators asked. Lin Feng said, "It's already the end of the era. The doomsday battle isn't far from here." What? It's already the end of the era? The group's expressions changed drastically. They naturally knew what the doomsday battle meant. When the doomsday battle broke out, it meant that countless living beings in countless worlds would die. After all, only a small number of cultivators could survive the doomsday battle. Moreover, they had been imprisoned for a very long time. Their current combat power had long fallen. Therefore, their chances of surviving the doomsday battle were even slimmer. Everyone was very clear about this. So now, their feelings were complicated. Originally, they thought that they would have enough time to slowly recover after being reborn. Then, they would rise again and become stronger again. However, the reality was so cruel that it gave them a suffocating pressure. Lin Feng continued, "The doomsday battle is extremely important to us. Therefore, we must unite. Only by uniting will we be able to survive the doomsday battle." That's right. We have to unite. As long as we're united enough, we'll definitely be able to survive the doomsday battle. Another cultivator said in agreement. Lin Feng said, "This junior is untalented, but I'm now the Lord of Sin Realm. This junior's ancestors are also powerful people, and now, this junior wants to strengthen the Sin domain. If all of you join the Sin domain, at that time, we will definitely be able to strengthen the Sin domain, and all of you seniors will have a place to stay." Lin Feng's words were tactful, but everyone understood what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng wanted to recruit everyone. Now, this group of experts had some understanding of Lin Feng's background and strength. Lin Feng had an extraordinary background, and with his extraordinary talent, he would definitely be able to achieve great things in the future. With the arrival of the doomsday battle, everyone needed to stay together. Otherwise, when the doomsday battle arrived, they would all die miserably. "My life was saved by you, little friend. If you have any instructions in the future, just say the word and I won't even frown," a tall and burly cultivator said. This person was called Dragon Tiger Immortal. He had demon blood flowing in his veins and was an extremely forthright person in the past. Now, he was the first to choose to join Lin Feng. After the first person expressed his willingness, the rest also expressed their willingness to join Sin Realm. Two true immortal experts also joined Sin Realm. One of them was a human cultivator called Zhong Yunting, while the other was a divine inscription race cultivator called Liu Huai.